Section 21 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Chapter 21. Dialogue with a Master. Alas, our frailty is the cause, not we. For such as we are made of, such we be. 12th Night. It was with a childish pleasure that for a whole hour Julien put the words together. As he came out of his room, he met his pupils with their mother. She took the letter with a simplicity and a courage whose calmness terrified him. "Is the mouth glue dry enough yet?" she asked him. And is this the woman who is so maddened by remorse, he thought? What are her plans at this moment? He was too proud to ask her, but she had never perhaps pleased him more. "If this turns out badly," she added with the same coolness, "I shall be deprived of everything. Take charge of this, and bury it in some place of the mountain. It will perhaps one day be my only resource." She gave him a glass case in red morocco, filled with gold and some diamonds. "Now go," she said to him. She kissed the children, embracing the youngest twice. Julien remained motionless. She left him at a rapid pace without looking at him. From the moment that M. de Rênal had opened the anonymous letter, his life had been awful. He had not been so agitated since a duel which he had just missed having in 1816, and to do him justice, the prospect of receiving a bullet would have made him less unhappy. He scrutinized the letter from every standpoint. "Is that not a woman's handwriting?" he said to himself. In that case, what woman had written it? He reviewed all those whom he knew at Verrières without being able to fix his suspicions on anyone. Could a man have dictated that letter? Who was that man? Equal uncertainty on this point. The majority of his acquaintances were jealous of him and no doubt hated him. "I must consult my wife," he said to himself through habit, as he got up from the armchair in which he had collapsed. "Great God," he said aloud before he got up, striking his head. "It is she above all of whom I must be distrustful. At the present moment she is my enemy." And tears came into his eyes through sheer anger. By a poetic justice for that hardness of heart which constitutes the provincial idea of shrewdness, the two men whom M. de Rênal feared the most at the present moment were his two most intimate friends. "I have 10 friends, perhaps, after those," and he passed them in review, gauging the degree of consolation which he could get from each one. All of them," he exclaimed in a rage, "will derive the most supreme pleasure from my awful experience." As luck would have it, he thought himself envied, and not without reason. Apart from his town mansion, in which the King of had recently spent the night, and thus conferred on it an enduring honour, he had decorated his chateau at Vergy extremely well. The façade was painted white, and the windows adorned with fine green shutters. He was consoled for a moment by the thought of this magnificence. The fact was that this chateau was seen from 3 or 4 leagues off, to the great prejudice of all the country houses or so-called chateaux of the neighbourhood, which had been left in the humble grey colour given them by time. There was one of his friends on whose pity and whose tears M. de Rênal could count, the churchwarden of the parish, but he was an idiot who cried at everything. This man, however, was his only resource. "What unhappiness is comparable to mine?" he exclaimed with rage. "What isolation!" "Is it possible," said this truly pitiable man to himself, "is it possible that I have no friend in my misfortune of whom I can ask advice? For my mind is wandering, I feel it. Oh, Falco! Oh, Ducrot!" he exclaimed with bitterness. Those were the names of 2 friends of his childhood whom he had dropped owing to his snobbery in 1814. They were not noble, and he had wished to change the footing of equality on which they had been living with him since their childhood. One of them, Falco, a paper merchant of Verrières, was a man of intellect and spirit, had bought a printing press in the chief town of the department, and undertaken the production of a journal. The priestly congregation had resolved to ruin him. His journal had been condemned, and he had been deprived of his printer's diploma. In these sad circumstances he ventured to write to M. de Rênal for the first time in 10 years. The mayor of Verrières thought it his duty to answer in the old Roman style. "If the king's minister were to do me the honour of consulting me, I should say to him, 'Ruin ruthlessly all the provincial printers, and make printing a monopoly, like tobacco.'" Monsieur de Rênal was horrified to remember the terms of this letter to an intimate friend whom all Verrières had once admired. Who would have said that I, with my rank, my fortune, my decorations, would ever come to regret it? It was in these transports of rage, directed now against himself, now against all his surroundings, that he passed an awful night, but fortunately it never occurred to him to spy on his wife. "I am accustomed to Louise," he said to himself. "She knows all my affairs. If I were free to marry tomorrow, I should not find anyone to take her place." Then he began to plume himself on the idea that his wife was innocent. This point of view did not require any manifestation of character, and suited him much better. How many calumniated women has one not seen? "But," he suddenly exclaimed as he walked about feverishly, "shall I put up with her making a fool of me with her lover, as though I were a man of no account, some mere ragamuffin? Is all Verrières to make merry over my complaisance? What have they not said about Charmier?" He was a husband in the district who was notoriously deceived. Was there not a smile on every lip at the mention of his name? He is a good advocate, but who ever said anything about his talent for speaking? "Oh, Charmier," they say, "Bernard Charmier." He is thus designated by the name of the man who disgraces him. "I have no daughter, thank heaven," Monsieur de Rênal would say at other times, "and the way in which I am going to punish the mother will consequently not be so harmful to my children's household. I could surprise this little peasant with my wife, and kill them both. In that case, the tragedy of the situation would perhaps do away with the grotesque element." This idea appealed to him. He followed it up in all its details. "The penal code is on my side, and whatever happens, our congregation and my friends on the jury will save me." He examined his hunting knife, which was quite sharp, but the idea of blood frightened him. I could thrash this insolent tutor within an inch of his life, and hound him out of the house, but what a sensation that would make in Verrières, and even over the whole department! After Falco's journal had been condemned, and when its chief editor left prison, I had a hand in making him lose his place of 600 francs a year. They say that this scribbler has dared to show himself again in Besançon. He may lampoon me adroitly, and in such a way that it will be impossible to bring him up before the courts. Bring him up before the courts! The insolent wretch will insinuate in 1,001 ways that he has spoken the truth. A well-born man who keeps his place like I do is hated by all the plebeians. I shall see my name in all those awful Paris papers. Oh, my God, what depths! To see the ancient name of Rênal plunged in the mire of ridicule. If I ever travel, I shall have to change my name. What? Abandon that name, which is my glory and my strength? Could anything be worse than that? If I do not kill my wife, but turn her out in disgrace, she has her aunt in Besançon, who is going to hand all her fortune over to her. My wife will go and live in Paris with Julien. It will be known at Verrières, and I shall be taken for a dupe. The unhappy man then noticed from the paleness of the lamplight that the dawn was beginning to appear. He went to get a little fresh air in the garden. At this moment he had almost determined to make no scandal, particularly in view of the fact that a scandal would overwhelm with joy all his good friends in Verrières. The promenade in the garden calmed him a little. "No," he exclaimed, "I shall not deprive myself of my wife. She is too useful to me." He imagined with horror what his house would be without his wife. The only relative he had was the Marquise of R., old, stupid, and malicious. A very sensible idea occurred to him, but its execution required a strength of character considerably superior to the small amount of character which the poor man possessed. "If I keep my wife," he said to himself, "I know what I shall do one day. On some occasion, when she makes me lose patience, I shall reproach her with her guilt. She is proud. We shall quarrel, and all this will happen before she has inherited her aunt's fortune, and how they will all make fun of me then! My wife loves her children. The result will be that everything will go to them. But as for me, I shall be the laughing-stock of Verrières. What, they will say, he could not even manage to revenge himself on his wife? Would it not be better to leave it and verify nothing? In that case I tie my hands, and cannot afterwards reproach her with anything." An instant afterwards, Monsieur de Rênal, once more a prey to wounded vanity, set himself laboriously to recollect all the methods of procedure mentioned in the billiard-room of the Casino or the Nobles' Club in Verrières, when some fine talker interrupted the pool to divert himself at the expense of some deceived husband. How cruel these pleasantries appeared to him at the present moment. My God, why is my wife not dead? Then I should be impregnable against ridicule. Why am I not a widower? I should go and pass 6 months in Paris in the best society. After this moment of happiness, occasioned by the idea of widowerhood, his imagination reverted to the means of assuring himself of the truth. Should he put a slight layer of bran before the door of Julien's room at midnight, after everyone had gone to bed? He would see the impression of the feet in the following morning. But that's no good, he suddenly exclaimed with rage. That inquisitive Elisa will notice it, and they will soon know all over the house that I am jealous. In another casino tale, a husband had assured himself of his misfortune by tying a hare with a little wax so that it shut the door of the gallant as effectually as a seal. After so many hours of uncertainty, this means of clearing up his fate seemed to him emphatically the best, and he was thinking of availing himself of it when, in one of the turnings of the avenue, he met the very woman whom he would like to have seen dead. She was coming back from the village. She had gone to hear Mass in the church of Vergy, a tradition, extremely doubtful in the eyes of the cold philosopher, but in which she believed, alleges that the little church was once the chapel of the chateau of the Lord of Vergy. This idea obsessed Madame de Renal all the time in the church that she had counted on spending in prayer. She kept on imagining to herself the spectacle of her husband killing Julien without hunting, as though by accident, and then making her eat his heart in the evening. My fate, she said to herself, depends on what he will think when he listens to me. It may be I shall never get another opportunity of speaking to him after this fatal quarter of an hour. He is not a reasonable person who is governed by his intellect. In that case, with the help of my weak intelligence, I could anticipate what he will do or say. He will decide our common fate. He has the power. But this fate depends on my adroitness, on my skill in directing the ideas of this crank who is blinded by his rage and unable to see half of what takes place. Great God, I need talent and coolness. Where shall I get it? She regained her calmness as though by magic, and she entered the garden and saw her husband in the distance. His dishevelled hair and disordered dress showed that he had not slept. She gave him a letter with a broken seal, but folded. As for him, without opening it, he gazed at his wife with the eyes of a madman. "Here's an abominable thing," she said to him, "which an evil-looking man who makes out that he knows you and is under an obligation to you handed to me as I was passing behind the notary's garden. I insist on one thing, and that is that you send back this Monsieur Julien to his parents, and without delay." Madame de Renal hastened to say these words, perhaps a little before the psychological moment, in order to free herself from the awful prospect of having to say them. She was seized with joy on seeing that which she was occasioning to her husband. She realized from the fixed stare which he was riveting on her that Julien had surmised rightly. What a genius he is to be so brilliantly diplomatic instead of succumbing to so real a misfortune, she thought. He will go very far in the future. Alas, his successes will only make him forget me. This little act of admiration for the man whom she adored quite cured her of her trouble. She congratulated herself on her tactics. "I have not been worthy of Julien," she said to herself with a sweet and secret pleasure. M. de Renal kept examining the second anonymous letter, which the reader may remember was composed of printed words glued onto a paper verging on blue. He did not say a word for fear of giving himself away. "They still make fun of me in every possible way," said M. de Renal to himself, overwhelmed with exhaustion. "Still more new insults to examine, and all the time on account of my wife." He was on the point of heaping on her the coarsest insults. He was barely checked by the prospect of the Besançon legacy. Consumed by the need of venting his feeling on something, he crumpled up the paper of the second anonymous letter and began to walk about with huge strides. He needed to get away from his wife. A few moments afterwards he came back to her in a quieter frame of mind. "The thing is to take some definite line and send Julien away," she said immediately. "After all, it is only a labourer's son. You will compensate him by a few crowns. And besides, he is clever and will easily manage to find a place with Monsieur Valenod, for example, or with the sub-prefect de Montgiron, who both have children. In that way you will not be doing him any wrong." "There you go, talking like the fool that you are," exclaimed Monsieur de Rênal in a terrible voice. "How can one hope that a woman will show any good sense? You never bother yourself about common sense. How can you ever get to know anything? Your indifference and your idleness give you no energy except for hunting those miserable butterflies which we are unfortunate to have in our house." Madame de Rênal let him speak, and he spoke for a long time. He was working off his anger, to use the local expression. "Monsieur," she answered him at last, "I speak as a woman who has been outraged in her honour, that is to say, in what she holds most precious." Madame de Rênal preserved an unalterable sang-froid during all this painful conversation, on the result of which depended the possibility of still living under the same roof as Julien. She sought for the ideas which she thought most adapted to guide her husband's blind anger into a safe channel. She had been insensible to all the insulting imputations which he had addressed to her. She was not listening to them. She was then thinking about Julien. Will he be pleased with me? "This little peasant whom we have loaded with attentions, and even with presents, may be innocent," she said to him at last, "but he is none the less the occasion of the first affront that I have ever received. Monsieur, when I read this abominable paper, I vowed to myself that either he or I should leave your house." "Do you want to make a scandal so as to dishonour me and yourself as well? You will make things hum in Verrières, I can assure you." "It is true, the degree of prosperity in which your prudent management has succeeded in placing you, yourself, your family, and the town as the subject of general envy. Well, I will urge Julien to ask you for a holiday to go and spend the month with that wood merchant of the mountains, a fit friend, to be sure, for this little labourer." "Mind you do nothing at all," resumed Monsieur de Rênal, with a fair amount of tranquillity. "I particularly insist on your not speaking to him. You will put him into a temper and make him quarrel with me. You know to what extent this little gentleman is always spoiling for a quarrel." "That young man has no tact," resumed Madame de Rênal. "He may be learned, you know all about that, but at bottom he is only a peasant. For my own part, I never thought much of him since he refused to marry Elisa. It was an assured fortune, and that on the pretext that sometimes she had made secret visits to Monsieur Valenod." "Ah," said Monsieur de Rênal, lifting up his eyebrows inordinately. "What, did Julien tell you that?" "Not exactly. He always talked of the vocation which calls him to the holy ministry, but believe me, the first vocation for those lower class people is getting their bread and butter. He gave me to understand that he was quite aware of her secret visits." "And I was ignorant!" exclaimed Monsieur de Rênal, growing as angry as before, and accentuating his words. "Things take place in my house which I know nothing about. What, has there been anything between Elisa and Valenod?" "Oh, that's old history, my dear," said Madame de Rênal with a smile, "and perhaps no harm has come of it. It was at the time when your good friend Valenod would not have minded their thinking at Verrières that a perfectly platonic little affection was growing up between him and me." "I had that idea once myself," exclaimed Monsieur de Rênal, furiously striking his head as he progressed from discovery to discovery. "And you told me nothing about it." Should one set two friends by the ears on account of a little fit of vanity on the part of our dear director? What society woman has not had addressed to her a few letters which were both extremely witty and even a little gallant? "He has written to you?" "He writes a great deal." "Show me those letters at once, I order you." And Monsieur de Rênal pulled himself up to his 6 feet. "I will do nothing of the kind," he was answered with a sweetness verging on indifference. "I will show you them one day when you are in a better frame of mind." "This very instant, odds life!" exclaimed Monsieur de Rênal, transported with rage, and yet happier than he had been for 12 hours. "Will you swear to me," said Madame de Rênal quite gravely, "never to quarrel with the director of the workhouse about these letters?" "Quarrel or no quarrel, I can take these foundlings away from him. But," he continued furiously, "I want those letters at once. Where are they?" "In a drawer in my secretary, but I shall certainly not give you the key." "I'll manage to break it," he cried, running towards his wife's room. He did break, in fact, with a bar of iron, a costly secretary of veined mahogany which came from Paris, and which he had often been accustomed to wipe with the nap of his coat when he had thought he had detected a spot. Madame de Rênal had climbed up at a run the 120 steps of the Dovecote. She tied the corner of a white handkerchief to one of the bars of iron of the little window. She was the happiest of women. With tears in her eyes, she looked towards the great mountain forest. Doubtless, she said to herself, Julien is watching for this happy signal. She listened attentively for a long time, and then she cursed the monotonous noise of the grasshopper and the song of the birds. Had it not been for that importunate noise, a cry of joy starting from the big rocks could have arrived here. Her greedy eye devoured that immense slope of dark verdure, which was as level as a meadow. "Why isn't he clever enough," she said to herself, quite overcome, "to invent some signal to tell me that his happiness is equal to mine?" She only came down from the dovecot when she was frightened of her husband's coming there to look for her. She found him furious. He was perusing the soothing phrases of M. de Valenod and reading them with an emotion to which they were but little used. "I always come back to the same idea," said Madame de Renal, seizing a moment when a pause in her husband's ejaculations gave her the possibility of getting heard. "It is necessary for Julien to travel. Whatever talents he may have for Latin, he is only a peasant after all, often coarse and lacking in tact. Thinking to be polite, he addresses inflated compliments to me every day, which are in bad taste. He learns them by heart out of some novel or other." "He never reads one," exclaimed M. de Renal. "I am assured of it. Do you think that I am the master of a house who is so blind as to be ignorant of what takes place in his own home?" "Well, if he doesn't read those droll compliments anywhere, he invents them, and that's all the worse so far as he is concerned. He must have talked about me in this tone in Verrières, and perhaps without going so far," said Madame de Renal, with the idea of making a discovery. "He may have talked in the same strain to Elise, which is almost the same as if he had said it to M. Valenod." "Ah!" exclaimed M. de Renal, shaking the table and the room with one of the most violent raps ever made by a human fist. "The anonymous printed letter and Valenod's letters are written on the same paper!" "At last," thought Madame de Renal. She pretended to be overwhelmed at this discovery, and without having the courage to add a single word, went and sat down some way off on the divan at the bottom of the drawing-room. From this point the battle was won. She had a great deal of trouble in preventing M. de Renal from going to speak to the supposed author of the anonymous letter. "What, can't you see that making a scene with M. Valenod without sufficient proof would be the most signal mistake? You are envied, monsieur, and who is responsible? Your talents, your wise management, your tasteful buildings, the dowry which I had brought you, and above all the substantial legacy which we are entitled to hope for from my good aunt, a legacy the importance of which is inordinately exaggerated, have made you into the first person in Verrières." "You are forgetting my birth," said M. de Renal, smiling a little. "You are one of the most distinguished gentlemen in the province," replied Madame de Renal emphatically. "If the king were free and could give birth its proper due, you would no doubt figure in the Chamber of Peers, etc. And being in this magnificent position, you yet wish to give the envious a fact to take hold of. To speak about this anonymous letter to M. Valenod is equivalent to proclaiming over the whole of Verrières, nay, over the whole of Besançon, over the whole province, that this little bourgeois, who has been admitted perhaps imprudently to intimacy with the Renal, has managed to offend him. At the time when those letters, which you have just taken, prove that I have reciprocated M. Valenod's love, you ought to kill me. I should have deserved it 100 times over, but not to show him your anger. Remember that all our neighbours are only waiting for an excuse to revenge themselves for your superiority. Remember that in 1816 you had a hand in certain arrests." "I think that you show neither consideration nor love for me," exclaimed M. de Renal, with all the bitterness evoked by such a memory. "And I was not made a peer." "I am thinking, my dear," resumed Madame de Renal with a smile, "that I should be richer than you are, that I have been your companion for 12 years, and that by virtue of those qualifications I am entitled to have a voice in the council, and above all in today's business. If you prefer Monsieur Julien to me," she added, with a touch of temper which was but thinly disguised, "I am ready to go and pass a winter with my aunt." These words proved a lucky shot. They possessed a firmness which endeavoured to clothe itself with courtesy. It decided M. de Renal, but following the provincial custom, he still thought for a long time, and went again over all his arguments. His wife let him speak. There was still a touch of anger in his intonation. Finally, 2 hours of futile rant exhausted the strength of a man who had been subject during the whole night to a continuous fit of anger. He determined on the line of conduct he was going to follow with regards to Monsieur Valenod, Julien, and even Elise. Madame de Renal was on the point, once or twice during this great scene, of feeling some sympathy for the very real unhappiness of the man who had been so dear to her for 12 years. But true passions are selfish. Besides, she was expecting him every instant to mention the anonymous letter which he had received the day before, and he did not mention it. In order to feel quite safe, Madame de Renal wanted to know the idea which the letter had succeeded in suggesting to the man on whom her fate depended, for, in the provinces, the husbands are the masters of public opinion. A husband who complains covers himself with ridicule, an inconvenience which becomes no less dangerous in France with each succeeding year. But if he refuses to provide his wife with money, she falls to the status of a labouring woman at 15 sous a day, while the virtuous souls have scruples about employing her. An odalisque in the seraglio can love the Sultan with all her might. He is all-powerful, and she has no hope of stealing his authority by a series of little subtleties. The master's vengeance is terrible and bloody, but martial and generous. A dagger thrust finishes everything. But it is by stabbing her with public contempt that a 19th century husband kills his wife. It is by shutting against her the doors of all the drawing-rooms. When Madame de Renal returned to her room, her feeling of danger was vividly awakened. She was shocked by the disorder in which she found it. The locks of all the pretty little boxes had been broken. Many planks in the floor had been lifted up. "He would have no pity on me," she said to herself. "To think of his spoiling, like this coloured wood floor which he likes so much. He gets red with rage whenever one of his children comes into it with wet shoes, and now it is spoilt forever." The spectacle of this violence immediately banished the last scruples which he was entertaining with respect to that victory which he had won only too rapidly. Julien came back with the children a little before the dinner bell. Madame de Renal said to him very dryly at dessert, when the servants had left the room, "You have told me about your wish to go and spend a fortnight at Verrières. Monsieur de Renal is kind enough to give you a holiday. You can leave as soon as you like, but the children's exercises will be sent to you every day, so that they do not waste their time." "I shall certainly not allow you more than a week," said Monsieur de Renal, in a very bitter tone. Julien thought his visage betrayed the anxiety of a man who was seriously harassed. "He has not yet decided what line to take," he said to his love during a moment when they were alone together in the drawing-room. Madame de Renal rapidly recounted to him all she had done since the morning. "The details are for tonight," she added with a smile. Feminine perversity, thought Julien. What can be the pleasure, what can be the instinct which induces them to deceive us? "I think you are both enlightened and at the same time blinded by your love," he said to her with some coldness. "Your conduct today has been admirable, but is it prudent for us to try and see each other tonight? This house is paved with enemies. Just think of Elisa's passionate hatred for me. That hate is very like the passionate indifference which you no doubt have for me. Even if I were indifferent, I ought to save you from the peril in which I have plunged you. If chance so wills it that Monsieur de Renal should speak to Elisa, she can acquaint him with everything in a single word. What is to prevent him from hiding near my room, fully armed?" "What, not even courage?" said Madame de Renal, with all the haughtiness of a scion of nobility. "I would never demean myself to speak about my courage," said Julien coldly. "It would be mean to do so. Let the world judge by the facts. But," he added, taking her hand, "you have no idea how devoted I am to you, and how overjoyed I am at being able to say good-bye to you before this cruel separation." End of section 21. Section 22 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Chapter 22. Manners of Procedure in 1830. Speech has been given to man to conceal his thought. R.P. Malagrida. Julien had scarcely arrived at Verrières before he reproached himself with his injustice towards Madame de Renal. I should have despised her for a weakling of a woman if she had not had the strength to go through with her scene with Monsieur de Rênal. But she has acquitted herself like a diplomatist, and I sympathize with the defeat of the man who is my enemy. There is a bourgeois prejudice in my action. My vanity is offended because Monsieur de Rênal is a man. Men form a vast and illustrious body to which I have the honour to belong. I am nothing but a fool. Monsieur Chalin had refused the magnificent apartments which the most important liberals in the district had offered him when his loss of his living had necessitated his leaving the parsonage. The 2 rooms which he had rented were littered with his books. Julien, wishing to show Verrières what a priest could do, went and fetched a dozen pine-wood planks from his father, carried them on his back all along the Grande Rue, borrowed some tools from an old comrade, and soon built a kind of bookcase in which he arranged Monsieur Chalin's books. "I thought you were corrupted by the vanity of the world," said the old man to him as he cried with joy. "But this is something which will redeem all the childishness of that brilliant guard of honour uniform which has made you so many enemies." Monsieur de Rênal had ordered Julien to stay at his house. No one suspected what had taken place. The 3rd day after his arrival, Julien saw no less a personage than Monsieur the Sub-Prefect de Maugiron come all the way up the stairs to his room. It was only after 2 long hours of fatuous gossip and long-winded lamentations about the wickedness of man, the lack of honesty among the people entrusted with the administration of the public funds, the dangers of his poor France, etc., etc., that Julien was at last vouchsafed a glimpse of the object of the visit. They were already on the landing of the staircase, and the poor half-disgraced tutor was escorting, with all proper deference, the future prefect of some prosperous department, when the latter was pleased to take an interest in Julien's fortune, to praise his moderation in money matters, etc., etc. Finally, Monsieur de Maugiron, embracing him in the most paternal way, proposed that he should leave Monsieur de Rênal and enter the household of an official who had children to educate, and who, like King Philippe, thanked heaven not so much that they had been granted to him, but for the fact that they had been born in the same neighbourhood as Monsieur Julien. Their tutor would enjoy a salary of 800 francs, payable not from month to month, which is not at all aristocratic, said Monsieur de Maugiron, but quarterly, and always in advance. It was Julien's turn now. After he had been bored for an hour and a half by waiting for what he had to say, his answer was perfect, and above all as long as a bishop's charge. It suggested everything, and yet said nothing clearly. It showed at the same time respect for Monsieur de Rênal, veneration for the public of Verrières, and gratitude to the distinguished sub-prefect. The sub-prefect, astonished at finding him more Jesuitical than himself, tried in vain to obtain something definite. Julien was delighted, seized the opportunity to practise, and started his answer all over again in different language. Never has an eloquent minister who wished to make the most of the end of a session when the chamber really seemed desirous of waking up said less in more words. Monsieur de Maugiron had scarcely left before Julien began to laugh like a madman. In order to exploit his Jesuitical smartness, he wrote a 9-page letter to Monsieur de Rênal, in which he gave him an account of all that had been said to him, and humbly asked his advice. "But the old scoundrel has not told me the name of the person who is making the offer. It is bound to be Monsieur Valenod, who, no doubt, sees in my exile at Verrières the result of his anonymous letter." Having sent off his dispatch, and feeling as satisfied as a hunter who at 6 o'clock in the morning on a fine autumn day comes out into a plain that abounds with game, he went out to go and ask advice of Monsieur Chalin. But before he had arrived at the good cure's, Providence, wishing to shower favours upon him, threw in his path Monsieur de Valenod, to whom he owned quite freely that his heart was torn in two. A poor lad such as he was owed an exclusive devotion to the vocation to which it had pleased heaven to call him. But vocation was not everything in this base world. In order to work worthily at the vine of the Lord, and not to be totally unworthy of so many worthy colleagues, it was necessary to be educated. It was necessary to spend 2 expensive years at the Seminary of Besançon. Saving, consequently, became an imperative necessity, and was certainly much easier with a salary of 800 francs paid quarterly than with 600 francs which one received monthly. On the other hand, did not heaven, by placing him by the side of the young de Rênals, and especially by inspiring him with a special devotion to them, seem to indicate that it was not proper to abandon that education for another one? Julien reached such a degree of perfection in that particular kind of eloquence which has succeeded the drastic quickness of the Empire, that he finished by boring himself with the sound of his own words. On reaching home, he found a valet of M. Valenod in full livery, who had been looking for him all over the town, with a card inviting him to dinner for that same day. Julien had never been in that man's house. Only a few days before he had been thinking of nothing but the means of giving him a sound thrashing without getting into trouble with the police. Although the time of the dinner was 1 o'clock, Julien thought it more deferential to present himself at 12:30 at the offer of Monsieur the Director of the workhouse. He found him parading his importance in the middle of a lot of dispatch boxes. His large black whiskers, his enormous quantity of hair, his Greek bonnet placed across the top of his head, his immense pipe, his embroidered slippers, the big chains of gold crossed all over his breast, and the whole stock in trade of a provincial financier who considers himself prosperous, failed to impose on Julien in the least. They only made him think the more of the thrashing which he owed him. He asked for the honour of being introduced to Madame Valenod. She was dressing, and was unable to receive him. By way of compensation, he had the privilege of witnessing the toilette of Monsieur the Director of the workhouse. They subsequently went into the apartment of Madame Valenod, who introduced her children to him with tears in her eyes. This lady was one of the most important in Verrières, had a big face like a man's, on which she put rouge in honour of this great function. She displayed all the maternal pathos of which she was capable. Julien thought all the time of Madame de Rênal. His distrust made him only susceptible to those associations which are called up by their opposites, but he was then affected to the verge of breaking down. This tendency was increased by the sight of the house of the director of the workhouse. He was shown over it. Everything in it was new and magnificent, and he was told the price of every article of furniture. But Julien detected a certain element of sordidness, which smacked of stolen money into the bargain. Everybody in it, down to the servants, had the air of setting his face in advance against contempt. The collector of taxes, the superintendent of indirect taxes, the officer of gendarmerie, and 2 or 3 other public officials arrived with their wives. They were followed by some rich liberals. Dinner was announced. It occurred to Julien, who was already feeling upset, that there were some poor prisoners on the other side of the dining-room wall, and that an illicit profit had perhaps been made over their rations of meat in order to purchase all that garish luxury with which they were trying to overwhelm him. "Perhaps they are hungry at this very minute," he said to himself. He felt a choking in his throat. He found it impossible to eat, and almost impossible to speak. Matters became much worse a quarter of an hour afterwards. They heard in the distance some refrains of a popular song that was, it must be confessed, a little vulgar, which was being sung by one of the inmates. Monsieur Valenod gave a look to one of his liveried servants, who disappeared, and soon there was no more singing to be heard. At that moment a valet offered Julien some Rhine wine in a green glass, and Madame Valenod made a point of asking him to note that this wine cost 9 francs a bottle in the market. Julien held up his green glass and said to Monsieur Valenod, "They are not singing that wretched song any more." "Zounds, I should think not," answered the triumphant governor. "I have made the rascals keep quiet." These words were too much for Julien. He had the manners of his new position, but he had not yet assimilated its spirit. In spite of all his hypocrisy and its frequent practice, he felt a big tear drip down his cheek. He tried to hide it in the green glass, but he found it absolutely impossible to do justice to the Rhine wine. Preventing singing, he said to himself, "Oh, my God, and you suffer it." Fortunately, nobody noticed his ill-bred emotion. The collector of taxes had struck up a royalist song. So this, reflected Julien's conscience during the hubbub of the refrain, which was sung in chorus, is the sordid prosperity which you will eventually reach, and you will only enjoy it under these conditions, and in company like this. You will perhaps have a post worth 20,000 francs, but while you gorge yourself on meat, you will have to prevent a poor prisoner from singing. You will give dinners with the money which you have stolen out of his miserable rations, and during your dinners he will be still more wretched. Oh, Napoleon, how sweet it was to climb to fortune in your way through the dangers of a battle, but to think of aggravating the pain of the unfortunate in this cowardly way. I own that the weakness which Julien had been manifesting in this soliloquy gives me a poor opinion of him. He is worthy of being the accomplice of those kid-gloved conspirators who purport to change the whole essence of a great country's existence without wishing to have on their conscience the most trivial scratch. Julien was sharply brought back to his role. He had not been invited to dine in such good company simply to moon dreamily and say nothing. A retired manufacturer of cotton prints, a corresponding member of the Academy of Besançon and that of Uzes, spoke to him from the other end of the table and asked him what was said everywhere about his astonishing progress in the study of the New Testament was really true. A profound silence was suddenly inaugurated. A New Testament in Latin was found, as though by magic, in the possession of the learned member of the two academies. After Julien had answered, part of a sentence in Latin was read at random. Julien then recited. His memory proved faithful, and the prodigy was admired with all the boisterous energy of the end of dinner. Julien looked at the flushed faces of the ladies. A good many were not so plain. He recognized the wife of the collector, who was a fine singer. "I am ashamed, as a matter of fact, to talk Latin so long before these ladies," he said, turning his eyes on her. "If Monsieur Roubignon," that was the name of the member of the two academies, "will be kind enough to read a Latin sentence at random instead of answering by following the Latin text, I will try to translate it impromptu." This second test completed his glory. Several Liberals were there, who, though rich, were none the less the happy fathers of children capable of obtaining scholarships, and had consequently been suddenly converted at the last mission. In spite of this diplomatic step, M. de Rênal had never been willing to receive them in his house. These worthy people, who only knew Julien by name and from having seen him on horseback on the day of the King of Blank's entry, were his most noisy admirers. "When will those fools get tired of listening to this biblical language which they don't understand in the least?" he thought. But, on the contrary, that language amused them by its strangeness and made them smile. But Julien got tired. As 6 o'clock struck, he got up gravely and talked about a chapter in Ligorio's New Theology which he had to learn by heart to recite on the following day to M. Cholin. "For," he added pleasantly, "my business is to get lessons said by heart to me, and to say them by heart myself." There was much laughter and admiration. Such is the kind of wit which is customary in Verrières. Julien had already got up, and in spite of etiquette, everybody got up as well, so great is the dominion exercised by genius. Madame Valenod kept him for another quarter of an hour. He really must hear her children recite their catechisms. They made the most absurd mistakes, which he alone noticed. He was careful not to point them out. What ignorance of the first principles of religion, he thought. Finally he bowed and thought he could get away, but they insisted on his trying a fable of La Fontaine. "That author is quite immoral," said Julien to Madame Valenod. "A certain fable on Messire Jean Chouart dares to pour ridicule on all that we hold most venerable. He is shrewdly blamed by the best commentators." Before Julien left, he received 4 or 5 invitations to dinner. "This young man is an honour to the department," cried all the guests in chorus. They even went so far as to talk of a pension voted out of the municipal funds to put him in the position of continuing his studies at Paris. While this rash idea was resounding through the dining-room, Julien had swiftly reached the front door. "You scum, you scum!" he cried 3 or 4 times in succession in a low voice, as he indulged in the pleasure of breathing in the fresh air. He felt quite an aristocrat at this moment, though he was the very man who had been shocked for so long a period by the haughty smile of disdainful superiority which he detected behind all the courtesies addressed to him at M. de Rênal's. He could not help realizing the extreme difference. "Why let us even forget the fact of its being money stolen from the poor inmates," he said to himself as he went away. "Let us forget also their stopping the singing. M. de Rênal would never think of telling his guests the price of each bottle of wine with which he regales them, and as for this M. Valenod and his chronic cataloguing of his various belongings, he cannot talk of his house, his estate, etc., in the presence of his wife without saying, 'Your house, your estate.'" This lady, who was apparently so keenly alive to the delights of decorum, had just had an awful scene during the dinner with a servant who had broken a wine-glass and spoilt one of her dozens, and the servant too had answered her back with the utmost insolence. "What a collection!" said Julien to himself. "I would not live like they do, were they to give me half of all they steal. I shall give myself away one fine day. I should not be able to restrain myself from expressing the disgust with which they inspire one." It was necessary, however, to obey Madame de Renal's injunction, and be present at several dinners of the same kind. Julien was the fashion. He was forgiven his guard of honour uniform, or rather, that indiscretion was the real cause of his successes. Soon the only question in Verrières was whether Monsieur de Renal or Monsieur the director of the workhouse would be the victor in the struggle for the clever young man. These gentlemen formed, together with Monsieur Maslon, a triumvirate which had tyrannized over the town for a number of years. People were jealous of the mayor, and the Liberals had good cause for complaint, but, after all, he was noble and born for a superior position, while Monsieur Valenod's father had not left him 600 francs a year. His career had necessitated a transition from pitying the shabby green suit which had been so notorious in his youth, to envying the Norman horses, his gold chains, his Paris clothes, his whole present prosperity. Julien thought that he had discovered one honest man in the whirlpool of this novel world. He was a geometrist named Gros, and had the reputation of being a Jacobin. Julien, who had vowed to say nothing but that which he disbelieved himself, was obliged to watch himself carefully when speaking to Monsieur Gros. He received big packets of exercises from Vergy. He was advised to visit his father frequently, and he fulfilled his unpleasant duty. In a word, he was patching his reputation together pretty well, when he was thoroughly surprised to find himself woken up one morning by 2 hands held over his eyes. It was Madame de Renal, who had made a trip to the town, and who, running up the stairs 4 at a time when she left her children playing with a pet rabbit, had reached Julien's room a moment before her son's. This moment was delicious, but very short. Madame de Renal had disappeared when the children arrived with the rabbit, which they wanted to show to their friend. Julien gave them all a hearty welcome, including the rabbit. He seemed at home again. He felt that he loved these children, and that he enjoyed gossiping with them. He was astonished at the sweetness of their voices, at the simplicity and dignity of their little ways. He felt he needed to purge his imagination of all the vulgar practices and all the unpleasantnesses among which he had been living in Verrières. For there everyone was always frightened of being scored off, and luxury and poverty were at daggers drawn. The people with whom he would dine would enter into confidences over the joint, which were as humiliating for themselves as they were nauseating to the hearer. "You others, who are nobles, you are right to be proud," he said to Madame de Renal, as he gave her an account of all the dinners which he had put up with. "You're the fashion, then," and she laughed heartily as she thought of the rouge which Madame Valenod thought herself obliged to put on each time she expected Julien. "I think she has designs on your heart," he added. The breakfast was delicious. The presence of the children, though apparently embarrassing, increased as a matter of fact the happiness of the party. The poor children did not know how to give expression to the joy at seeing Julien again. The servants had not failed to tell them that he had been offered 200 francs a year more to educate the little Valenods. Stanislas Xavier, who was still pale from his illness, suddenly asked his mother in the middle of the breakfast the value of his silver cover and of the goblet in which he was drinking. "Why do you want to know that?" "I want to sell them to give the price to Monsieur Julien, so that he shan't be done if he stays with us." Julien kissed him with tears in his eyes. His mother wept unrestrainedly, for Julien took Stanislas on his knees and explained to him that he should not use the word done, which, when employed in that meaning, was an expression only fit for the servants' hall. Seeing the pleasure which he was giving to Madame de Renal, he tried to explain the meaning of being done by picturesque illustrations, which amused the children. "I understand," said Stanislas. "It's like the crow, who is silly enough to let his cheese fall and be taken by the fox, who has been playing the flatterer." Madame de Renal felt mad with joy and covered her children with kisses, a process which involved her leaning a little on Julien. Suddenly the door opened. It was Monsieur de Renal. His severe and discontented expression contrasted strangely with the sweet joy which his presence dissipated. Madame de Renal grew pale. She felt herself incapable of denying anything. Julien seized command of the conversation and commenced telling Monsieur the Mayor in a loud voice the incident of the silver goblet which Stanislas wanted to sell. He was quite certain this story would not be appreciated. Monsieur de Rênal first of all frowned mechanically at the mere mention of money. Any allusion to that mineral, he was accustomed to say, is always a prelude to some demand made upon my purse. But this was something more than a mere money matter. His suspicions were increased. The air of happiness which animated his family during his absence was not calculated to smooth matters over with a man who was a prey to so touchy a vanity. "Yes, yes," he said, as his wife started to praise to him the combined grace and cleverness of the way in which Julien gave ideas to his pupils. "I know he renders me hateful to my own children. It is easy enough to make himself 100 times more lovable to them than I am myself, though after all I am the master. In this century everything tends to make legitimate authority unpopular. Poor France!" Madame de Rênal had not stopped to examine the fine shades of the welcome which her husband gave her. She had just caught a glimpse of the possibility of spending 12 hours with Julien. She had a lot of purchases to make in the town, and declared that she positively insisted on going to dine at the tavern. She stuck to her idea in spite of all her husband's protests and remonstrances. The children were delighted with the mere word tavern, which our modern prudery denounces with so much gusto. Madame de Rênal left his wife in the first draper's shop which he entered, and went to pay some visits. He came back more morose than he had been in the morning. He was convinced that the whole town was busy with himself and Julien. As a matter of fact, no one had yet given him any inkling as to the more offensive part of the public gossip. Those items which had been repeated to Monsieur the Mayor dealt exclusively with the question of whether Julien would remain with him with 600 francs, or would accept the 800 francs offered by Monsieur the Director of the workhouse. The Director, when he met Monsieur de Rênal in society, gave him the cold shoulder. These tactics were not without cleverness. There is no impulsiveness in the provinces. Sensations are so rare there that they are never allowed to be wasted. Monsieur le Valenod was what is called 100 miles from Paris a faraud, that means a coarse, imprudent type of man. His triumphant existence since 1815 had consolidated his natural qualities. He reigned, so to say, in Verrières, subject to the orders of Monsieur de Rênal, but as he was much more energetic, was ashamed of nothing, had a finger in everything, and was always going about writing and speaking, and was oblivious of all snubs, he had, although without any personal pretensions, eventually come to equal the mayor in reputation in the eyes of the ecclesiastical authorities. Monsieur Valenod had, as it were, said to the local tradesmen, "Give me the 2 biggest fools among your number." To the men of law, "Show me the 2 greatest dunces." To the sanitary officials, "Point out to me the 2 biggest charlatans." When he had thus collected the most impudent members of each separate calling, he had practically said to them, "Let us reign together." The manners of those people were offensive to Monsieur de Rênal. The coarseness of Valenod took offence at nothing, not even the frequency with which the little Abbé Maslon would give the lie to him in public. But in the middle of all this prosperity, Monsieur Valenod found it necessary to reassure himself by a number of petty acts of insolence on the score of the crude truths which he well realized that everybody was justified in addressing to him. His activity had redoubled since the fears which the visit of Monsieur Appert had left him. He had made 3 journeys to Besançon. He wrote several letters by each courier. He sent others by unknown men who came to his house at nightfall. Perhaps he had been wrong in securing the dismissal of the old Curé Chalin, for this piece of vindictiveness had resulted in his being considered an extremely malicious man by several pious women of good birth. Besides, the rendering of this service had placed him in absolute dependence on Monsieur the Grand Vicar de Frières, from whom he received some strange commissions. He had reached this point in his intrigues when he had yielded to the pleasure of writing an anonymous letter, and thus increasing his embarrassment. His wife declared to him that she wanted to have Julien in her house. Her vanity was intoxicated with the idea. Such being his position, Monsieur Valenod imagined in advance a decisive scene with his old colleague, Monsieur de Rênal. The latter might address to him some harsh words, which he would not mind much, but he might write to Besançon and even to Paris. Some minister's cousin might suddenly fall down on Verrières and take over the workhouse. Valenod thought of coming to terms with the Liberals. It was for that purpose that several of them had been invited to the dinner when Julien was present. He would have obtained powerful support against the mayor, but the elections might supervene, and it was only too evident that the directorship of the workhouse was inconsistent with voting on the wrong side. Madame de Rênal had made a shrewd guess at this intrigue, and while she explained it to Julien as he gave her his arm to pass from one shop to another, they found themselves gradually taken as far as the Cour de la Fidélité, where they spent several hours nearly as tranquil as those at Vergy. At the same time, M. Valenod was trying to put off a definite crisis with his old patron by himself assuming the aggressive. These tactics succeeded on this particular day, but aggravated the mayor's bad temper. Never has vanity at close grips with all the harshness and meanness of a pettifogging love of money reduced a man to a more sorry condition than that of M. de Rênal when he entered the tavern. The children, on the other hand, had never been more joyful and more merry. This contrast put the finishing touch on his pique. "So far as I can see, I am not wanted in my family," he said as he entered, in a tone which he meant to be impressive. For answer, his wife took him on one side and declared that it was essential to send Julien away. The hours of happiness which she had just enjoyed had given her again the ease and firmness of demeanour necessary to follow out the plan of campaign which she had been hatching for a fortnight. The finishing touch to the trouble of the poor mayor of Verrières was the fact that he knew that they joked publicly in the town about his love for cash. Valenod was as generous as a thief, and on his side had acquitted himself brilliantly in the last 5 or 6 collections for the Brotherhood of St. Joseph, the Congregation of the Virgin, the Congregation of the Holy Sacrament, etc., etc. M. de Rênal's name had been seen more than once at the bottom of the list of gentlefolk of Verrières and the surrounding neighbourhood, who were adroitly classified in the list of the collecting brethren according to the amount of their offerings. It was in vain that he said that he was not making money. The clergy stands no nonsense in such matters. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Chapter 23. Sorrows of an Official. Il piacere della sala testa tutta l'anno, e ben pagato da certi quarti d'ora c'è bisogna passare. Casti. Let us leave this petty man to his petty fears. Why did he take a man of spirit into his household when he needed someone with the soul of a valet? Why can't he select his staff? The ordinary trend of the 19th century is that when a noble and powerful individual encounters a man of spirit, he kills him, exiles him, and imprisons him, or so humiliates him that the other is foolish enough to die of grief. In this country it so happens that it is not merely the man of spirit who suffers. The great misfortunes of the little towns of France and of representative governments like that of New York is that they find it impossible to forget the existence of individuals like M. de Rênal. It is these men who make public opinion in a town of 20,000 inhabitants, and public opinion is terrible in a country which has a charter of liberty. A man, though of a naturally noble and generous disposition, who would have been your friend in the natural order of events, but who happens to live 100 leagues off, judges you by the public opinion of your town, which is made by those fools who have chanced to be born noble, rich, and conservative. Unhappy is the man who distinguishes himself. Immediately after dinner they left for Vergy, but the next day but one, Julien saw the whole family return to Verrières. An hour had not passed before he discovered, to his great surprise, that Madame de Rênal had some mystery up her sleeve. Whenever he came into the room, she would break off her conversation with her husband, and would almost seem to desire that he should go away. Julien did not need to be given this hint twice. He became cold and reserved. Madame de Rênal noticed it, and did not ask for an explanation. "Is she going to give me a successor?" thought Julien. "And to think of her being so familiar with me the day before yesterday! But that is how those great ladies are said to act. It's just like kings. One never gets any more warning than the disgraced minister who enters his house to find his letter of dismissal." Julien noticed that these conversations, which left off so abruptly at his approach, often dealt with a big house which belonged to the municipality of Verrières, a house which, though old, was large and commodious, and situated opposite the church in the most busy commercial district of the town. "What connection can there be between this house and a new lover?" said Julien to himself. In his chagrin, he repeated to himself the pretty verses of Francis I, which seemed novel to him, for Madame de Rênal had only taught him them a month before. Souvent femme varie, bien folle et qui s'y vit. M. de Rênal took the mail to Besançon. This journey was a matter of 2 hours. He seemed extremely harassed. On his return, he threw a big grey paper parcel on the table. "Here's that silly business," he said to his wife. An hour afterwards, Julien saw the bill poster carrying the big parcel. He followed him eagerly. "I shall learn the secret at the first street corner." He waited impatiently behind the bill poster, who was smearing the back of the poster with his big brush. It had scarcely been put in its place before Julien's curiosity saw the detailed announcement of the putting up for public auction of that big old house whose name had figured so frequently in M. de Rênal's conversations with his wife. The auction of the lease was announced for tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the town hall, after the extinction of the third fire. Julien was very disappointed. He found the time a little short. How could there be time to apprise all the other would-be purchasers? But, moreover, the bill, which was dated a fortnight back, and which he read again in its entirety in 3 distinct places, taught him nothing. He went to visit the house which was to let. The porter, who had not seen him approach, was saying mysteriously to a neighbour, "Poor, waste of time. Monsieur Maslon has promised him that he shall have it for 300 francs, and as the mayor kicked, he has been summoned to the bishop's palace by Monsieur the Grand Vicar de Frier." Julien's arrival seemed very much to disconcert the two friends, who did not say another word. Julien made a point of being present at the auction of the lease. There was a crowd in the badly lighted hall, but everybody kept quizzing each other in quite a singular way. All eyes were fixed on a table where Julien perceived 3 little lighted candle ends on a tin plate. The usher was crying out, 300 francs, gentlemen." 300 francs, that's a bit too thick," said a man to his neighbour in a low voice. Julien was between the two of them. "It's worth more than 800. I will raise the bidding." "It's cutting off your nose to spite your face. What will you gain by putting Monsieur Maslon, Monsieur Valenod, the bishop, this terrible Grand Vicar de Frier, and the whole gang on your track?" 320 francs, shouted out the other. "Damned brute," answered the neighbour. "Why, here we have a spy of the mayor," he added, designating Julien. Julien turned sharply round to punish this remark, but the two Franc-Comtois were no longer paying any attention to him. Their coolness gave him back his own. At that moment the last candle end went out, and the usher's drawling voice awarded the house to Monsieur de Saint-Guroux of the office of the prefecture of for a term of 9 years and for a rent of 320 francs. As soon as the mayor had left the hall, the gossip began again. "Here's 30 francs that Grosjean's recklessness is landing the municipality in for," said one. "But," answered another, "Monsieur de Saint-Giraud will revenge himself on Grosjean." "How monstrous," said a big man on Julien's left. "A house which I myself would have given 800 francs for my factory, and I would have got a good bargain." "Poh," answered a young manufacturer, "doesn't Monsieur de Saint-Giraud belong to the congregation? Haven't his 4 children got scholarships? Poor man, the community of Verrières must give him 500 francs over and above his salary, that is all." "And to say that the mayor was not able to stop it," remarked a third, "for he's an ultra, he is, I'm glad to say, but he doesn't steal." "Doesn't he?" answered another. "Suppose it's simply a mere game of snap, then. Everything goes into a big common purse, and everything is divided up at the end of the year. But here's that little Sorel. Let's go away." Julien got home in a very bad temper. He found Madame de Rênal very sad. "You come from the auction?" she said to him. "Yes, madame, where I had the honour of passing for a spy of Monsieur the Mayor." If he had taken my advice, he would have gone on a journey. At this moment, Monsieur de Rênal appeared. He looked very dismal. The dinner passed without a single word. Monsieur de Rênal ordered Julien to follow the children to Vergy. Madame de Rênal endeavoured to console her husband. "You ought to be used to it, my dear." That evening they were seated in silence around the domestic hearth. The crackle of the burnt pine-wood was their only distraction. It was one of those moments of silence which happen in the most united families. One of the children cried out gaily, "Somebody's ringing! Somebody's ringing!" "Zounds, suppose it's Monsieur de Saint-Giraud who has come under the pretext of thanking me," exclaimed the mayor. "I shall give him a dressing down. It is outrageous. It is Valenod to whom I'll feel under an obligation, and it is I who get compromised. What shall I say if those damned Jacobin journalists get hold of this anecdote, and turn me into a Monsieur 95? A very good-looking man with big black whiskers entered at this moment, preceded by the servant. "Monsieur the Mayor, I am Signor Geronimo. Here is a letter which Monsieur the Chevalier de Beauvoisis, who is attached to the Embassy of Naples, gave me for you on my departure. That is only 9 days ago," added Signor Geronimo, gaily looking at Madame de Renal. "Your cousin and my good friend, Signor de Beauvoisis, says that you know Italian, madame." The Neapolitan's good humour changed this gloomy evening into a very gay one. Madame de Renal insisted on giving him supper. She put the whole house on the go. She wanted to free Julien at any price from the imputation of espionage which she had heard already twice that day. Signor Geronimo was an excellent singer, excellent company, and had very gay qualities which at any rate in France are hardly compatible with each other. After dinner he sang a little duet with Madame de Renal and told some charming tales. At 1 o'clock in the morning the children protested when Julien suggested that they should go to bed. "Another of those stories," said the eldest. "It is my own, Signorino," answered Signor Geronimo. 8 years ago I was, like you, a young pupil of the Naples Conservatoire. I mean, I was your age, but I did not have the honour to be the son of the distinguished mayor of the pretty town of Verrières." This phrase made Monsieur de Renal sigh and look at his wife. "Signor Zingarelli," continued the young singer, somewhat exaggerating his action and thus making the children burst into laughter, "Signor Zingarelli was an excellent though severe master. He is not popular at the Conservatoire, but he insists on the pretence being kept up that he is. I went out as often as I could. I used to go to the little Teatro de San Carlino, where I used to hear divine music. But heavens, the question was to scrape together the 8 sous which were the price of admission to the parterre. An enormous sum," he said, looking at the children and watching them laugh. "Signor Giovannone, director of the San Carlino, heard me sing. I was 16. 'That child is a treasure,' he said. 'Would you like me to engage you, my dear boy?' he said. 'And how much will you give me?' 40 ducats a month. That is 160 francs, gentlemen. I thought the gates of heaven had opened. 'But,' I said to Giovannone, 'how shall I get the strict Zingarelli to let me go out?' 'Lascia fare a me.' 'Leave it to me,' exclaimed the eldest of the children. 'Quite right, my young sir. Signor Giovannone, he says to me, "First sign this little piece of paper, my dear friend." I sign. He gives me 3 ducats. I had never seen so much money. Then he told me what I had to do. Next day I asked the terrible Zingarelli for an audience. His old valet ushered me in. 'What do you want of me, you naughty boy?' said Zingarelli. 'Maestro,' I said, 'I repent of all my faults. I will never go out of the Conservatoire by passing through the iron grill. I will redouble my diligence.' If I were not frightened of spoiling the finest bass voice I have ever heard, I would put you in prison for a fortnight on bread and water, you rascal." "Maestro," I answered, "I will be the model boy of the whole school. Credete a me. But I would ask one favour of you. If anyone comes and asks permission for me to sing outside, refuse. As a favour, please say that you cannot let me." "And who the devil do you think is going to ask for a ne'er-do-well like you? Do you think I should ever allow you to leave the Conservatoire? Do you want to make fun of me? Clear out, he said, trying to give me a kick. Or look out for prison and dry bread." One thing astonished Julien. The solitary weeks passed at Verrières and de Renal's house had been a period of happiness for him. He had only experienced revulsions and sad thoughts at the dinners to which he had been invited. And was he not able to read, write, and reflect without being distracted in this solitary house? He was not distracted every moment from his brilliant reveries by the cruel necessity of studying the movement of a false soul in order to deceive it by intrigue and hypocrisy. To think of happiness being so near to me, the expense of a life like that is small enough. I could have my choice of either marrying Mademoiselle Elisa or of entering into partnership with Fouquet. But it is only the traveller who has just scaled a steep mountain and sits down on the summit who finds a perfect pleasure in resting. Would he be happy if he had to rest all the time? Madame de Renal's mind had now reached a state of desperation. In spite of her resolution, she had explained to Julien all the details of the auction. "He will make me forget all my oaths," she thought. She would have sacrificed her life without hesitation to save that of her husband if she had seen him in danger. She was one of those noble, romantic souls who finds a source of perpetual remorse equal to that occasioned by the actual perpetration of a crime in seeing the possibility of a generous action and not doing it. None the less, there were deadly days when she was not able to banish the imagination of the excessive happiness which she would enjoy if she suddenly became a widow and were able to marry Julien. He loved her sons much more than their father did. In spite of his strict justice, they were devoted to him. She quite realized that if she married Julien, it would be necessary to leave that Vergy whose shades were so dear to her. She pictured herself living at Paris and continuing to give her sons an education which would make them admired by everyone. Her children, herself, and Julien, they would all be perfectly happy. Strange result of marriage such as the 19th century has made it. The boredom of matrimonial life makes love fade away inevitably when love has preceded the marriage. But nonetheless, said a philosopher, married life soon reduces those people who are sufficiently rich not to have to work to a sense of being utterly bored by all quiet enjoyments. And among women it is only arid souls whom it does not predispose to love. The philosopher's reflection makes me excuse Madame de Renal, but she was not excused in Verrières, and without her suspecting it, the whole town found its sole topic of interest in the scandal of her intrigue. As a result of this great affair, the autumn was less boring than usual. The autumn and part of the winter passed very quickly. It was necessary to leave the woods of Vergy. Good Verrières society began to be indignant at the fact that its anathemas made so little impression on Monsieur de Renal. Within 8 days, several serious personages who made up for their habitual gravity of demeanour by their pleasure in fulfilling missions of this kind gave him the most cruel suspicions, at the same time utilizing the most measured terms. Monsieur Valenod, who was playing a deep game, had placed Elisa in an aristocratic family of great repute, where there were 5 women. Elisa, fearing, so she said, not to find a place during the winter, had only asked from this family about 2/3 of what she had received in the house of the mayor. The girl hit upon the excellent idea of going to confession at the same time to both the old Curé Chalin and also to the new one, so as to tell both of them in detail about Julien's amour. The day after his arrival, the Abbé Chalin summoned Julien to him at 6 o'clock in the morning. "I ask you nothing," he said. "I beg you, and if needs be, I insist, that you either leave for the Seminary of Besançon or for your friend Fouquet, who is always ready to provide you with a splendid future. I have seen to everything and have arranged everything, but you must leave and not come back to Verrières for a year." Julien did not answer. He was considering whether his honour ought to regard itself offended at the trouble which Chalin, who, after all, was not his father, had taken on his behalf. "I shall have the honour of seeing you again tomorrow at the same hour," he said finally to the curé. Chalin, who reckoned on carrying so young a man by storm, talked a great deal. Julien, cloaked in the most complete humbleness, both of demeanour and expression, did not open his lips. Eventually he left, and ran to warn Madame de Renal, whom he found in despair. Her husband had just spoken to her with a certain amount of frankness. The weakness of his character found support in the prospect of the legacy, and had decided him to treat her as perfectly innocent. He had just confessed to her the strange state in which he had found public opinion in Verrières. The public was wrong, it had been misled by jealous tongues. But, after all, what was one to do? Madame de Renal was, for the moment, under the illusion that Julien would accept the offer of Valenod and stay at Verrières. But she was no longer the simple, timid woman that she had been the preceding year. Her fatal passion and remorse had enlightened her. She soon realized the painful truth, while at the same time she listened to her husband, that at any rate a temporary separation had become essential. "When he is far from me, Julien will revert to those ambitious projects which are so natural when one has no money. And I, great God, I am so rich, and my riches are so useless for my happiness. He will forget me. Lovable as he is, he will be loved, and he will love. You unhappy woman, what can I complain of? Heaven is just. I was not virtuous enough to leave off the crime. Fate robs me of my judgment. I could easily have bribed Elisa if I had wanted to. Nothing was easier. I did not take the trouble to reflect for a moment. The mad imagination of love absorbed all my time. I am ruined. When Julien apprised Madame de Renal of the terrible news of his departure, he was struck with one thing. He did not find her put forward any selfish objections. She was evidently making efforts not to cry. "We have need of firmness, my dear." She cut off a strand of her hair. "I do not know what I shall do," she said to him, "but promise me, if I die, never to forget my children. Whether you are far or near, try to make them into honest men. If there is a new revolution, all the nobles will have their throats cut. Their father will probably emigrate because of that peasant on the roof who got killed. Watch over my family. Give me your hand. Adieu, my dear. These are our last moments. Having made this great sacrifice, I hope I shall have the courage to consider my reputation in public." Julien had been expecting despair. The simplicity of this farewell touched him. "No, I am not going to receive your farewell like this. I will leave you now, as you yourself wish it. But 3 days after my departure I will come back to see you at night." Madame de Renal's life was changed. So Julien really loved her, since of his own accord he had thought of seeing her again. Her awful grief became changed into one of the keenest transports of joy which she had felt in her whole life. Everything became easy for her. The certainty of seeing her lover deprived these last moments of their poignancy. From that moment, both Madame de Renal's demeanour and the expression of her face were noble, firm, and perfectly dignified. Monsieur de Renal soon came back. He was beside himself. He eventually mentioned to his wife the anonymous letter which he had received 2 months before. "I will take it to the casino and show everybody that it has been sent by that brute Valenod, whom I took out of the gutter and made into one of the richest tradesmen in Verrières. I will disgrace him publicly, and then I will fight him. This is too much." "Great heavens, I may become a widow," thought Madame de Renal, and almost at the same time she said to herself, "If I do not, as I certainly can, prevent this duel, I shall be the murderess of my own husband." She had never expended so much skill in honouring his vanity. Within 2 hours she made him see, and always by virtue of reasons which he discovered himself, that it was necessary to show more friendship than ever to Monsieur Valenod, and even to take Elisa back into the household. Madame de Renal had need of courage to bring herself to see again the girl who was the cause of her unhappiness. But this idea was one of Julien's. Finally, having been put on the track 3 or 4 times, Monsieur de Renal arrived spontaneously at the conclusion, disagreeable though it was from the financial standpoint, that the most painful thing that could happen to him would be that Julien, in the middle of the effervescence of popular gossip throughout Verrières, should stay in the town as the tutor of Valenod's children. It was obviously to Julien's interest to accept the offer of the director of the workhouse. Conversely, it was essential for Monsieur de Renal's prestige that Julien should leave Verrières to enter the Seminary of Besançon or that of Dijon. But how to make him decide on that course? And then, how is he going to live? Monsieur de Renal, seeing a monetary sacrifice looming in the distance, was in deeper despair than his wife. As for her, she felt after this interview in the position of a man of spirit who, tired of life, has taken a dose of stramonium. He only acts mechanically, so to speak, and takes no longer any interest in anything. In this way Louis XIV came to say on his deathbed, "When I was king." An admirable epigram. Next morning Monsieur de Renal received quite early an anonymous letter. It was written in a most insulting style, and the coarsest words applicable to his position occurred on every line. It was the work of some jealous subordinate. This letter made him think again of fighting a duel with Valenod. Soon his courage went as far as the idea of immediate action. He left the house alone, went to the armourer's, and got some pistols which he loaded. Yes, indeed, he said to himself, even though the strict administration of the Emperor Napoleon were to become fashionable again, I should not have 1 sou's worth of jobbery to reproach myself with. At the outside I have shut my eyes, and I have some good letters in my desk which authorize me to do so. Madame de Renal was terrified by her husband's cold anger. It recalled to her the fatal idea of widowhood which she had so much trouble in repelling. She closeted herself with him. For several hours she talked to him in vain. The new anonymous letter had decided him. Finally she succeeded in transforming the courage which had decided him to box Valenod's ears into the courage of offering 600 francs to Julien, which would keep him for 1 year in a seminary. M. de Renal cursed 1,000 times the day that he had had the ill-starred idea of taking a tutor into his house, and forgot the anonymous letter. He consoled himself a little by an idea which he did not tell his wife. With the exercise of some skill, and by exploiting the romantic ideas of the young man, he hoped to be able to induce him to refuse M. Valenod's offer at a cheaper price. Madame de Renal had much more trouble in proving to Julien that, inasmuch as he was sacrificing the post of 600 francs a year in order to enable her husband to keep up appearances, he need have no shame in accepting the compensation. But Julien would say each time, "I have never thought for a moment of accepting that offer. You have made me so used to a refined life that the coarseness of those people would kill me." Cruel necessity bent Julien's will with its iron hand. His pride gave him the illusion that he only accepted the sum offered by M. de Renal as a loan, and induced him to give a promissory note, repayable in 5 years with interest. Madame de Renal had, of course, many thousands of francs which had been concealed in the little mountain cave. She offered them to him all a-tremble, feeling only too keenly that they would be angrily refused. "Do you wish," said Julien to her, "to make the memory of our love loathsome?" Finally, Julien left Verrières. Madame de Renal was very happy, but when the fatal moment came to accept money from him, the sacrifice proved beyond Julien's strength. He refused point blank. M. de Renal embraced him round the neck with tears in his eyes. Julien had asked him for a testimonial of good conduct, and his enthusiasm could find no terms magnificent enough in which to extol his conduct. Our hero had 5 louis of savings, and he reckoned on asking Fouquet for an equal sum. He was very moved. But 1 league from Verrières, where he left so much that was dear to him, he only thought of the happiness of seeing the capital of a great military town like Besançon. During the short absence of 3 days, Madame de Renal was the victim of one of the cruelest deceptions to which love is liable. Her life was tolerable, because between her and extreme unhappiness there was still that last interview which she was to have with Julien. Finally, during the night of the 3rd day, she heard from a distance the preconcerted signal. Julien, having passed through 1,000 dangers, appeared before her. In this moment she had only one thought: "I see him for the last time." Instead of answering the endearments of her lover, she seemed more dead than alive. If she forced herself to tell him that she loved him, she said it with an embarrassed air which almost proved the contrary. Nothing could rid her of the cruel idea of eternal separation. The suspicious Julien thought for the moment that he was already forgotten. His pointed remarks to this effect were only answered by great tears which flowed down in silence, and by some hysterical pressings of the hand. "But," Julien would answer his mistress's cold protestations, "great heavens, how can you expect me to believe you? You would show 100 times more sincere affection to Madame de Ville, to a mere acquaintance." Madame de Renal was petrified and at a loss for an answer. "It is impossible to be more unhappy. I hope I am going to die. I feel my heart turn to ice." Those were the longest answers which he could obtain. When the approach of the day rendered it necessary for him to leave Madame de Renal, her tears completely ceased. She saw him tie a knotted rope to the window without saying a word, and without returning her kisses. It was in vain that Julien said to her, "So now we have reached the state of affairs which you wished for so much. Henceforward you will live without remorse. The slightest indisposition of your children will no longer make you see them in the tomb." "I am sorry that you cannot kiss Stanislas," she said coldly. Julien finished by being profoundly impressed by the cold embrace of this living corpse. He could think of nothing else for several leagues. His soul was overwhelmed, and before passing the mountain, and while he could still see the church tower of Verrières, he turned round frequently. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Chapter 24. Our Capital. What a noise, what busy people, what ideas for the future in a brain of 20. What distraction offered by love. Barnave. Finally he saw some black walls near a distant mountain. It was the citadel of Besançon. How different it would be for me, he said with a sigh, if I were arriving at this noble military town to be sub-lieutenant in one of the regiments entrusted with its defence. Besançon is not only one of the prettiest towns in France, it abounds in people of spirit and brains. But Julien was only a little peasant, and had no means of approaching distinguished people. He had taken a civilian suit at Fouquet's, and it was in this dress that he passed the drawbridge. Steeped as he was in the history of the siege of 1674, he wished to see the ramparts of the citadel before shutting himself up in the Seminary. He was within an ace 2 or 3 times of getting himself arrested by the sentinel. He was penetrating into places which military genius forbids the public to enter, in order to sell 12 or 15 francs worth of corn every year. The height of the walls, the depth of the ditches, the terrible aspect of the cannons had been engrossing him for several hours when he passed before the great café on the boulevard. He was motionless with wonder. It was in vain that he read the word café written in big characters above the 2 immense doors. He could not believe his eyes. He made an effort to overcome his timidity. He dared to enter, and found himself in a hall 20 or 30 yards long and with a ceiling at least 20 feet high. Today everything had a fascination for him. 2 games of billiards were in progress. The waiters were crying out the scores. The players ran round the tables encumbered by spectators. Clouds of tobacco smoke came from everybody's mouth and enveloped them in a blue haze. The high stature of these men, their rounded shoulders, their heavy gait, their enormous whiskers, the long-tailed coats which covered them, everything combined to attract Julien's attention. These noble children of the antique Byzantium only spoke at the top of their voices. They gave themselves terrible martial airs. Julien stood still and admired them. He kept thinking of the immensity and magnificence of a great capital like Besançon. He felt absolutely devoid of the requisite courage to ask one of those haughty-looking gentlemen who were crying out the billiard scores for a cup of coffee. But the young lady at the bar had noticed the charming face of this young civilian from the country, who had stopped 3 feet from the stove with his little parcel under his arm, and was looking at the fine white plaster bust of the king. This young lady, a big Franc-Comtoise, very well made, and dressed with the elegance suitable to the prestige of the café, had already said 2 or 3 times in a little voice, not intended to be heard by anyone except Julien, "Monsieur, monsieur." Julien's eyes encountered big blue eyes full of tenderness, and saw that he was the person who was being spoken to. He sharply approached the bar and the pretty girl, as though he had been marching towards the enemy. In this great manoeuvre the parcel fell. What pity will not our provincial inspire in the young lycée scholars of Paris, who at the early age of 15 know already how to enter a café with so distinguished an air. But these children, who have such style at 15, turn commonplace at 18. The impassioned timidity which is met with in the provinces sometimes manages to master its own nervousness, and thus trains the will. I must tell her the truth, thought Julien, who was becoming courageous by dint of conquering his timidity as he approached this pretty girl, who deigned to address him. "Madame, this is the first time in my life that I have come to Besançon. I should like to have some bread and a cup of coffee in return for payment." The young lady smiled a little and then blushed. She feared the ironic attention and the jests of the billiard players might be turned against this pretty young man. He would be frightened and would not appear there again. "Sit here near me," she said to him, showing him a marble table almost completely hidden by the enormous mahogany counter which extended into the hall. The young lady leant over the counter, and had thus an opportunity of displaying a superb figure. Julien noticed it. All his ideas changed. The pretty young lady had just placed before him a cup, some sugar, and a little roll. She hesitated to call a waiter for the coffee, as she realized that his arrival would put an end to her tete-a-tete with Julien. Julien was pensively comparing this blonde and merry beauty with certain memories which would often thrill him. The thought of the passion of which he had been the object nearly freed him from all his timidity. The pretty young woman had only one moment to save the situation. She read it in Julien's looks. "This pipe smoke makes you cough. Come and have breakfast tomorrow before 8 o'clock in the morning. I am practically alone then." "What is your name?" said Julien, with the caressing smile of happy timidity. "Amanda Binet." "Will you allow me to send you within an hour's time a little parcel about as big as this?" The beautiful Amanda reflected a little. "I am watched. What you ask may compromise me. All the same, I will write my address on a card, which you will put on your parcel. Send it boldly to me." "My name is Julien Sorel," said the young man. "I have neither relatives nor acquaintances at Besançon." "Ah, I understand," she said joyfully. "You come to study law?" "Alas, no," answered Julien. "I am being sent to the seminary." The most complete discouragement damped Amanda's features. She called a waiter. She had courage now. The waiter poured out some coffee for Julien without looking at him. Amanda was receiving money at the counter. Julien was proud of having dared to speak. A dispute was going on at one of the billiard tables. The cries and the protests of the players resounded over the immense hall and made a din which astonished Julien. Amanda was dreamy and kept her eyes lowered. "If you like, mademoiselle," he said to her suddenly with assurance, "I will say that I am your cousin." This little air of authority pleased Amanda. "He is not a mere nobody," she thought. She spoke to him very quickly without looking at him, because her eye was occupied in seeing if anybody was coming near the counter. "I come from Genlis, near Dijon. Say that you are also from Genlis, and are my mother's cousin." "I shall not fail to do so. All the gentlemen who go to the seminary pass here before the cafe every Thursday in the summer at 5 o'clock. If you think of me when I am passing, have a bunch of violets in your hand." Amanda looked at him with an astonished air. This look changed Julien's courage into audacity. Nevertheless, he reddened considerably as he said to her, "I feel that I love you with the most violet love." "Speak in lower tones," she said to him with a frightened air. Julien was trying to recollect phrases out of a volume of the Nouvelle Heloise which he had found at Vergy. His memory served him in good stead. For 10 minutes he recited the Nouvelle Heloise to the delighted Mademoiselle Amanda. He was happy on the strength of his own bravery, when suddenly the beautiful Franc-Comtoise assumed an icy air. One of her lovers had appeared at the cafe door. He approached the bar, whistling and swaggering his shoulders. He looked at Julien. The latter's imagination, which always indulged in extremes, suddenly brimmed over with ideas of a duel. He paled greatly, put down his cup, assumed an assured demeanour, and considered his rival very attentively. As this rival lowered his head while he familiarly poured out on the counter a glass of brandy for himself, Amanda ordered Julien with a look to lower his eyes. He obeyed, and for 2 minutes kept motionless in his place, pale, resolute, and only thinking of what was going to happen. He was truly happy at this moment. The rival had been astonished by Julien's eyes. Gulping down his glass of brandy, he said a few words to Amanda, placed his 2 hands in the pockets of his big tail-coat, and approached the billiard table, whistling and looking at Julien. The latter got up, transported with rage, but did not know what to do in order to be offensive. He put down his little parcel, and walked towards the billiard table with all the swagger he could muster. It was in vain that Prudence said to him, "But your ecclesiastical career will be ruined by a duel immediately on top of your arrival at Besançon." "What does it matter? It shall never be said that I let an insolent fellow go scot-free." Amanda saw his courage. It contrasted prettily with the simplicity of his manners. She instantly preferred him to the big young man with the tail-coat. She got up, and while appearing to be following with her eyes somebody who was passing in the street, she went and quickly placed herself between him and the billiard table. Take care not to look askance at that gentleman. He is my brother-in-law." "What does it matter? He looked at me." "Do you want to make me unhappy?" "No doubt he looked at you. Why, it may be he is going to speak to you. I told him that you are a relative of my mother and that you had arrived from Genlis. He is a Franc-Comtois and has never gone beyond the Dorlien, the Burgundy road, so say what you like and fear nothing." Julien was still hesitating. Her barmaid's imagination furnished her with an abundance of lies, and she quickly added, "No doubt he looked at you, but it was at a moment when he was asking me who you were. He is a man who is boorish with everyone. He did not mean to insult you." Julien's eyes followed the pretended brother-in-law. He saw him buy a ticket for the pool which they were playing at the further of the two billiard tables. Julien heard his loud voice shouting out in a threatening tone, "My turn to play." He passed sharply before Madame Amanda and took a step towards the billiard table. Amanda seized him by the arm. "Come and pay me first," she said to him. "That is right," thought Julien. "She is frightened that I shall leave without paying." Amanda was as agitated as he was, and very red. She gave him the change as slowly as she could, while she repeated to him in a lower voice, "Leave the cafe this instant, or I shall love you no more, and yet I do love you very much." Julien did go out, but slowly. "Am I not in duty bound," he repeated to himself, "to go and stare at that coarse person in my turn?" This uncertainty kept him on the boulevard in the front of the cafe for an hour. He kept looking if his man was coming out. He did not come out, and Julien went away. He had only been at Besançon some hours, and already he had overcome one pang of remorse. The old surgeon major had formerly given him some fencing lessons in spite of his gout. That was all the science which Julien could enlist in the service of his anger. But this embarrassment would have been nothing if he had only known how to vent his temper otherwise than by the giving of a blow, for if it had come to a matter of fisticuffs, his enormous rival would have beaten him and then cleared out. "There is not much difference between a seminary and a prison," said Julien to himself, "for a poor devil like me, without protectors and without money. I must leave my civilian clothes in some inn where I can put my black suit on again. If I ever manage to get out of the seminary for a few hours, I shall be able to see Mademoiselle Amanda again in my lay clothes." This reasoning was all very fine. Though Julien passed in front of all the inns, he did not dare to enter a single one. Finally, as he was passing again before the Hôtel des Ambassadeurs, his anxious eyes encountered those of a big woman, still fairly young, with a high colour and a gay, happy air. He approached her and told his story. "Certainly, my pretty little abbé," said the hostess of the Ambassadeur to him. "I will keep your lay clothes for you, and I will even have them regularly brushed. In weather like this it is not good to leave a suit of cloth without touching it." She took a key and conducted him herself to a room and advised him to make out a note of what he was leaving. "Good heavens, how well you look in that, Monsieur the Abbé Sorel," said the big woman to him when he came down to the kitchen. "I will go and get a good dinner served up to you." And she added in a low voice, "It will only cost 20 sous instead of the 50 which everybody else pays, for one must really take care of your little purse strings." "I have 10 louis," Julien replied with a certain pride. "Oh, great heavens," answered the good hostess in alarm. "Don't talk so loud. There are quite a lot of bad characters in Besançon. They'll steal all that from you in less than no time. And above all, never go into the cafe. They are filled with bad characters." "Indeed," said Julien, to whom those words gave food for thought. "Don't go anywhere else except to my place. I will make coffee for you. Remember that you will always find a friend here, and a good dinner for 20 sous. So, now you understand, I hope. Go and sit down at table. I will serve you myself." "I shan't be able to eat," said Julien to her. "I am too upset. I am going to enter the seminary as I leave you." The good woman would not allow him to leave before she had filled his pockets with provisions. Finally, Julien took his road towards the terrible place. The hostess was standing at the threshold and showed him the way. End of section 24. Section 25 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Chapter 25. The Seminary. 336 dinners at 85 centimes, 336 suppers at 50 centimes, chocolate to those who are entitled to it. How much profit can be made on the contract? Valenod of Besançon. He saw in the distance the iron gilt cross on the door. He approached slowly. His legs seemed to give way beneath him. So here is this hell upon earth which I shall be unable to leave. Finally he made up his mind to ring. The noise of the bell reverberated as though through a solitude. At the end of 10 minutes a pale man, clothed in black, came and opened the door. Julien looked at him and immediately lowered his eyes. This porter had a singular physiognomy. The green projecting pupils of his eyes were as round as those of a cat. The straight lines of his eyebrows betokened the impossibility of any sympathy. His thin lips came round in a semicircle over projecting teeth. Nonetheless, his physiognomy did not so much betoken crime as rather that perfect callousness which is so much more terrifying to the young. The one sentiment which Julien's rapid gaze surmised in this long and devout face was a profound contempt for every topic of conversation which did not deal with things celestial. Julien raised his eyes with an effort, and in a voice rendered quavering by the beating of his heart, explained that he desired to speak to Monsieur Pirard, the director of the Seminary. Without saying a word, the man in black signed to him to follow. They ascended 2 stories by a large staircase with a wooden rail, whose warped stairs inclined to the side opposite the wall and seemed on the point of falling. A little door with a big cemetery cross of white wood painted black at the top was opened with difficulty, and the porter made him enter a dark, low room, whose whitewashed walls were decorated with 2 big pictures blackened by age. In this room Julien was left alone. He was overwhelmed. His heart was beating violently. He would have been happy to have ventured to cry. A silence of death reigned over the whole house. At the end of a quarter of an hour, which seemed a whole day to him, the sinister-looking porter reappeared on the threshold of a door at the other end of the room, and without vouchsafing a word, signed to him to advance. He entered into a room even larger than the first, and very badly lighted. The walls also were whitened, but there was no furniture. Only in a corner near the door Julien saw as he passed a white wooden bed, 2 straw chairs, and a little pine-wood arm-chair without any cushions. He perceived at the other end of the room, near a small window with yellow panes decorated with badly kept flower vases, a man seated at a table and covered with a dilapidated cassock. He appeared to be in a temper, and took one after the other a number of little squares of paper, which he arranged on his table after he had written some words on them. He did not notice Julien's presence. The latter did not move, but kept standing near the centre of the room, in a place where the porter, who had gone out and shut the door, had left him. 10 minutes passed in this way. The badly dressed man kept on writing all the time. Julien's emotion and terror were so great that he thought he was on the point of falling. A philosopher would have said, possibly wrongly, "It is a violent impression made by ugliness on a soul intended by nature to love the beautiful." The man who was writing lifted up his head. Julien only perceived it after a moment had passed, and even after seeing it he still remained motionless, as though struck dead by the terrible look of which he was the victim. Julien's troubled eyes just managed to make out a long face, all covered with red blotches except the forehead, which manifested a mortal pallor. 2 little black eyes, calculated to terrify the most courageous, shone between these red cheeks and that white forehead. The vast area of his forehead was bounded by thick, flat, jet-black hair. "Will you come near, yes or no?" said the man at last, impatiently. Julien advanced with an uneasy step, and at last, paler than he had ever been in his life and on the point of falling, stopped 3 paces from the little white wooden table which was covered with the squares of paper. "Nearer," said the man. Julien advanced still further, holding out his hand as though trying to lean on something. "Your name?" "Julien Sorel." "You are certainly very late," said the man to him, as he riveted again on him that terrible gaze. Julien could not endure this look. Holding out his hand as though to support himself, he fell all his length along the floor. The man rang. Julien had only lost the use of his eyes and the power of movement. He heard steps approaching. He was lifted up and placed on the little armchair of white wood. He heard the terrible man saying to the porter, "He has had an epileptic fit apparently, and this is the finishing touch." When Julien was able to open his eyes, the man with the red face was going on with his writing. The porter had disappeared. "I must have courage," said our hero to himself, "and above all hide what I feel." He felt violently sick. "If anything happens to me, God knows what they will think of me." Finally the man stopped writing and looked sideways at Julien. "Are you in a fit state to answer me?" "Yes, sir," said Julien in an enfeebled voice. "Ah, that's fortunate." The man in black had half got up and was looking impatiently for a letter in the drawer of his pinewood table, which he opened with a grind. He found it, sat down slowly, and looking again at Julien in a manner calculated to suck out of him the little life which he still possessed, said, "You have been recommended to me by Monsieur Chalin. He was the best curé in the diocese. He was an upright man, if ever there was one, and my friend for 30 years. "Oh, it's to Monsieur Perard, then, that I have the honour of speaking?" said Julien in a dying voice. "Apparently," replied the director of the seminary as he looked at him disagreeably. The glitter of his little eyes doubled up and was followed by an involuntary movement of the muscles of the corner of the mouth. It was the physiognomy of the tiger, savouring in advance the pleasure of devouring its prey. "Chalin's letter is short," he said, as though speaking to himself. "Intelligenti pauca. In the present time it is impossible to write too little." He read aloud. "I recommend to you Julien Sorel of this parish, whom I baptized nearly 20 years ago, the son of a rich carpenter who gives him nothing. Julien will be a remarkable worker in the vineyard of the Lord. He lacks neither memory nor intelligence. He has some faculty for reflection. Will he persevere in his calling? Is he sincere?" "Sincere," repeated the Abbé Pirard with an astonished air, looking at Julien. But the Abbé's look was already less devoid of all humanity. "Sincere," he repeated, lowering his voice and resuming his reading. "I ask you for a stipend for Julien Sorel. He will earn it by passing the necessary examinations. I have taught him a little theology, that old and good theology of the Bossuet, the Arnaud, and the Fleuries. If the person does not suit you, send him back to me. The director of the workhouse, whom you know well, offers him 800 to be tutor to his children. My inner self is tranquil, thanks to God. I am accustoming myself to the terrible blow. Vale et me ama." The Abbé Pirard, speaking more slowly as he read the signature, pronounced with a sigh the word Chalin. "He is tranquil," he said. "In fact, his righteousness deserves such a recompense. May God grant it to me in such a case." He looked up to heaven and made the sign of the cross. At the sight of that sacred sign, Julien felt an alleviation of the profound horror which had frozen him since his entry into the house. "I have here 321 aspirants for the most holy state," said the Abbé Pirard at last in a tone which, though severe, was not malicious. "Only 7 or 8 have been recommended to me by such men as the Abbé Chalin, so you will be the 9th of these among the 321. But my protection means neither favour nor weakness. It means doubled care and doubled severity against vice. Go and lock that door." Julien made an effort to walk and managed not to fall. He noticed that a little window near the entrance door looked out onto the country. He saw the trees. That sight did him as much good as the sight of old friends. "Laquerisne linquam Latinam?" "Do you speak Latin?" said the Abbé Pirard to him as he came back. "Ita, pater, opta me." "Yes, excellent father," answered Julien, recovering himself a little. But it was certain that nobody in the world had ever appeared to him less excellent than had Monsieur Pirard for the last half-hour. The conversation continued in Latin. The expression in the Abbé's eyes softened. Julien regained some self-possession. "How weak I am," he thought, "to let myself be imposed on by these appearances of virtue. The man is probably nothing more than a rascal, like Monsieur Maslon," and Julien congratulated himself on having hidden nearly all his money in his boots. The Abbé Pirard examined Julien in theology. He was surprised at the extent of his knowledge, but his astonishment increased when he questioned him in particular on sacred scriptures. But when it came to questions of the doctrines of the Fathers, he perceived that Julien scarcely even knew the names of Saint Jerome, Saint Augustine, Saint Bonaventure, Saint Basile, etc., etc. As a matter of fact, thought the Abbé Pirard, this is simply that fatal tendency to Protestantism for which I have always reproached Chalin, a profound and only too profound knowledge of the Holy Scriptures. Julien had just started speaking to him, without being questioned on the point, about the real time when Genesis, the Pentateuch, etc. had been written. To what does this never-ending reasoning over the Holy Scriptures lead to, thought the Abbé Pirard, if not to self-examination, that is to say, the most awful Protestantism, and by the side of this imprudent knowledge, nothing about the Fathers to compensate for that tendency. But the astonishment of the director of the seminary was quite unbounded when, having questioned Julien about the authority of the Pope, and expecting to hear the maxims of the ancient Gallican Church, the young man recited to him the whole book of M. de Maistre. Strange man, that Chalin, thought the Abbé Pirard. Does he show him the book simply to teach him to make fun of it? It was in vain that he questioned Julien and endeavoured to guess if he seriously believed in the doctrine of M. de Maistre. The young man only answered what he had learnt by heart. From this moment Julien was really happy. He felt that he was master of himself. After a very long examination, it seemed to him that M. Pirard's severity towards him was only affected. Indeed, the director of the seminary would have embraced Julien in the name of logic, for he found so much clearness, precision, and lucidity in his answers, had it not been for the principles of austere gravity towards his theology pupils, which he had inculcated in himself for the last 15 years. Here we have a bold and healthy mind, he said to himself, but corpus debile, the body is weak. Do you often fall like that? He said to Julien in French, pointing with his finger to the floor. It's the first time in my life. The porter's face unnerved me, added Julien, blushing like a child. The Abbé Pirard almost smiled. That's the result of vain, worldly pomp. You are apparently accustomed to smiling faces, those veritable theatres of falsehood. Truth is austere, monsieur, but is not our task down here also austere? You must be careful that your conscience guards against that weakness of yours, too much sensibility to vain external graces. If you had not been recommended to me, said the Abbé Pirard, resuming the Latin language with an obvious pleasure, if you had not been recommended by a man, by the Abbé Chalin, I would talk to you the vain language of that world, to which it would appear you are only too well accustomed. I would tell you that the full stipend which you solicit is the most difficult thing in the world to obtain. But the 56 years which the Abbé Chalin has spent in apostolic work have stood him in poor stead if he cannot dispose of a stipend at the seminary. After these words, the Abbé Pirard recommended Julien not to enter any secret society or congregation without his consent. I give you my word of honour, said Julien, with all an honest man's expansion of heart. The director of the seminary smiled for the first time. That expression is not used here, he said to him. It is too reminiscent of that vain honour of worldly people, which leads them to so many errors and often to so many crimes. You owe me obedience by virtue of paragraph 17 of the bull Unam Ecclesiam of St. Pius V. I am your ecclesiastical superior. To hear in this house, my dear son, is to obey. How much money have you? So here we are, said Julien to himself. That was the reason for the my very dear son. 35 francs, my father. Write out carefully how you use that money. You will have to give me an account of it. This painful audience had lasted 3 hours. Julien summoned the porter. Go and install Julien Sorel in cell number 103, said the Abbé Pirard to the man. As a great favour, he let Julien have the place all to himself. Carry his box there, he added. Julien lowered his eyes and recognized his box just in front of him. He had been looking at it for 3 hours and had not recognized it. As he arrived at number 103, which was a little room 8 feet square on the top story of the house, Julien noticed that it looked out onto the ramparts, and he perceived beyond them the pretty plain which the Doubs divides from the town. "What a charming view!" exclaimed Julien. In speaking like this he did not feel what the words actually expressed. The violent sensations which he had experienced during the short time that he had been at Besançon had absolutely exhausted his strength. He sat down near the window on the one wooden chair in the cell, and fell at once into profound sleep. He did not hear either the supper bell or the bell for benediction. They had forgotten him. When the first rays of the sun woke him up the following morning, he found himself lying on the floor. End of section 25. Section 26 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Chapter 26. The World, or What the Rich Lack. I am alone in the world. No one deigns to spare me a thought. All those whom I see make their fortune, have an insolence and hardness of heart which I do not feel in myself. They hate me by reason of kindness and good humour. Oh, I shall die soon, either from starvation or the unhappiness of seeing men so hard of heart. Young. He hastened to brush his clothes and run down. He was late. Instead of trying to justify himself, Julien crossed his arms over his breast. Peccavi pater optime. I have sinned. I confess my fault, O my father, he said with a contrite air. This first speech was a great success. The clever ones among the seminarists saw that they had to deal with a man who knew something about the elements of the profession. The recreation hour arrived, and Julien saw that he was the object of general curiosity, but he only manifested reserved silence. Following the maxims he had laid down for himself, he considered his 321 comrades as enemies. The most dangerous of all in his eyes was the Abbé Pirard. A few days afterwards Julien had to choose a confessor, and was given a list. Great heavens, what do they take me for? He said to himself. Do they think I don't understand what's what? Then he chose the Abbé Pirard. This step proved decisive without his suspecting it. A little seminarist who was quite young and a native of Verrières, and who had declared himself his friend since the first day, informed him that he would probably have acted more prudently if he had chosen Monsieur Castanede, the sub-director of the seminary. The Abbé Castanede is the enemy of Pirard, who is suspected of Jansenism, added the little seminarist in a whisper. All the first steps of our hero were, in spite of the prudence on which he plumed himself, as much mistakes as his choice of a confessor. Misled as he was by all the self-confidence of a man of imagination, he took his projects for facts, and believed that he was a consummate hypocrite. His folly went so far as to reproach himself for his success in this kind of weakness. Alas, it is my only weapon, he said to himself. At another period I should have earned my livelihood by eloquent deeds in the face of the enemy. Satisfied as he was with his own conduct, Julien looked around him. He found everywhere the appearance of the purest virtue. 8 or 10 seminarists lived in the odour of sanctity, and had visions like Saint Teresa and Saint Francis when he received his stigmata on Mount Vernia in the Apennines. But it was a great secret, and their friends concealed it. These poor young people who had visions were always in the infirmary. 100 others combined an indefatigable application to a robust faith. They worked till they fell ill, but without learning much. 2 or 3 were distinguished by a real talent, among others a student of the name of Chazelle, but both they and Julien felt mutually unsympathetic. The rest of these 321 seminarists consisted exclusively of coarse persons, who were by no means sure of understanding the Latin words which they kept on repeating the livelong day. Nearly all were the sons of peasants, and they preferred to gain their livelihood by reciting some Latin words than by ploughing the earth. It was after this examination of his colleagues that Julien, during the first few days, promised himself a speedy success. Intelligent people are needed in every service, he said to himself, for after all there is work to be done. I should have been a sergeant under Napoleon. I should be a grand vicar among these future curés. All these poor devils, he added, manual labourers as they have been since their childhood, have lived on curded milk and black bread up till they arrived here. They would only eat 5 or 6 times a year in their hovels. Like the Roman soldiers who used to find war the time of rest, these poor peasants are enchanted with the delights of the seminary. Julien could never read anything in their gloomy eyes but the satisfaction of physical craving after dinner and the expectation of sensual pleasure before the meal. Such were the people among whom Julien had to distinguish himself, but the fact which he did not know, and which they refrained from telling him, was that coming out first in the different courses of dogma, ecclesiastical history, etc., etc., which are taken at the seminary, constituted in their eyes neither more nor less than a splendid sin. Since the time of Voltaire and two-chamber government, which is at bottom simply distrust and personal self-examination, and gives the popular mind that bad habit of being suspicious, the Church of France seems to have realized that books are its real enemies. It is a submissive heart which counts for everything in its eyes. It suspects, and rightly so, any success in studies, even sacred ones. What is to prevent a superior man from crossing over to the opposite side, like Sieyes or Gregory? The trembling Church clings on to the Pope as its one chance of safety. The Pope alone is in a position to attempt to paralyze all personal self-examination, and to make an impression by means of the pompous piety of his court ceremonial on the bored and morbid spirit of fashionable society. Julien, as he began to get some glimpse of these various truths, which are none the less in total contradiction to all the official pronouncements of any seminary, fell into a profound melancholy. He worked a great deal, and rapidly succeeded in learning things which were extremely useful to a priest, extremely false in his own eyes, and devoid of the slightest interest for him. He felt there was nothing else to do. Am I then forgotten by the whole world, he thought. He did not know that M. Pirard had received and thrown into the fire several letters with the Dijon stamp, in which the most lively passion would pierce through the most formal conventionalism of style. This love seems to be fought by great attacks of remorse. All the better, thought the Abbé Pirard. At any rate, this lad has not loved an infidel woman. One day the Abbé Pirard opened a letter which seemed half blotted out by tears. It was an adieu forever. "At last," said the writer to Julien, "heaven has granted me the grace of hating, not the author of my fall, but my fall itself. The sacrifice has been made, dear one. Not without tears, as you see. The safety of those to whom I must devote my life, and whom you love so much, is the decisive factor. A just but terrible God will no longer see his way to avenge on them their mother's crimes. Adieu, Julien. Be just towards all men." The end of the letter was nearly entirely illegible. The writer gave an address at Dijon, but at the same time expressed the hope that Julien would not answer, or at any rate would employ language which a reformed woman could read without blushing. Julien's melancholy, aggravated by the mediocre nourishment which the contractor who gave dinners at 13 centimes per head supplied to the seminary, began to affect his health, when Fouquet suddenly appeared in his room one morning. "I have been able to get in at last. I have duly been 5 times to Besançon in order to see you. Could never get in. I put someone by the door to watch. Why the devil don't you ever go out?" "It is a test which I have imposed on myself." "I find you greatly changed, but here you are again. I have just learned from a couple of good 5-franc pieces that I was only a fool not to have offered them on my first journey." The conversation of the two friends went on forever. Julien changed colour when Fouquet said to him, "Do you know, by the by, that your pupil's mother has become positively devout?" And he began to talk in that offhand manner which makes so singular an impression on the passionate soul, whose dearest interests are being destroyed without the speaker having the faintest suspicion of it. "Yes, my friend, the most exalted devoutness. She is said to make pilgrimages. But to the eternal shame of the Abbé Maslon, who has played the spy so long on that poor Monsieur Chélan, Madame de Renal would have nothing to do with him. She goes to confession to Dijon or Besançon." "She goes to Besançon?" said Julien, flushing all over his forehead. "Pretty often," said Fouquet in a questioning manner. "Have you got any constitutionels on you?" "What do you say?" replied Fouquet. "I'm asking you if you've got any constitutionels," went on Julien in the quietest tone imaginable. "They cost 30 sous a number here. "What!" exclaimed Fouquet. "Liberals, even in the Seminary? Poor France!" he added, assuming the Abbé Maslon's hypocritical voice and sugary tone. This visit would have made a deep impression on our hero if he had not been put on the track of an important discovery by some words addressed to him the following day by the little seminarist from Verrières. Julien's conduct since he had been at the seminary had been nothing but a series of false steps. He began to make bitter fun of himself. In point of fact, the important actions in his life had been cleverly managed, but he was careless about details, and cleverness in a seminary consists in attention to details. Consequently, he had already the reputation among his comrades of being a strong-minded person. He had been betrayed by a number of little actions. He had been convicted in their eyes of this enormity, he thought, and judged for himself instead of blindly following authority and example. The Abbé Pirard had been no help to him. He had not spoken to him on a single occasion apart from the confessional, and even there he listened more than he spoke. Matters would have been very different if he had chosen the Abbé Castanade. The moment that Julien realized his folly, he ceased to be bored. He wished to know the whole extent of the evil, and to effect this emerged a little from that haughty, obstinate silence with which he had scrupulously rebuffed his comrades. It was now that they took their revenge on him. His advances were welcomed by a contempt verging on derision. He realized that there had not been one single hour from the time of his entry into the seminary, particularly during recreation time, which had not resulted in affecting him one way or another, which had not increased the number of his enemies, or won for him the goodwill of some seminarist who was either sincerely virtuous or of a fibre slightly less coarse than that of the others. The evil to repair was infinite, and the task very difficult. Henceforth Julien's attention was always on guard. The problem before him was to map out a new character for himself. The moving of his eyes, for example, occasioned him a great deal of trouble. It is with good reason that they are carried lowered in these places. "How presumptuous I was at Verrières," said Julien to himself. "I thought I lived. I was only preparing for life, and here I am at last in the world such as I shall find it, until my part comes to an end, surrounded by real enemies. What immense difficulties," he added, "are involved in keeping up this hypocrisy every single minute. It is enough to put the labours of Hercules into the shade. The Hercules of modern times is the Pope Sixtus Quintus, who deceived by his modesty 15 years on end 40 cardinals who had seen the liveliness and haughtiness of his whole youth. So knowledge is nothing here," he said to himself with disgust. Progress in doctrine, in sacred history, etc., only seem to count. Everything said on these subjects is only intended to entrap fools like me. Alas, my only merit consists in my rapid progress, and in the way in which I grasp all their nonsense. Do they really value those things at their true worth? Do they judge them like I do? And I had the stupidity to be proud of my quickness. The only result of my coming out top has been to give me inveterate enemies. Chazelle, who really knows more than I do, always throws some blunder in his compositions which get him put back to the 50th place. If he comes out first, it is only because he is absent-minded. Oh, how useful would one word, just one word, of M. Pirard have been to me. As soon as Julien was disillusioned, the long exercises in ascetic piety, such as the attendances in the chapel 5 times a week, the intonation of hymns at the chapel of the Sacré-Cœur, etc., etc., which had previously seemed to him so deadly boring, became his most interesting opportunities for action. Thanks to a severe introspection, and above all by trying not to overdo his methods, Julien did not attempt at the outset to perform significant actions, that is to say, actions which are proof of a certain Christian perfection, like those seminarists who served as a model to the rest. Seminarists have a special way even of eating a poached egg, which betokens progress in the devout life. The reader who smiles at this will perhaps be good enough to remember all the mistakes which the Abbé de Lille made over the eating of an egg when he was invited to breakfast with a lady at the court of Louis XVI. Julien first tried to arrive at the state of non culpa, that is to say, the state of the young seminarist whose demeanour and manner of moving his arms, eyes, etc., while in fact without any trace of worldliness, do not yet indicate that the person is entirely absorbed by the conception of the other world and the idea of the pure nothingness of this one. Julien incessantly found such phrases as these charcoaled on the walls of the corridors. What are 60 years of ordeals balanced against an eternity of delights, or an eternity of boiling oil in hell? He despised them no longer. He realized that it was necessary to have them incessantly before his eyes. "What am I going to do all my life?" he said to himself. "I shall sell to the faithful a place in heaven. How am I going to make that place visible to their eyes? By the difference between my appearance and that of a layman." After several months of absolutely unremitting application, Julien still had the appearance of thinking. The way in which he would move his eyes and hold his mouth did not betoken that implicit faith which is ready to believe everything and undergo everything, even at the cost of martyrdom. Julien saw with anger that he was surprised in this by the coarsest peasants. There was good reason for their not appearing full of thought. What pains did he not take to acquire that facial expression of blindly fervent faith which is found so frequently in the Italian convents, and of which Le Guerchin has left such perfect models in his church pictures for the benefit of us laymen. On feast days the seminarists were regaled with sausages and cabbage. Julien's table neighbours observed that he did not appreciate this happiness. That was looked upon as one of his paramount crimes. His comrades saw in this a most odious trait and the most foolish hypocrisy. Nothing made him more enemies. "Look at this bourgeois, look at this stuck-up person," they would say, "who pretends to despise the best rations there are, sausages and cabbage. Shame on the villain, the haughty wretch, he is damned forever." "Alas, these young peasants who are my comrades find their ignorance an immense advantage," Julien would exclaim in his moments of discouragement. "The professor has not got to deliver them on their arrival at the seminary from that awful number of worldly ideas which I brought into it, and which they read on my face, whatever I do." Julien watched with an attention bordering on envy the coarsest of the little peasants who arrived at the seminary. From the moment when they were made to doff their shabby jackets to don the black robe, their education consisted of an immense and limitless respect for hard liquid cash, as they say in Franche-Comté. That is the consecrated and heroic way of expressing the sublime idea of current money. These seminarists, like the heroes in Voltaire's novels, found their happiness in dining well. Julien discovered in nearly all of them an innate respect for the man who wears a suit of good cloth. This sentiment appreciates the distributive justice which is given us at our courts at its value, or even above its true value. "What can one gain," they would often repeat among themselves, "by having a lawsuit with a big man?" That is the expression current in the valleys of the Jura to express a rich man. One can judge of their respect for the richest entity of all, the government. Failure to smile deferentially at the mere name of Monsieur the Prefect is regarded as an imprudence in the eyes of the Franche-Comté peasant, and imprudence in poor people is quickly punished by lack of bread. After having been almost suffocated at first by his feeling of contempt, Julien eventually experienced a feeling of pity. It often happened that the fathers of most of his comrades would enter their hovel in winter evenings and fail to find there either bread, chestnuts, or potatoes. "What is there astonishing, then," Julien would say to himself, "if in their eyes the happy man is in the first place the one who has just had a good dinner, and in the second place the one who possesses a good suit? My comrades have a lasting vocation. That is to say, they see in the ecclesiastical calling a long continuance of the happiness of dining well and having a warm suit." Julien happened to hear a young imaginative seminarist say to his companion, "Why shouldn't I become pope like Sixtus Quintus, who kept pigs?" "They only make Italians popes," answered his friend, "but they will certainly draw lots among us for the great vicarships, canonries, and perhaps bishoprics. Monsieur P., Bishop of Chalons, is the son of a cooper. That's what my father is." One day, in the middle of a theology lesson, the Abbé Pirard summoned Julien to him. The young fellow was delighted to leave the dark moral atmosphere in which he had been plunged. Julien received from the director the same welcome which had frightened him so much on the first day of his entry. "Explain to me what is written on this playing card," he said, looking at him in a way calculated to make him sink into the earth. Julien read, Amanda Binet of the Giraffe Café before 8 o'clock. Say you're from Genlis and my mother's cousin." Julien realized the immense danger. The spies of the Abbé Castanede had stolen the address. "I was trembling with fear the day I came here," he answered, looking at the Abbé Pirade's forehead, for he could not endure that terrible gaze. "Monsieur Chélan told me that this is a place of informers and mischief-makers of all kinds, and that spying and tale-bearing by one comrade on another was encouraged by the authorities. Heaven wishes it to be so as to show life such as it is to the young priests, and fill them with disgust for the world and all its pomps." "And it's to me that you make these fine speeches?" said the Abbé Pirard furiously. "You young villain!" "My brothers used to beat me at Verrières," answered Julien coldly, "when they had occasion to be jealous of me." "Indeed, indeed!" exclaimed Monsieur Pirard, almost beside himself. Julien went on with his story without being in the least intimidated. "The day of my arrival at Besançon I was hungry, and I entered a café. My spirit was full of revulsion for so profane a place, but I thought that my breakfast would cost me less than at an inn. A lady, who seemed to be the mistress of the establishment, took pity on my inexperience. 'Besançon is full of bad characters,' she said to me. 'I fear something will happen to you, sir. If some mishap should occur to you, have recourse to me and send to my house before 8 o'clock. If the porters of the Seminary refuse to execute your errand, say you are my cousin and a native of Genlis.'" "I will have all this chatter verified," exclaimed the Abbé Pirard, unable to stand still and walking about the room. "Back to the cell." The Abbé followed Julien and locked him in. The latter immediately began to examine his trunk, at the bottom of which the fatal cards had been so carefully hidden. Nothing was missing in the trunk, but several things had been disarranged. Nevertheless, he had never been without the key. "What luck that during the whole time of my blindness," said Julien to himself, "I never availed myself of the permission to go out that Monsieur Castanede would offer me so frequently, with a kindness which I now understand. Perhaps I should have had the weakness to have changed my clothes and gone to see the fair Amanda, and then I should have been ruined." When they gave up hope of exploiting that piece of information for the accomplishment of his ruin, they had used it to inform against him. 2 hours afterwards the director summoned him. "You did not lie," he said to him, with a less severe look, "but keeping an address like that is an indiscretion of a gravity which you are unable to realize. Unhappy child, it may perhaps do you harm in 10 years' time." End of section 26. Section 27 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Chapter 27. First Experience of Life. "The present time, great God, is the ark of the Lord. Cursed be he who touches it." Diderot. The reader will kindly excuse us if we give very few clear and definite facts concerning this period of Julien's life. It is not that we lack facts, quite the contrary, but it may be that what he saw in the seminary is too black for the medium colour which the author has endeavoured to preserve throughout these pages. Those of our contemporaries who have suffered from certain things cannot remember them without a horror which paralyzes every other pleasure, even that of reading a tale. Julien achieved scant success in his essays at hypocritical gestures. He experienced moments of disgust and even of complete discouragement. He was not a success, even in a vile career. The slightest help from outside would have sufficed to have given him heart again, for the difficulty to overcome was not very great, but he was alone, like a derelict ship in the middle of the ocean. "And when I do succeed," he would say to himself, "think of having to pass a whole lifetime in such awful company, gluttons who have no thought but for the large omelette which they will guzzle at dinner-time, or persons like the Abbé Castanede, who finds no crime too black. They will attain power, but, great heavens, at what cost? The will of man is powerful. I read it everywhere, but is it enough to overcome so great a disgust? The task of all the great men was easy by comparison. However terrible was the danger, they found it fine, and who can realize except myself the ugliness of my surroundings?" This moment was the most trying in his whole life. It would have been so easy for him to have enlisted in one of the fine regiments at the garrison at Besançon. He could have become a Latin master. He needed so little for his subsistence, but in that case no more career, no more future for his imagination. It was equivalent to death. Here is one of his sad days in detail. I have so often presumed to congratulate myself on being different from the other young peasants. Well, I have lived enough to realize that difference engenders hate, he said to himself one morning. This great truth had just been borne in upon him by one of his most irritating failures. He had been working for 8 days at teaching a pupil who lived in an odour of sanctity. He used to go out with him into the courtyard and listen submissively to pieces of fatuity enough to send one to sleep standing. Suddenly the weather turned stormy. The thunder growled, and the holy pupil exclaimed as he roughly pushed him away, "Listen, everyone for himself in this world. I don't want to be burned by the thunder. God may strike you with lightning like a blasphemer, like a Voltaire." "I deserve to be drowned if I go to sleep during the storm," exclaimed Julien, with his teeth clenched with rage, and with his eyes open towards the sky, now furrowed by the lightning. "Let us try the conquest of some other rogue." The bell rang for the Abbé Castanede's course of sacred history. That day the Abbé Castanede was teaching those young peasants already so frightened by their father's hardships and poverty that the government, that entity so terrible in their eyes, possessed no real and legitimate power except by virtue of the delegation of God's vicar on earth. "Render yourselves worthy, by the holiness of your life and by your obedience, of the benevolence of the Pope. Be like a stick in his hands," he added, "and you will obtain a superb position, where you will be far from all control, and enjoy the king's commands, a position from which you cannot be removed, and where 1/3 of the salary is paid by the government, while the faithful who are moulded by your preaching pay the other 2/3. Castanede stopped in the courtyard after he left the lesson-room. "It is particularly appropriate to say of a curé," he said to the pupils who formed a ring round him, "that the place is worth as much as the man is worth. I myself have known parishes in the mountains where the surplus fees were worth more than that of many town livings. There was quite as much money, without counting the fat capons, the eggs, fresh butter, and 1,001 pleasant details, and there the curé is indisputably the first man. There is not a good meal to which he is not invited, fêted, etc." Castanede had scarcely gone back to his room before the pupils split up into knots. Julien did not form part of any of them. He was left out like a black sheep. He saw in every knot a pupil tossing a coin in the air, and if he managed to guess right in this game of heads or tails, his comrades would decide that he would soon have one of those fat livings. Anecdotes ensued. A certain young priest, who had scarcely been ordained a year, had given a tame rabbit to the maidservant of an old curé, and had succeeded in being asked to be his curate. In a few months afterwards, for the curé had quickly died, he had replaced him in that excellent living. Another had succeeded in getting himself designated as a successor to a very rich town living by being present at all the meals of an old paralytic curé, and by dexterously carving his poultry. The seminarists, like all young people, exaggerated the effect of those little devices which have an element of originality and which strike the imagination. "I must take part in these conversations," said Julien to himself. When they did not talk about sausages and good livings, the conversation ran on the worldly aspect of ecclesiastical doctrine, on the differences of bishops and prefects, of mayors and curés. Julien caught sight of the conception of a second God, but of a God who was much more formidable and much more powerful than the other one. That second God was the Pope. They said amongst themselves, in a low voice, however, and when they were quite sure that they would not be heard by Pirard, that the reason for the Pope not taking the trouble of nominating all the prefects and mayors of France was that he had entrusted that duty to the King of France by entitling him to a senior son of the Church. It was about this time that Julien thought he could exploit, for the benefit of his own reputation, his knowledge of de Maistre's book on the Pope. In point of fact, he did astonish his comrades, but it was only another misfortune. He displeased them by expounding their own opinions better than they could themselves. Chelan had acted as imprudently for Julien as he had for himself. He had given him the habit of reasoning correctly and of not being put off by empty words, but he had neglected to tell him that this habit was a crime in the person of no importance, since every piece of logical reasoning is offensive. Julien's command of language added consequently a new crime to his score. By dint of thinking about him, his colleagues succeeded in expressing the horror with which he would inspire them by a single expression. They nicknamed him Martin Luther. Particularly, they said, because of that infernal logic which makes him so proud. Several young seminarists had a fresher complexion than Julien, and could pass as better looking, but he had white hands, and was unable to conceal certain refined habits of personal cleanliness. This advantage proved a disadvantage in the gloomy house in which chance had cast him. The dirty peasants among whom he lived asserted that he had very abandoned morals. We fear that we may weary our reader by a narration of the 1,001 misfortunes of our hero. The most vigorous of his comrades, for example, wanted to start the custom of beating him. He was obliged to arm himself with an iron compass, and to indicate, though by signs, that he would make use of it. Signs cannot figure in a spy's report to such good advantage as words. End of section 27. Section 28 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Chapter 28. A Procession. All hearts were moved. The presence of God seemed to have descended into these narrow Gothic streets that stretched in every direction and were sanded by the care of the faithful. Young. It was in vain that Julien pretended to be petty and stupid. He could not please. He was too different. Yet all these professors, he said to himself, are very clever people, men in 1,000. Why do they not like my humility? Only one seemed to take advantage of his readiness to believe everything, and apparently to swallow everything. This was the Abbé Char Bernard, the director of the ceremonies of the cathedral, where for the last 15 years he had been given occasion to hope for a canonry. While waiting, he taught homiletics at the seminary. During the period of Julien's blindness, this class was one of those in which he most frequently came out top. The Abbé Char had used this as an opportunity to manifest some friendship to him, and when the class broke up, he would be glad to take him by the arm for some turns in the garden. "What is he getting at?" Julien would say to himself. He noticed with astonishment that for hours on end the abbé would talk to him about the ornaments possessed by the cathedral. It had 17 lace chasubles, besides the mourning vestments. A lot was hoped from the old wife of the Judge du Rubempré. This lady, who was 90 years of age, had kept for at least 70 years her wedding dress of superb Lyon material, embroidered with gold. "Imagine, my friend," the Abbé Char would say, stopping abruptly and staring with amazement, "that this material keeps quite stiff. There is so much gold in it. It is generally thought in Besançon that the will of the judge's wife will result in the cathedral treasure being increased by more than 10 chasubles, without counting 4 or 5 capes of the great feast." "I will go further," said the Abbé Char, lowering his voice. "I have reasons for thinking the judge's wife will leave us her magnificent silver-gilt candlesticks, supposed to have been bought in Italy by Charles the Bold, Duke of Burgundy, whose favourite minister was one of the good lady's ancestors." "But what is the fellow getting at with all this old clothes business?" thought Julien. "These adroit preliminaries have been going on for centuries, and nothing comes of them. He must be very suspicious of me. He is cleverer than all the others, whose secret aim can be guessed so easily in a fortnight. I understand. He must have been suffering for 15 years from mortified ambition." Julien was summoned one evening in the middle of the fencing lesson to the Abbé Pirard, who said to him, "Tomorrow is the feast of Corpus Domini, the Fête Dieu. The Abbé Char Bernard needs you to help him to decorate the cathedral. Go and obey." The Abbé Pirard called him back and added sympathetically, "That depends on you whether you will utilize the occasion to go into the town." "Incedo per ignes," answered Julien. "I have secret enemies." Julien went to the cathedral next morning with downcast eyes. The sight of the streets and the activity which was beginning to prevail in the town did him good. In all quarters they were extending the fronts of the houses for the procession. All the time that he had passed in the seminary seemed to him no more than a mere moment. His thoughts were of Vergy and of the pretty Amanda, whom he might perhaps meet, for her café was not very far off. He saw in the distance the Abbé Char Bernard on the threshold of his beloved cathedral. He was a big man with a jovial face and a frank air. Today he looked triumphant. "I was expecting you, my dear son," he cried as soon as he saw Julien in the distance. "Be welcome. This day's duty will be protracted and arduous. Let us fortify ourselves by a first breakfast. We will have the second at 10 o'clock during High Mass." "I do not wish, sir," said Julien to him gravely, "to be alone for a single instant. Deign to observe," he added, showing him the clock over their heads, "that I have arrived at 1 minute to 5. "So those little rascals at the seminary frightened you. It is very good of you to think of them," said the abbé. "But is the road less beautiful because there are thorns in the hedges which border it? Travellers go on their way and leave the wicked thorns to wait in vain where they are. And now to work, my dear friend, to work." The Abbé Char was right in saying that the task would be arduous. There had been a great funeral ceremony at the cathedral the previous day. They had not been able to make any preparations. They had consequently only one morning for dressing all the Gothic pillars which constitute the 3 naves with a kind of red damask cloth ascending to a height of 30 feet. The bishop had fetched by mail 4 decorators from Paris, but these gentry were not able to do everything, and far from giving any encouragement to the clumsiness of the Besançon colleagues, they made it twice as great by making fun of them. Julien saw that he would have to climb the ladder himself. His agility served him in good stead. He undertook the direction of the decorators from town. The Abbé Char was delighted as he watched him flit from ladder to ladder. When all the pillars were dressed in damask, 5 enormous bouquets of feathers had to be placed on the green baldachin above the grand altar. A rich coping of gilded wood was supported by 8 big straight columns of Italian marble, but to reach the centre of the baldachin above the tabernacle involved walking over an old wooden cornice which was 40 feet high and possibly worm-eaten. The sight of this difficult crossing had extinguished the gaiety of the Parisian decorators, which up till then had been so brilliant. They looked at it from down below, argued a great deal, but did not go up. Julien seized hold of the bouquets of feathers and climbed the ladder at a run. He placed it neatly on the crown-shaped ornament in the centre of the baldachin. When he came down the ladder again, the Abbé Char Bernard embraced him in his arms. "Optime!" exclaimed the good priest. "I will tell this to Monseigneur." Breakfast at 10 o'clock was very gay. The Abbé Char had never seen his church look so beautiful. "Dear disciple," he said to Julien, "my mother used to let out chairs in this venerable building, so I have been brought up in this great edifice. The terror of Robespierre ruined us, but when I was 8 years old, that was my age then, I used to serve masses in private houses, so you see I got my meals on mass days. Nobody could fold a chasuble better than I could, and I never cut the fringes. After the re-establishment of public worship by Napoleon, I had the good fortune to direct everything in this venerable metropolis. 5 times a year do my eyes see it adorned with these fine ornaments. But it has never been so resplendent, and the damask breadths have never been so well tied or so close to the pillars as they are today." "So he is going to tell me his secret at last," said Julien. "Now he is going to talk about himself. He is expanding." But nothing imprudent was said by the man, in spite of his evident exaltation. "All the same, he has worked a great deal," said Julien to himself. "He is happy. What a man! What an example for me! He really takes the cake." This was a vulgar phrase which he had learned from the old surgeon. As the Sanctus of High Mass sounded, Julien wanted to take a surplice to follow the bishop in the superb procession. "And the thieves, my friend, and the thieves!" exclaimed the Abbé Char. "Have you forgotten them? The procession will go out, but we will watch, will you and I? We shall be very lucky if we get off with the loss of a couple of ells of this fine lace which surrounds the base of the pillars. It is a gift of Madame de Rubempre. It comes from her great-grandfather, the famous Count. It is made of real gold, my friend," added the abbé in a whisper, and with evident exultation, "and all genuine. I entrust you with the watching of the north wing. Do not leave it. I will keep the south wing and the great nave for myself. Keep an eye on the confessional. It is there that the women accomplices of the thieves always spy. Look out for the moment when we turn our backs." As he finished speaking, 11:45 struck. Immediately afterwards the sound of the great clock was heard. It rang a full peal. These full solemn sounds affected Julien. His imagination was no longer turned to things earthly. The perfume of the incense and of the rose leaves thrown before the Holy Sacrament by little children disguised as St. John increased his exaltation. Logically, the grave sounds of the bell should only have recalled to Julien's mind the thoughts of the labour of 20 men paid 54 centimes each, and possibly helped by 15 or 20 faithful souls. Logically, he ought to have thought of the wear and tear of the cords and of the framework and of the danger of the clock itself, which falls down every 2 centuries, and to have considered the means of diminishing the salary of the bell-ringers, or of paying them by some indulgence or other grace dispensed from the treasure of the church without diminishing its purse. Julien's soul, exalted by these sounds with all their virile fullness, instead of making these wise reflections, wandered in the realm of imagination. He will never turn out a good priest or a good administrator. Souls which get thrilled so easily are at the best only capable of producing an artist. At this moment the presumption of Julien burst out into full view. Perhaps 50 of his comrades in the seminary, made attentive to the realities of life by their own unpopularity and the Jacobinism which they are taught to see hiding behind every hedge, would have had no other thought suggested by the great bell of the cathedral except the wages of the ringers. They would have analysed with the genius of Bahram whether the intensity of the emotion produced among the public was worth the money which was given to the ringers. If Julien had only tried to think of the material interests of the cathedral, his imagination would have transcended its actual object, and thought of economizing 40 francs on the fabric, and have lost the opportunity of avoiding an expense of 25 centimes. While the procession slowly traversed Besançon on the finest day imaginable, and stopped at the brilliant altar stations put up by the authorities, the church remained in profound silence. There prevailed a semi-obscurity, an agreeable freshness. It was still perfumed with the fragrance of flowers and incense. The silence, the deep solitude, the freshness of the long nave sweetened Julien's reverie. He did not fear being troubled by the Abbé Chas, who was engaged in another part of the building. His soul had almost abandoned its mortal tenement, which was pacing slowly the north wing which had been trusted to his surveillance. He was all the more tranquil when he had assured himself that there was no one in the confessional except some devout women. His eyes looked in front of him, seeing nothing. His reverie was almost broken by the sight of 2 well-dressed women, one in the confessional and the other on a chair quite near her. He looked without seeing, but noticed, however, either by reason of some vague appreciation of his duties or admiration for the aristocratic but simple dress of the ladies, that there was no priest in the confessional. It is singular, he thought, that if these fair ladies are devout, they are not kneeling before some altar, or that if they are in society, they have not an advantageous position in the first row of some balcony. How well cut that dress is! How graceful! He slackened his pace to try and look at them. The lady who was kneeling in the confessional turned her head a little, hearing the noise of Julien's step in this solemn place. Suddenly she gave a loud cry and felt ill. As the lady collapsed and fell backwards on her knees, her friend who was near her hastened to help her. At the same time Julien saw the shoulders of the lady who was falling backwards. His eyes were struck by a twisted necklace of fine big pearls which he knew well. What were his emotions when he recognized the hair of Madame de Renal? It was she. The lady who was trying to prevent her from falling was Madame de Ville. Julien was beside himself and hastened to their side. Madame de Renal's fall would perhaps have carried her friend along with her if Julien had not supported them. He saw the head of Madame de Renal, pale and entirely devoid of consciousness, floating on his shoulders. He helped Madame de Ville to lean that charming head up against a straw chair. He knelt down. Madame de Ville turned round and recognized him. "Away, monsieur, away," she said to him in a tone of the most lively anger. "Above all, do not let us see you again. The sight of you would be sure to horrify you. She was so happy before you came. Your conduct is atrocious. Flee, take yourself off, if you have any shame left." These words were spoken with so much authority, and Julien felt so weak, that he did take himself off. "She always hated me," he said to himself, thinking of Madame de Vere. At the same moment the nasal chanting of the first priests in the procession, which was now coming back, resounded in the church. The Abbé Char Bernard called Julien, who at first did not hear him, several times. He came at last and took his arm behind a pillar where Julien had taken refuge, more dead than alive. He wanted to present him to the bishop. "Are you feeling well, my child?" said the abbé to him, seeing him so pale and almost incapable of walking. "You have worked too much." The abbé gave him his arm. "Come, sit down behind me here, on the little seat of the dispenser of holy water. I will hide you." They were now beside the main door. "Calm yourself. We have still a good 20 minutes before Monseigneur appears. Try and pull yourself together. I will lift you up when he passes, for in spite of my age I am strong and vigorous." Julien was trembling so violently when the bishop passed that the Abbé Char gave up the idea of presenting him. "Do not take it too much to heart," he said. "I will find another opportunity." The same evening he had 6 pounds of candles, which had been saved, he said, by Julien's carefulness and by the promptness with which he had extinguished them, carried to the Seminary chapel. Nothing could have been nearer the truth. The poor boy was extinguished himself. He had not had a single thought after meeting Madame de Rênal. End of section 28. Section 29 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Chapter 29. The First Promotion. He knew his age, he knew his department, and he is rich. The Forerunner. Julien had not emerged from the deep reverie in which the episode in the cathedral had plunged him, when the severe Abbé Pirard summoned him. "Monsieur the Abbé Char Bernard has just written in your favour. I am, on the whole, sufficiently satisfied with your conduct. You are extremely imprudent and irresponsible without outward signs of it. However, up to the present, you have proved yourself possessed of a good and even generous heart. Your intellect is superior. Taking it all round, I see in you a spark which one must not neglect. I am on the point of leaving this house after 15 years of work. My crime is that I have left the seminarists to their free will, and that I have neither protected nor served that secret society of which you spoke to me at the confessional. I wish to do something for you before I leave. I would have done so 2 months earlier, for you deserve it, had it not been for the information laid against you as the result of the finding in your trunk of Amanda Binet's address. I will make you New and Old Testament tutor." Julien was transported with gratitude, and evolved the idea of throwing himself on his knees and thanking God. He yielded to a truer impulse, and approaching the Abbé Pirard, took his hand and pressed it to his lips. "What is the meaning of this?" exclaimed the director angrily, but Julien's eyes said even more than his act. The Abbé Pirard looked at him in astonishment, after the manner of a man who has long lost the habit of encountering refined emotions. The attention deceived the director. His voice altered. "Well, yes, my child, I am attached to you. Heaven knows that I have been so in spite of myself. I ought to show neither hate nor love to anyone. I see in you something which offends the vulgar. Jealousy and calumny will pursue you in whatever place Providence may place you. Your comrades will never behold you without hate, and if they pretend to like you, it will only be to betray you with greater certainty. For this there is only one remedy. Seek help only from God, who, to punish you for your presumption, has cursed you with the inevitable hatred of your comrades. Let your conduct be pure. That is the only resource which I can see for you. If you love truth with an irresistible embrace, your enemies will sooner or later be confounded." It had been so long since Julien had heard a friendly voice that he must be forgiven a weakness. He burst out into tears. The Abbé Pirard held out his arms to him. This moment was very sweet to both of them. Julien was mad with joy. This promotion was the first which he had obtained. The advantages were immense. To realize them, one must have been condemned to pass months on end without an instant's solitude, and in immediate contact with comrades who were at the best importunate and for the most part insupportable. Their cries alone would have sufficed to disorganize a delicate constitution. The noise and joy of these peasants, well fed and well clothed as they were, could only find a vent for itself, or believe in its own completeness, when they were shouting with all the strength of their lungs. Now Julien dined alone, or nearly an hour later than the other seminarists. He had a key of the garden, and could walk in it when no one else was there. Julien was astonished to perceive that he was now hated less. He, on the contrary, had been expecting that their hate would become twice as intense. That secret desire of his that he should not be spoken to, which had been only too manifest before, and had earned him so many enemies, was no longer looked upon as a sign of ridiculous haughtiness. It became, in the eyes of the coarse beings who surrounded him, a just appreciation of his own dignity. The hatred of him sensibly diminished, above all among the youngest of his comrades, who were now his pupils, and whom he treated with much politeness. Gradually he obtained his own following. It became looked upon as bad form to call him Martin Luther. But what is the good of enumerating his friends and his enemies? The whole business is squalid, and all the more squalid in proportion to the truth of the picture. And yet the clergy supply the only teachers of morals which the people have. What would happen to the people without them? Will the paper ever replace the curé? Since Julien's new dignity, the director of the seminary made a point of never speaking to him without witnesses. These tactics were prudent, both for the master and for the pupil, but above all it was meant for a test. The invariable principle of that severe Jansenist Pirard was this: if a man has merit in your eyes, put obstacles in the way of all he desires and of everything which he undertakes. If the merit is real, he will manage to overthrow or get round those obstacles. It was the hunting season. It had occurred to Fouquet to send a stag and a boar to the seminary as though they came from Julien's parents. The dead animals were put down on the floor between the kitchen and the refectory. It was there that they were seen by all the seminarists on their way to dinner. They constituted a great attraction for their curiosity. The boar, dead though it was, made the youngest ones feel frightened. They touched its tusks. They talked of nothing else for a whole week. This gift, which raised Julien's family to the level of that class of society which deserves respect, struck a deadly blow at all jealousy. He enjoyed a superiority consecrated by fortune. Giselle, the most distinguished of the seminarists, made advances to him, and always reproached him for not having previously apprised them of his parents' position, and had thus involved them in treating money without sufficient respect. A conscription took place, from which Julien, in his capacity as seminarist, was exempt. This circumstance affected him profoundly. So there is just passed for ever that moment which, 20 years earlier, would have seen my heroic life begin. He was walking alone in the seminary garden. He heard the masons who were walling up the cloister walls talking between themselves. "Yes, we must go. There's the new conscription. When the other was alive, it was good business. A mason could become an officer then, could become a general then. One has seen such things." "You go and see now. It is only the ragamuffins who leave for the army. Anyone who has anything stays in the country here." "The man who is born wretched stays wretched, and there you are." "I say, is it true what they say, that the other is dead?" put in the third mason. "Oh, well, it's the big men who say that, you see. The other one made them afraid." "What a difference! How the fortification went ahead in his time, and to think of his being betrayed by his own marshals!" This conversation consoled Julien a little. As he went away, he repeated with a sigh, "Le roi dont le peuple a gardé la mémoire." The time for the examination arrived. Julien answered brilliantly. He saw that Giselle endeavoured to exhibit all his knowledge. On the first day the examiners, nominated by the famous Grand Vicar de Frillair, were very irritated at always having to put first, or at any rate second, on their list that Julien Sorel who had been designated to them as the Benjamin of the Abbé Pirard. There were bets in the seminary that Julien would come out first in the final list of the examination, a privilege which carried with it the honour of dining with my Lord Bishop. But at the end of a sitting dealing with the fathers of the Church, an adroit examiner, having first interrogated Julien on Saint Jerome and his passion for Cicero, went on to speak about Horace, Virgil, and other profane authors. Julien had learnt by heart a great number of passages from these authors without his comrade's knowledge. Swept away by his successes, he forgot the place where he was, and recited in paraphrase with spirit several odes of Horace at the repeated request of the examiner. Having for 20 minutes given him enough rope to hang himself, the examiner changed his expression and bitterly reproached him for the time he had wasted on these profane studies and the useless or criminal ideas which he had got into his head. "I am a fool, sir. You are right," said Julien modestly, realizing the adroit stratagem of which he was the victim. This examiner's dodge was considered dirty, even at the seminary, but this did not prevent the Abbé de Friaire, that adroit individual who had so cleverly organized the machinery of the Besançon congregation, and whose dispatches to Paris put fear into the hearts of judges, prefect, and even the generals of the garrison, from placing with his powerful hand the number 198 against Julien's name. He enjoyed subjecting his enemy, Bérard the Jansenist, to this mortification. His chief object for the last 10 years had been to deprive him of the headship of the seminary. The abbé, who had himself followed the plan which he had indicated to Julien, was sincere, pious, devoted to his duties, and devoid of intrigue, but heaven in its anger had given him that bilious temperament which is by nature so deeply sensitive to insults and to hate. None of the insults which were addressed to him were wasted on his burning soul. He would have handed in his resignation 100 times over, but he believed that he was useful in the place where Providence had set him. "I prevent the progress of Jesuitism and idolatry," he said to himself. At the time of the examinations it was perhaps nearly 2 months since he had spoken to Julien, and nevertheless he was ill for 8 days when, on receipt of the official letter announcing the result of the competition, he saw the number 198 placed beside the name of that pupil whom he regarded as the glory of his town. This stern character found his only consolation in concentrating all his surveillance on Julien. He was delighted that he discovered in him neither anger, nor vindictiveness, nor discouragement. Julien felt a thrill some months afterwards when he received a letter. It bore the Paris postmark. Madame de Rênal is remembering her promises at last, he thought. A gentleman who signed himself Paul Sorel, and who said that he was his relative, sent him a letter of credit for 500 francs. The writer went on to add that if Julien went on to study successfully the good Latin authors, a similar sum would be sent to him every year. "It is she. It is her kindness," said Julien to himself, feeling quite overcome. "She wishes to console me, but why not a single word of affection?" He was making a mistake in regard to this letter, for Madame de Rênal, under the influence of her friend Madame de Ville, was abandoning herself absolutely to profound remorse. She would often think, in spite of herself, of that singular being, the meeting with whom had revolutionized her life, but she carefully refrained from writing to him. If we were to talk the terminology of the seminary, we would be able to recognize a miracle in the sending of these 500 francs, and to say that heaven was making use of M. de Friaire himself in order to give this gift to Julien. 12 years previously, the Abbé de Friaire had arrived in Besançon with an extremely exiguous portmanteau, which, according to the story, contained all his fortune. He was now one of the richest proprietors of the department. In the course of his prosperity, he had bought the one half of an estate, while the other half had been inherited by Monsieur de la Mole. Consequently, there was a great lawsuit between these two personages. Monsieur le Marquis de la Mole felt that, in spite of his brilliant life at Paris and the offices which he held at court, it would be dangerous to fight at Besançon against the Grand Vicar, who was reputed to make and unmake prefects. Instead of soliciting a present of 50,000 francs, which could have been smuggled into the budget under some name or other, and of throwing up this miserable lawsuit with the Abbé Friaire over a matter of 50,000 francs, the Marquis lost his temper. He thought he was in the right, absolutely in the right. Moreover, if one is permitted to say so, who is the judge who has not got a son, or at any rate a cousin, to push in the world? In order to enlighten the blindest minds, the Abbé de Friaire took the carriage of my lord the bishop 8 days after the first decree which he obtained, and went himself to convey the cross of the Legion of Honour to his advocate. Monsieur de la Mole, a little dumbfounded at the demeanour on the other side, and appreciating also that his own advocates were slackening their efforts, asked advice of the Abbé Chalin, who put him in communication with Monsieur Pirard. At the period of our story, the relations between these two men had lasted for several years. The Abbé Pirard imported into this affair his characteristic passion. Being in constant touch with the Marquis's advocates, he studied his case, and finding it just, he became quite openly the solicitor of Monsieur de la Mole against the all-powerful Grand Vicar. The latter felt outraged by such insolence, and on the part of a little Jansenist into the bargain. "See what this court nobility, who pretend to be so powerful, really are," would say the Abbé de Friaire to his intimates. "Monsieur de la Mole has not even sent a miserable cross to his agent at Besançon, and will let him be tamely turned out. None the less, so they write to me, this noble peer never lets a week go by without going to show off his blue ribbon in the drawing-room of the Keeper of Seal, whoever it may be." In spite of all the energy of the Abbé Pirard, and although Monsieur de la Mole was always on the best of terms with the Minister of Justice, and above all with his officials, the best that he could achieve after 6 careful years was not to lose his lawsuit right out. Being, as he was, in ceaseless correspondence with the Abbé Pirard in connection with an affair in which they were both passionately interested, the Marquis came to appreciate the Abbé's particular kind of intellect. Little by little, and in spite of the immense distance in their social positions, their correspondence assumed the tone of friendship. The Abbé Pirard told the Marquis that they wanted to heap insults upon him till he should be forced to hand in his resignation. In his anger against what, in his opinion, was the infamous stratagem employed against Julien, he narrated his story to the Marquis. Although extremely rich, this great lord was by no means miserly. He had never been able to prevail on the Abbé Pirard to accept even the reimbursement of the postal expenses occasioned by the lawsuit. He seized the opportunity of sending 500 francs to his favourite pupil. Monsieur de la Mole himself took the trouble of writing the covering letter. This gave the Abbé food for thought. One day the latter received a little note which requested him to go immediately on an urgent matter to an inn on the outskirts of Besançon. He found there the steward of Monsieur de la Mole. "Monsieur le Marquis has instructed me to bring you his carriage," said the man to him. "He hopes that after you have read this letter you will find it convenient to leave for Paris in 4 or 5 days. I will employ the time in the meanwhile in asking you to be good enough to show me the estates of Monsieur le Marquis in the Franche-Comté, so that I can go over them." The letter was short. "Rid yourself, my good sir, of all the chicanery of the provinces, and come and breathe peaceful atmosphere of Paris. I send you my carriage, which has orders to await your decision for 4 days. I will await you myself at Paris until Tuesday. You only require to say so, monsieur, to accept in your own name one of the best livings in the environ of Paris. The richest of your future parishioners has never seen you, but is more devoted than you can possibly think. He is the Marquis de la Mole." Without having suspected it, the stern Abbé Pirard loved this seminary, peopled as it was by his enemies, but to which for the past 15 years he had devoted all his thoughts. Monsieur de la Mole's letter had the effect on him of the visit of the surgeon come to perform a difficult but necessary operation. His dismissal was certain. He made an appointment with the steward for 3 days later. For 48 hours he was in a fever of uncertainty. Finally he wrote to the Monsieur de la Mole, and composed for my lord the bishop a letter, a masterpiece of ecclesiastical style, although it was a little long. It would have been difficult to have found more unimpeachable phrases, and ones breathing a more sincere respect. And nevertheless this letter, intended as it was to get Monsieur de Friaire into trouble with his patron, gave utterance to all the serious matters of complaint, and even descended to the little squalid intrigues which, having been endured with resignation for 6 years, were forcing the Abbé Pirard to leave the diocese. They stole his firewood, they poisoned his dog, etc., etc. Having finished this letter, he had Julien called. Like all the other seminarists, he was sleeping at 8 o'clock in the evening. "You know where the bishop's palace is," he said to him in good classical Latin. "Take this letter to my lord. I will not hide from you that I am sending you into the midst of the wolves. Be all ears and eyes. Let there be no lies in your answers, but realize that the man questioning you will possibly experience a real joy in being able to hurt you. I am very pleased, my child, at being able to give you this experience before I leave you, for I do not hide from you that the letter which you are bearing is my resignation." Julien stood motionless. He loved the Abbé Pirard. It was in vain that Prudence said to him, "After this honest man's departure, the Sacré-Cœur party will disgrace me, and perhaps expel me." He could not think of himself. He was embarrassed by a phrase which he was trying to turn in a polite way, but as a matter of fact he found himself without the brains to do so. "Well, my friend, are you not going?" "It is because they say, monsieur," answered Julien timidly, "that you have put nothing on one side during your long administration. I have 600 francs. His tears prevented him from continuing. "That also will be noticed," said the ex-director of the seminary coldly. "Go to the palace. It is getting late." Chance would so have it that on that evening the Abbé de Friair was on duty in the salon of the palace. My lord was dining with the prefect, so it was to Monsieur de Friair himself that Julien, though he did not know it, handed the letter. Julien was astonished to see this abbé boldly open the letter, which was addressed to the bishop. The face of the Grand Vicar soon expressed surprise, tinged with a lively pleasure, and became twice as grave as before. Julien, struck with his good appearance, found time to scrutinize him while he was reading. This face would have possessed more dignity had it not been for the extreme subtlety which appeared in some features, and would have gone to the fact of actually denoting falseness if the possessor of this fine countenance had ceased to school it for a single minute. The very prominent nose formed a perfectly straight line, and unfortunately gave to an otherwise distinguished profile a curious resemblance to the physiognomy of a fox. Otherwise, this abbé, who appeared so engrossed with Monsieur Pirard's resignation, was dressed with an elegance which Julien had never seen before in any priest, and which pleased him exceedingly. It was only later that Julien knew in what the special talent of the Abbé de Friair really consisted. He knew how to amuse his bishop, an amiable old man made for Paris life, and who looked upon Besançon as exile. This bishop had very bad sight, and was passionately fond of fish. The Abbé de Friair used to take the bones out of the fish which was served to my lord. Julien looked silently at the abbé, who was rereading the resignation, when the door suddenly opened with a noise. A richly dressed lackey passed in rapidly. Julien had only time to turn round towards the door. He perceived a little old man wearing a pectoral cross. He prostrated himself. The bishop addressed a benevolent smile to him and passed on. The handsome abbé followed him, and Julien was left alone in the salon, and was able to admire at his leisure its pious magnificence. The Bishop of Besançon, a man whose spirit had been tried but not broken by the long miseries of the emigration, was more than 75 years old, and concerned himself infinitely little with what might happen in 10 years' time. "Who is that clever-looking seminarist I think I saw as I passed?" said the bishop. "Oughtn't they to be in bed, according to my regulations?" "That one is very wide awake, I assure you, my lord, and he brings great news. It is the resignation of the only Jansenist residing in your diocese. That terrible Abbé Pirard realizes at last that we mean business." "Well," said the bishop with a laugh, "I challenge you to replace him with any man of equal worth, and to show you how much I prize that man, I will invite him to dinner for tomorrow." The Grand Vicar tried to slide in a few words concerning the choice of a successor. The prelate, who was little disposed to talk business, said to him, "Before we install the other, let us get to know a little of the circumstances under which the present one is going. Fetch me this seminarist. The truth is in the mouth of children." Julien was summoned. "I shall find myself between two inquisitors," he thought. He had never felt more courageous. At the moment when he entered, two valets, better dressed than Monsieur Valenod himself, were undressing my lord. That prelate thought he ought to question Julien on his studies before questioning him about Monsieur Pirard. He talked a little theology, and was astonished. He soon came to the humanities, to Virgil, to Horace, to Cicero. It was those names, thought Julien, that earned me my number 198. I have nothing to lose. Let us try and shine. He succeeded. The prelate, who was an excellent humanist himself, was delighted. At the prefect's dinner, a young girl who was justly celebrated had recited the poems of the Madeleine. He was in the mood to talk literature, and very quickly forgot the Abbé Pirard and his affairs to discuss with the seminarist whether Horace was rich or poor. The prelate quoted several odes, but sometimes his memory was sluggish, and then Julien would recite with modesty the whole ode. The fact which struck the bishop was that Julien never deviated from the conversational tone. He spoke his 20 or 30 Latin verses as though he had been speaking of what was taking place in his own seminary. They talked for a long time of Virgil or Cicero, and the prelate could not help complimenting the young seminarist. "You could not have studied better." "My lord," said Julien, "your seminary can offer you 197 much less unworthy of your high esteem." "How is that?" said the prelate, astonished by the number. "I can support by official proof just what I have had the honour of saying before, my lord. I obtained the number 198 at the seminary's annual examination by giving accurate answers to the very questions which are earning me, at the present moment, my lord's approbation." "Ah, it is the Benjamin of the Abbé Pirard," said the other bishop with a laugh, as he looked at Monsieur de Frières. "We should have been prepared for this, but it is fair fighting. Did you not have to be woken up, my friend," he said, addressing himself to Julien, "to be sent here?" "Yes, my lord. I have only been out of the seminary alone once in my life, to go and help Monsieur the Abbé Charles Bernard decorate the cathedral on Corpus Christi Day." "Optime," said the bishop. "So it is you who showed proof of so much courage by placing the bouquet of feathers on the baldachin. They make me shudder. They make me fear that they will cost some man his life. You will go far, my friend, but I do not wish to cut short your brilliant career by making you die of hunger." And by the order of the bishop, biscuits and wine were brought in, to which Julien did honour, and the Abbé de Frières, who knew that his bishop liked to see people eat gaily and with good appetite, even greater honour. The prelate, more and more satisfied with the end of his evening, talked for a moment of ecclesiastical history. He saw that Julien did not understand. The prelate passed on to the moral condition of the Roman Empire under the system of the Emperor Constantine. The end of paganism had been accompanied by that state of anxiety and of doubt which afflicts sad and jaded spirits in the 19th century. My lord noticed Julien's ignorance of almost the very name of Tacitus. To the astonishment of the prelate, Julien answered frankly that that author was not to be found in the seminary library. "I am truly very glad," said the bishop gaily. "You relieve me of an embarrassment. I have been trying for the last 5 minutes to find a way of thanking you for the charming evening which you have given me in a way that I could certainly never have expected. I did not anticipate finding a teacher in a pupil in my seminary. Although the gift is not unduly canonical, I want to give you a Tacitus." The prelate had 8 volumes in a superior binding fetched for him, and insisted on writing himself on the title page of the first volume a Latin compliment to Julien Sorel. The bishop plumed himself on his fine Latinity. He finished by saying to him in a serious tone, which completely clashed with the rest of the conversation, "Young man, if you are good, you will have one day the best living in my diocese, and not 100 leagues from my episcopal palace, but you must be good." Laden with his volumes, Julien left the palace in a state of great astonishment, as midnight was striking. My lord had not said a word to him about the Abbé Pirard. Julien was particularly astonished by the bishop's extreme politeness. He had had no conception of such an urbanity in form combined with so natural an air of dignity. Julien was especially struck by the contrast on seeing again the gloomy Abbé Pirard, who was impatiently awaiting him. "Quid tibi dixerunt?" "What have they said to you?" he cried out to him in a loud voice as soon as he saw him in the distance. "Speak French and repeat my lord's own words without either adding or subtracting anything," said the ex-director of the seminary in his harsh tone and with his particularly inelegant manners, as Julien got slightly confused in translating into Latin the speeches of the bishop. "What a strange present on the part of the bishop to a young seminarist," he ventured to say as he turned over the leaves of the superb Tacitus, whose gilt edges seemed to horrify him. 2 o'clock was already striking when he allowed his favourite pupil to retire to his room after an extremely detailed account. "Leave me the first volume of your Tacitus," he said to him. "Where is my Lord Bishop's compliment? This Latin line will serve as your lightning conductor in this house after my departure. Erit tibi, fili mi, successor meos tanquam leo querens quem devoret. For my successor will be to you, my son, like a ravening lion seeking someone to devour." The following morning Julien noticed a certain strangeness in the manner in which his comrade spoke to him. It only made him more reserved. This, he thought, is the result of M. Parade's resignation. It is known over the whole house, and I pass for his favourite. There ought logically to be an insult in their demeanour. But he could not detect it. On the contrary, there was an absence of hate in the eyes of all those he met along the corridors. What is the meaning of this? It is doubtless a trap. Let us play a wary game. Finally, the little seminarist said to him with a laugh, "Corneli taciti opera omnia," complete works of Tacitus. On hearing these words, they all congratulated Julien enviously, not only on the magnificent present which he had received from my lord, but also on the 2 hours' conversation with which he had been honoured. They knew even its minutest details. From that moment envy ceased completely. They courted him basely. The Abbé Castanede, who had manifested towards him the most extreme insolence the very day before, came and took his arm and invited him to breakfast. By some fatality in Julien's character, while the insolence of these coarse creatures had occasioned him great pain, their baseness afforded him disgust, but no pleasure. Towards midday the Abbé Pirard took leave of his pupils, but not before addressing to them a severe admonition. "Do you wish for the honours of the world?" he said to them. "For all the social advantages, for the pleasure of commanding pleasures, of setting the laws at defiance, and the pleasure of being insolent with impunity to all? Or do you wish for your eternal salvation? The most backward of you have only got to open your eyes to distinguish the true ways." He had scarcely left before the devotee of the Sacré-Cœur de Jésus went into the palace to intone a Te Deum. Nobody in the seminary took the ex-director's admonition seriously. "He shows a great deal of temper because he is losing his job," was what was said in every quarter. Not a single seminarist was simple enough to believe in the voluntary resignation of a position which put him into such close touch with the big contractors. The Abbé Pirard went and established himself in the finest inn at Besançon, and making an excuse of business which he had not got, insisted on passing a couple of days there. The bishop had invited him to dinner, and in order to chaff his grand vicar de Frière, endeavoured to make him shine. They were at dessert when the extraordinary intelligence arrived from Paris that the Abbé Pirard had been appointed to the magnificent living of N, 4 leagues from Paris. The good prelate congratulated him upon it. He saw in the whole affair a piece of good play which put him in a good temper, and gave him the highest opinion of the Abbé's talents. He gave him a magnificent Latin certificate, and enjoined silence on the Abbé de Frière, who was venturing to remonstrate. The same evening my lord conveyed his admiration to the Marquis de Rubempré. This was great news for fine Besançon society. They abandoned themselves to all kinds of conjectures over this extraordinary favour. They already saw the Abbé Pirard a bishop. The more subtle brains thought M. de la Mole was a minister, and indulged on this day in smiles at the imperious airs that M. the Abbé de Frière adopted in society. The following day the Abbé Pirard was almost mobbed in the streets, and the tradesmen came to their shop doors when he went to solicit an interview with the judges who had to try the Marquis's lawsuit. For the first time in his life he was politely received by them. The stern Jansenist, indignant as he was with all that he saw, worked long with the advocates whom he had chosen for the Marquis de la Mole, and left for Paris. He was weak enough to tell 2 or 3 college friends who accompanied him to the carriage, whose armorial bearings they admired, that after having administered the seminary for 15 years, He was leaving Besançon with 520 francs of savings. His friends kissed him with tears in their eyes, and said to each other, "If the good abbé could have spared himself that lie, it is really too ridiculous." The vulgar, blinded as they are by the love of money, were constitutionally incapable of understanding that it was in his own sincerity that the Abbé Pirard had found the necessary strength to fight for 6 years against Marie Alacoque, the Sacré-Cœur de Jésus, the Jesuits, and his bishops. End of section 29. Section 30 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Chapter 30. An Ambitious Man. There is only one nobility, the title of Duke. A Marquis is ridiculous. The word Duke makes one turn round. Edinburgh Review. The Marquis de la Mole received the Abbé Pirard without any of those aristocratic mannerisms whose very politeness is at the same time so impertinent to one who understands them. It would have been a waste of time, and the Marquis was sufficiently expeditious in big affairs to have no time to lose. He had been intriguing for 6 months to get both the king and people to accept a minister who, as a matter of gratitude, was to make him a duke. The Marquis had been asking his Besançon advocate for years on end for a clear and precise summary of his Franche-Comté lawsuits. How could the celebrated advocate explain to him what he did not understand himself? The little square of paper which the Abbé handed him explained the whole matter. "My dear Abbé," said the Marquis to him, having got through in less than 5 minutes all polite formulae of personal questions, "My dear Abbé, in the midst of my pretended prosperity, I lack the time to occupy myself seriously with 2 little matters which are rather important, my family and my affairs. I manage the fortune of my house on a large scale. I can carry it far. I manage my pleasures, and that is the first consideration in my eyes," he added, as he saw a look of astonishment in the Abbé Pirard's eyes. Although a man of common sense, the Abbé was surprised to hear a man talk so frankly about his pleasures. "Work doubtless exists in Paris," continued the great lord, "but it is perched on the 5th story, and as soon as I take anyone up, he takes an apartment on the 2nd floor, and his wife starts a day at home. The result is no more work and no more efforts, except either to be, or appear to be, a society man. That is the only thing they bother about, as soon as they have got their bread and butter. For my lawsuits, yes, for every single one of them, I have, to put it plainly, advocates who quarrel to death. One died of consumption the day before yesterday. Taking my business all round, would you believe, monsieur, that for 3 years I have given up all hope of finding a man who deigns, during the time he is acting as my clerk, to give a little serious thought to what he is doing. Besides, all this is only a preliminary. I respect you, and would venture to add that, although I only see you for the first time today, I like you. Will you be my secretary, at a salary of 800 francs, or even double? I shall still be the gainer by it, I swear to you, and I will manage to reserve that fine living for you, for the day when we shall no longer be able to agree." The Abbé refused, but the genuine embarrassment in which he saw the Marquis suggested an idea to him towards the end of the conversation. "I have left in the depths of my seminary a poor young man who, if I mistake not, will be harshly persecuted. If he were only a simple monk, he would be already in place. So far, this young man only knows Latin and Holy Scriptures, but it is not impossible that he will one day exhibit great talent, either for preaching or for the guiding of souls. I do not know what he will do, but he has the sacred fire. He may go far. I thought of giving him to our bishop, if we had ever had one who was a little of your way of considering men and things." "What is your young man's extraction?" said the Marquis. "He is said to be the son of a carpenter in our mountains. I rather believe he is the natural son of some rich man. I have seen him receive an anonymous or pseudonymous letter with a bill for 500 francs. "Oh, it is Julien Sorel," said the Marquis. "How do you know his name?" said the Abbé in astonishment, reddening at his question. "That's what I am not going to tell you," answered the Marquis. "Well," replied the Abbé, "you might try making him your secretary. He has energy. He has a logical mind. In a word, it's worth trying." "Why not?" said the Marquis. "But would he be the kind of man to allow his palm to be greased by the prefect of police or anyone else, and then spy on me? That is only my objection." After hearing the favourable assurances of the Abbé Pirard, the Marquis took a 1,000-franc note. "Send this journey money to Julien Sorel. Let him come to me." "One sees at once," said the Abbé Pirard, "that you live in Paris. You do not know the tyranny which weighs us poor provincials down, and particularly those priests who are not friendly to the Jesuits. They will refuse to let Julien Sorel leave. They will manage to cloak themselves in the most clever excuses. They will answer me that he is ill, that his letters were lost in the post, etc., etc." "I will get a letter from the minister to the bishop one of these days," answered the Marquis. "I was forgetting to warn you of one thing," said the Abbé. "This young man, though of low birth, has a high spirit. It will be of no use if you madden his pride. You will make him stupid." "That pleases me," said the Marquis. "I will make him my son's comrade. Will that be enough for you?" Some time afterwards, Julien received a letter in an unknown writing and bearing the Chalons postmark. He found in it a draft on a Besançon merchant and instructions to present himself at Paris without delay. The letter was signed in a fictitious name, but Julien had felt a thrill in opening it. A leaf of a tree had fallen down at his feet. It was the agreed signal between himself and the Abbé Pirard. Within an hour's time Julien was summoned to the bishop's palace, where he found himself welcomed with a quite paternal benevolence. My lord quoted Horace, and at the same time complimented him very adroitly on the exalted destiny which awaited him in Paris, in such a way as to elicit an explanation by way of thanks. Julien was unable to say anything, simply because he did not know anything, and my lord showed him much consideration. One of the little priests in the bishopric wrote to the mayor, who hastened to bring in person a signed passport where the name of the traveller had been left in blank. Before midnight of the same evening Julien was at Fouquet's. His friend's shrewd mind was more astonished than pleased with the future which seemed to await his friend. "You will finish up," said that liberal voter, "with a place in the government, which will compel you to take some step which will be calumniated. It will only be by your own disgrace that I shall have news of you. Remember that, even from the financial standpoint, it is better to earn 100 louis in a good timber business, of which one is his own master, than to receive 4,000 francs from a government, even though it were that of King Solomon." Julien saw nothing in this except the pettiness of spirit of a country bourgeois. At last he was going to make an appearance in the atre of great events. Everything was overshadowed in his eyes by the happiness of going to Paris, which he imagined to be populated by people of intellect, full of intrigues and full of hypocrisy, but as polite as the Bishop of Besançon and the Bishop of Agde. He represented to his friend that he was deprived of any free choice in the matter by the Abbé Pirard's letter. The following day he arrived at Verrières about noon. He felt the happiest of men, for he counted on seeing Madame de Rênal again. He went first to his protector, the good Abbé Chalin. He met with a severe welcome. "Do you think you are under any obligation to me?" said Monsieur Chalin to him, without answering his greeting. "You will take breakfast with me. During that time I will have a horse hired for you, and you will leave Verrières without seeing anyone." "Hearing is obeying," answered Julien with a demeanour smacking of the Seminary, and the only questions now discussed were theology and classical Latin. He mounted his horse, rode a league, and then perceiving a wood, and not seeing anyone who could notice him enter, he plunged into it. At sunset he sent away the horse. Later he entered the cottage of a peasant, who consented to sell him a ladder and to follow him with it to the little wood which commanded the Cour de la Fidélité at Verrières. "I have been following a poor mutineer of a conscript, or a smuggler," said the peasant as he took leave of him, "but what does it matter? My ladder has been well paid for, and I myself have done a thing or two in that line." The night was very black. Towards 1 o'clock in the morning, Julien, laden with his ladder, entered Verrières. He descended as soon as he could into the bed of the stream, which is banked within 2 walls, and traverses Monsieur de Rênal's magnificent gardens at a depth of 10 feet. Julien easily climbed up the ladder. "How will the watchdogs welcome me?" he thought. "It all turns on that." The dogs barked and galloped towards him, but he whistled softly, and they came and caressed him. Then, climbing from terrace to terrace, he easily managed, although all the grilles were shut, to get as far as the window of Madame de Renal's bedroom, which, on the garden side, was only 8 or 6 feet above the ground. There was a little heart-shaped opening in the shutters which Julien knew well. To his great disappointment, this little opening was not illuminated by the flare of a little night-light inside. "Good God," he said to himself, "this room is not occupied by Madame de Renal. Where can she be sleeping? The family must be at Verrières, since I have found the dogs here, but I might meet Monsieur de Renal himself, or even a stranger in this room without a light, and then what a scandal!" The most prudent course was to retreat, but this idea horrified Julien. "If it's a stranger, I will run away for all I'm worth, and leave my ladder behind me. But if it is she, what a welcome awaits me! I can well imagine that she has fallen into a mood of penitence and the most exalted piety, but after all she still has some remembrance of me, since she has written to me." This bit of reasoning decided him. With a beating heart, but resolved none the less to see her or perish in the attempt, he threw some little pebbles against the shutter. No answer. He leaned his long ladder beside the window, and himself knocked on the shutter, at first softly and then more strongly. "However dark it is, they may still shoot me," thought Julien. This idea made the mad adventure simply a question of bravery. "This room is not being slept in tonight," he thought, "or whatever person might be there would have woken up by now. So far as it is concerned, therefore, no further precautions are needed. I must only try not to be heard by the persons sleeping in the other rooms." He descended, placed his ladder against one of the shutters, climbed up again, and, placing his hand through the heart-shaped opening, was fortunate enough to find pretty quickly the wire which is attached to the hook which closed the shutter. He pulled this wire. It was with an ineffable joy that he felt that the shutter was no longer held back and yielded to his effort. "I must open it bit by bit and let her recognize my voice." He opened the shutter enough to pass his head through it, while he repeated in a low voice, "It's a friend." He pricked up his ears and assured himself that nothing disturbed the profound silence of the room, but there could be no doubt about it. There was no light, even half extinguished, on the mantelpiece. It was a very bad sign. "Look out for the gunshot," he reflected a little. Then he ventured to knock against the window with his finger. No answer. He knocked harder. "I must finish it one way or another, even if I have to break the window." When he was knocking very hard, he thought he could catch a glimpse through the darkness of something like a white shadow that was crossing the room. At last there was no doubt about it. He saw a shadow which appeared to advance with extreme slowness. Suddenly he saw a cheek placed against the pane to which his eye was glued. He shuddered and went away a little, but the night was so black that he could not, even at this distance, distinguish if it were Madame de Renal. He was frightened of her crying out, at first in alarm. He heard the dogs prowling and growling around the foot of the ladder. "It is I," he repeated fairly loudly. "A friend." No answer. The white phantom had disappeared. "Deign to open to me. I must speak to you. I am too unhappy." And he knocked hard enough to break the pane. A crisp sound followed. The casement fastening of the window yielded. He pushed the casement and leapt lightly into the room. The white phantom flitted away from him. He took hold of its arms. It was a woman. All his ideas of courage vanished. If it is she, what is she going to say? What were his emotions when a little cry gave him to understand that it was Madame de Renal? He clasped her in his arms. She trembled and scarcely had the strength to push him away. "Unhappy man, what are you doing?" Her agonized voice could scarcely articulate the words. Julien thought that her voice rang with the most genuine indignation. "I have come to see you after a cruel separation of more than 14 months. Go away, leave me at once. Oh, Monsieur Chalin, why did you prevent me from writing to him? I could then have foreseen this horror." She pushed him away with a truly extraordinary strength. "Heaven has deigned to enlighten me," she repeated in a broken voice. "Go away, flee. After 14 months of unhappiness, I shall certainly not leave you without a word. I want to know all you have done. Yes, I have loved you enough to deserve this confidence. I want to know everything." This authoritative tone dominated Madame de Renal's heart in spite of herself. Julien, who was hugging her passionately and resisting her efforts to get loose, left off clasping her in his arms. This reassured Madame de Rênal a little. "I will take away the ladder," he said, "to prevent it compromising us in case some servant should be awakened by the noise and go on a round." "Oh, leave me," she cried with an admirable anger. "What do men matter to me? It is God who sees the awful scene you are now making. You are abusing meanly the sentiments which I had for you, but have no longer. Do you hear, Monsieur Julien?" He took away the ladder very slowly, so as not to make a noise. "Is your husband in town, dear?" he said to her, not in order to defy her, but as a sheer matter of habit. "Don't talk to me like that, I beg you, or I will call my husband. I feel only too guilty in not having sent you away before." "I pity you," she said to him, trying to wound his, as she well knew, irritable pride. This refusal of all endearment, this abrupt way of breaking so tender a tie which he thought still subsisted, carried the transport of Julien's love to the point of delirium. "What? Is it possible you do not love me?" he said to her, with one of those accents that come straight from the heart and impose a severe strain on the cold equanimity of the listener. She did not answer. As for him, he wept bitterly. In fact, he had no longer the strength to speak. "So I am completely forgotten by the one being who ever loved me. What is the good of living on henceforth?" As soon as he had no longer to fear the danger of meeting a man, all his courage had left him. His heart now contained no emotion except that of love. He wept for a long time in silence. He took her hand. She tried to take it away, and after a few almost convulsive moments surrendered it to him. It was extremely dark. They were both sitting on Madame de Rênal's bed. What a change from 14 months ago, thought Julien, and his tears redoubled. So absence is really bound to destroy all human sentiments. "Deign to tell me what has happened to you," Julien said at last. "My follies," answered Madame de Rênal in a hard voice, whose frigid intonation contained in it a certain element of reproach, "were no doubt known in the town when you left. Your conduct was so imprudent. Some time afterwards, when I was in despair, the venerable Chalin came to see me. He tried in vain for a long time to obtain a confession. One day he took me to that church at Dijon where I made my first communion. In that place he ventured to speak himself." Madame de Rênal was interrupted by her tears. What a moment of shame! I confessed everything. The good man was gracious enough not to overwhelm me with the weight of his indignation. He grieved with me. During that time I used to write letters to you every day which I never ventured to send. I hid them carefully, and when I was more than usually unhappy, I shut myself up in my room and read over my letters. At last Monsieur Chalin induced me to hand them over to him. Some of them, written a little more discreetly, were sent to you. You never answered. I never received any letters from you, I swear. Great heavens, who can have intercepted them? Imagine my grief until the day I saw you in the cathedral. I did not know if you were still alive. God granted me the grace of understanding how much I was sinning towards him, towards my children, towards my husband, went on Madame de Rênal. He never loved me in the way that I then thought that you had loved me. Julien rushed into her arms, as a matter of fact, without any particular purpose, and feeling quite beside himself. But Madame de Rênal repelled him and continued fairly firmly, "My venerable friend, Monsieur Chalin, made me understand that in marrying I had plighted all my affections, even those which I did not then know, and which I had never felt before a certain fatal attachment. After the great sacrifice of the letters that were so dear to me, my life has flowed on, if not happily, at any rate calmly. Do not disturb it. Be a friend to me, my best friend." Julien covered her hand with kisses. She perceived he was still crying. "Do not cry. You pain me so much. Tell me, in your turn, what you have been doing." Julien was unable to speak. "I want to know the life you lead at the seminary," she repeated, "and then you will go." Without thinking about what he was saying, Julien spoke of the numberless intrigues and jealousies which he had first encountered, and then of the great serenity of his life after he had been made a tutor. It was then, he added, that after a long silence, which was no doubt intended to make me realize what I see only too clearly today, that you no longer loved me and that I had become a matter of indifference to you. Madame de Renal wrung her hands. It was then that you sent me the sum of 500 francs. Never, said Madame de Renal. It was a letter stamped Paris and signed Paul Sorel, so as to avoid suspicion. There was a little discussion about how the letter could possibly have originated. The psychological situation was altered. Without knowing it, Julien had abandoned his solemn tone. They were now once more on the footing of a tender affection. It was so dark that they did not see each other, but the tone of their voices was eloquent of everything. Julien clasped her arm round his love's waist. This movement had its dangers. She tried to put Julien's arms away from her. At this juncture he cleverly diverted her attention by an interesting detail in his story. The arm was practically forgotten and remained in its present position. After many conjectures as to the origin of the 500 francs letter, Julien took up his story. He regained a little of his self-control as he spoke of his past life, which, compared with what he was now experiencing, interested him so little. His attention was now concentrated on the final outcome of his visit. "You will have to go," were the curt words he heard from time to time. "What a disgrace for me if I am dismissed. My remorse will embitter all my life," he said to himself. "She will never write to me. God knows when I shall come back to this part of the country." From this moment Julien's heart became rapidly oblivious of all the heavenly delights of his present position. Seated as he was close to a woman whom he adored, and practically clasping her in his arms in this room, the scene of his former happiness, amid a deep obscurity, seeing quite clearly as he did that she had just started crying, and feeling that she was sobbing from the heaving of her chest, he was unfortunate enough to turn into a cold diplomatist, nearly as cold as in those days when in the courtyard of the Seminary he found himself the butt of some malicious jokes on the part of one of his comrades who was stronger than he was. Julien protracted his story by talking of his unhappy life since his departure from Verrières. "So," said Madame de Renal to herself, "after a year's absence, and deprived almost entirely of all tokens of memory while I myself was forgetting him, he only thought of the happy days that he had had in Verrières." Her sobs redoubled. Julien saw the success of his story. He realized that he must play his last card. He abruptly mentioned a letter he had just received from Paris. "I have taken leave of my Lord Bishop." "What? Are you not going back to Besançon? You are leaving us forever?" "Yes," answered Julien resolutely. "Yes, I am leaving a country where I have been forgotten even by the woman whom I loved more than anyone in my life. I am leaving it, and I shall never see it again. I am going to Paris." "You are going to Paris, dear!" exclaimed Madame de Renal. Her voice was almost choked by her tears, and showed the extremity of her trouble. Julien had need of this encouragement. He was on the point of executing a manoeuvre which might decide everything against him, and up to the time of this exclamation he could not tell what effect he was producing, as he was unable to see. He no longer hesitated. The fear of remorse gave him complete control over himself. He coldly added as he got up, "Yes, madame, I leave you forever. May you be happy. Adieu." He moved some steps towards the window. He began to open it. Madame de Renal rushed to him and threw herself into his arms. So it was in this way that, after a dialogue lasting 3 hours, Julien obtained what he desired so passionately during the first 2 hours. Madame de Renal's return to her tender feelings, and this overshadowing of her remorse, would have been a divine happiness had they come a little earlier, but as they had been obtained by artifice, they were simply a pleasure. Julien insisted on lighting the nightlight in spite of his mistress's opposition. "Do you wish me, then," he said to her, "to have no recollection of having seen you? Is the love in those charming eyes to be lost to me forever? Is the whiteness of that pretty hand to remain invisible? Remember that perhaps I am leaving you for a very long time." Madame de Renal could refuse him nothing. His argument made her melt into tears. But the dawn was beginning to throw into sharp relief the outlines of the pine trees on the mountain east of Verrières. Instead of going away, Julien, drunk with pleasure, asked Madame de Renal to let him pass the day in her room and leave the following night. "And why not?" she answered. "This fatal relapse robs me of all my respect and will mar all my life." And she pressed him to her heart. "My husband is no longer the same. He has suspicions. He believes I led him the way I wanted in all this business, and shows great irritation against me. If he hears the slightest noise, I shall be ruined. He will hound me out like the unhappy woman that I am." "Ah, here we have a phrase of Monsieur Chelin's," said Julien. "You would not have talked like that before my cruel departure to the seminary. In those days you used to love me." Julien was rewarded for the frigidity which he put into those words. He saw his love suddenly forget the danger which her husband's presence compelled her to run in thinking of the much greater danger of seeing Julien doubt her love. The daylight grew rapidly brighter and vividly illuminated the room. Julien savoured once more all the deliciousness of pride when he saw this charming woman in his arms and almost at his feet, the only woman whom he had ever loved, and who had been entirely absorbed only a few hours before by her fear of a terrible God and her devotion to her duties. Resolutions, fortified by a year's persuasion, had failed to hold out against his courage. They soon heard a noise in the house. A matter that Madame de Renal had not thought of began to trouble her. "That wicked Elisa will come into the room. What are we to do with this enormous ladder?" she said to her sweetheart. "Where are we to hide it?" "I will take it to the loft," she exclaimed, suddenly, half playfully. "But you will have to pass through the servants' room," said Julien with astonishment. "I will leave the ladder in the corridor, and will call the servant and send him on an errand." "Think of some explanation to have ready in the event of a servant passing the ladder and noticing it in the corridor." "Yes, my angel," said Madame de Renal, giving him a kiss. "As for you, dear, remember to hide under the bed pretty quickly if Elisa enters here during my absence." Julien was astonished by this sudden gaiety. So, he thought, the approach of a real danger, instead of troubling her, gives her back her spirits before she forgets her remorse. Truly, a superior woman. Yes, that's a heart over which it is glorious to reign. Julien was transported with delight. Madame de Renal took the ladder, which was obviously too heavy for her. Julien went to her help. He was admiring that elegant figure which was so far from betokening any strength when she suddenly seized the ladder without assistance and took it up as if it had been a chair. She took it rapidly into the corridor of the third story, where she laid it alongside the wall. She called a servant, and in order to give him time to dress himself, went up into the dovecot. 5 minutes later, when she came back to the corridor, she found no signs of the ladder. What had happened to it? If Julien had been out of the house, she would not have minded the danger in the least, but supposing her husband were to see the ladder just now, the incident might be awful. Madame de Renal ran all over the house. Madame de Renal finally discovered the ladder under the roof where the servant had carried it, and even hid it. "What does it matter what happens in 24 hours, she thought, when Julien will be gone? She had a vague idea that she ought to take leave of life, but what mattered her duty? He was restored to her after a separation which she had thought eternal. She was seeing him again, and the efforts he had made to reach her showed the extent of his love. "What shall I say to my husband," she said to him, "if the servant tells him he found this ladder?" She was pensive for a moment. "They will need 24 hours to discover the peasant who sold it to you," and she threw herself into Julien's arms and clasped him convulsively. "Oh, if I could only die like this," she cried, covering him with kisses. "But you mustn't die of starvation," she said with a smile. "Come, I will first hide you in Madame de Ville's room, which is always locked." She went and watched at the other end of the corridor, and Julien ran in. "Mind you don't try and open if anyone knocks," she said as she locked him in. "Anyway, it would only be a frolic of the children as they play together." "Get them to come into the garden under the window," said Julien, "so that I may have the pleasure of seeing them. Make them speak." "Yes, yes," cried Madame de Renal to him as she went away. She soon returned with oranges, biscuits, and a bottle of Malaga wine. She had not been able to steal any bread. "What is your husband doing?" said Julien. "He is writing out the figures of the bargain he is going to make with the peasants." But 8 o'clock had struck, and they were making a lot of noise in the house. If Madame de Renal failed to put in an appearance, they would look for her all over the house. She was obliged to leave him. Soon she came back, in defiance of all prudence, bringing him a cup of coffee. She was frightened lest he should die of starvation. She managed, after breakfast, to bring the children under the window of Madame de Ville's room. He thought they had grown a great deal, but they had begun to look common, or else his ideas had changed. Madame de Rênal spoke to them about Julien. The elder answered in an affectionate tone and regretted his old tutor, but he found that the younger children had almost forgotten him. Monsieur de Rênal did not go out that morning. He was going up and down stairs, incessantly engaged in bargaining with some peasants to whom he was selling potatoes. Madame de Rênal did not have an instant to give to her prisoner until dinner-time. When the bell had been rung and dinner had been served, it occurred to her to steal a plate of warm soup for him. As she noiselessly approached the door of the room which he occupied, she found herself face to face with the servant who had hid the ladder in the morning. At the time, he too was going noiselessly along the corridor, as though listening for something. The servant took himself off in some confusion. Madame de Rênal boldly entered Julien's room. The news of this encounter made him shudder. "You are frightened," she said to him, "but I would brave all the dangers in the world without flinching. There is only one thing I fear, and that is the moment when I shall be alone after you have left." And she left him and ran downstairs. "Ah," thought Julien ecstatically, "remorse is the only danger which this sublime soul is afraid of." At last evening came. Monsieur de Rênal went to the casino. His wife had given out that she was suffering from an awful headache. She went to her room, hastened to dismiss Elisa, and quickly got up in order to let Julien out. He was literally starving. Madame de Rênal went to the pantry to fetch some bread. Julien heard a loud cry. Madame de Rênal came back and told him that when she went to the dark pantry and got near the cupboard where they kept the bread, she had touched a woman's arm as she stretched out her hand. It was Elisa who had uttered the cry Julien had heard. What was she doing there? "Stealing some sweets, or else spying on us," said Madame de Rênal with complete indifference. "But luckily I found a pie and a big loaf of bread." "But what have you got there?" said Julien, pointing to the pockets of her apron. Madame de Rênal had forgotten that they had been filled with bread since dinner. Julien clasped her in her arms with the most lively passion. She had never seemed to him so beautiful. "I could not meet a woman of greater character, even at Paris," he said confusedly to himself. She combined all the clumsiness of a woman who was but little accustomed to paying attention of this kind, with all the genuine courage of a person who is only afraid of dangers of quite a different sphere and quite a different kind of awfulness. While Julien was enjoying his supper with a hearty appetite, and his sweetheart was rallying him on the simplicity of the meal, the door of the room was suddenly shaken violently. It was Monsieur de Rênal. "Why have you shut yourself in?" he cried to her. Julien had only just time to slip under the sofa. On any ordinary day, Madame de Rênal would have been upset by this question, which was put with true conjugal harshness, but she realized that Monsieur de Rênal had only to bend down a little to notice Julien, for Monsieur de Rênal had flung himself into the chair opposite the sofa which Julien had been sitting in one moment before. Her headache served as an excuse for everything. While her husband, on his side, went into a long-winded account of the billiards pool which he had won at Casino. "Yes, to be sure, a 19-franc pool," he added. She noticed Julien's hat on a chair 3 paces in front of them. Her self-possession became twice as great. She began to undress, and rapidly passing 1 minute behind her husband, threw her dress over the chair with the hat on it. At last Monsieur de Rênal left. She begged Julien to start over again his account of his life at the Seminary. "I was not listening to you yesterday all the time you were speaking. I was only thinking of prevailing on myself to send you away." She was the personification of indiscretion. They talked very loud, and about 2 o'clock in the morning they were interrupted by a violent knock at the door. It was Monsieur de Rênal again. "Open, quickly! There are thieves in the house," he said. "Saint Jean found their ladder this morning." "This is the end of everything," cried Madame de Rênal, throwing herself into Julien's arms. "He will kill both of us. He doesn't believe there are any thieves. I will die in your arms and be more happy in my death than I ever was in my life." She made no attempt to answer her husband, who was beginning to lose his temper, but started kissing Julien passionately. "Save Stanislas's mother," he said to her with an imperious look. "I will jump down into the courtyard through the lavatory window and escape in the garden. The dogs have recognized me. Make my clothes into a parcel and throw them into the garden as soon as you can. In the meanwhile, let him break the door down. But above all, no confession. I forbid you to confess. It is better that he should suspect rather than be certain." "You will kill yourself as you jump," was her only answer and her only anxiety. She went with him to the lavatory window. She then took sufficient time to hide his clothes. She finally opened the door to her husband, who was boiling with rage. He looked in the room and in the lavatory without saying a word, and disappeared. Julien's clothes were thrown down to him. He seized them and ran rapidly towards the bottom of the garden in the direction of the Doubs. As he was running, he heard a bullet whistle past him, and heard at the same time the report of a gun. "It is not Monsieur de Rênal," he thought. "He's far too bad a shot." The dogs ran silently at his side. The second shot apparently broke the paw of one dog, for he began to whine piteously. Julien jumped the wall of the terrace, did 50 paces under cover, and began to fly in another direction. He heard voices calling, and had a distinct view of his enemy, the servant firing a gun. A farmer also began to shoot away from the other side of the garden. Julien had already reached the bank of the Doubs, where he dressed himself. An hour later he was a league from Verrières, on the Geneva road. If they had suspicions, thought Julien, they will look for me on the Paris road. End of section 30. Section 31 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Chapter 31. The Pleasures of the Country. O rus quando ego te espiciam. Horace. "You've no doubt come to wait for the Paris mail, monsieur," said the host of an inn where he had stopped for breakfast. "Today or tomorrow, it matters little," said Julien. The mail arrived while he was still posing as indifferent. There were 2 free places. "Why, it is you, my poor Falco," said the traveller who was coming from the Geneva side to the one who was getting in at the same time as Julien. "I thought you were settled on the outskirts of Lyons," said Falcoz, "in a delicious valley near the Rhone." "Nicely settled. I'm running away." "What, you're running away? You Saint Giraud! Have you, who look so virtuous, committed some crime?" said Valco with a smile. "On my faith, it comes to the same thing. I'm running away from the abominable life which one leads in the provinces. I like the freshness of the woods and the country tranquillity, as you know. You have often accused me of being romantic. I don't want to hear politics talked as long as I live, and politics are hounding me out." "But what party do you belong to?" "To none, and that's what ruins me. That's all there is to be said about my political life. I like music and painting. A good book is an event for me. I'm going to be 44. How much longer have I got to live? 15, 20, 30 years at the outside. Well, I want the ministers in 30 years' time to be a little cleverer than those of today, but quite as honest. The history of England serves as a mirror for our own future. There will always be a king who will try to increase his prerogative. The ambition of becoming a deputy, the fame of Mirabeau and the hundreds of thousand francs which he won for himself, will always prevent the rich people in the province from going to sleep. They will call that being liberal and loving the people. The desire of becoming a peer or a gentleman of the chamber will always win over the ultras. On the ship of state everyone is anxious to take over the steering because it is well paid. Will there be never a poor little place for the simple passenger? Is it the last elections which are forcing you out of the province? My misfortune goes further back. 4 years ago I was 40 and possessed 500,000 francs. I am 4 years older today, and probably 50,000 francs to the bad, as I shall lose that sum on the sale of my chateau of Montfleury in a superb position near the Rhone. At Paris I was tired of that perpetual comedy which is rendered obligatory by what you call 19th century civilization. I thirsted for good nature and simplicity. I bought an estate in the mountains near the Rhine. There was no more beautiful place under the heavens. The village clergyman and the gentry of the locality pay me court for 6 months. I invite them to dinner. I have left Paris, I tell them, so as to avoid talking politics or hearing politics talked for the rest of my life. As you know, I do not subscribe to any paper. The less letters the postman brought me, the happier I was. That did not suit the vicar's book. I was soon the victim of 1,000 unreasonable requests, annoyances, etc. I wished to give 200 or 300 francs a year to the poor. I was asked to give it to the Paris associations, that of St. Joseph, that of the Virgin, etc. I refused. I was then insulted in 100 ways. I was foolish enough to be upset by it. I could not go out in the morning to enjoy the beauty of our mountain without finding some annoyance which distracted me from my reveries and recalled unpleasantly both men and their wickedness. On the Rogation processions, for instance, whose chanting I enjoy, it is probably a Greek melody, they will not bless my fields because, say the clergyman, they belong to an infidel. A cow dies belonging to a devout old peasant woman. She says the reason is the neighbourhood of a pond which belongs to my infidel self, a philosopher coming from Paris, and 8 days afterwards I find my fish in agonies, poisoned by lime. Intrigue in all its forms envelops me. The justice of the peace, who is an honest man but frightened of losing his place, always decides against me. The peace of the country proved a hell for me. Once they saw that I was abandoned by the vicar, the head of the village congregation, and that I was not supported by the retired captain, who was the head of the Liberals, they all fell upon me, down to the mason whom I had supported for a year, down to the very wheelwright who wanted to cheat me with impunity over the repairing of my ploughs. In order to find some support, and to win at any rate some of my lawsuits, I became a Liberal, but, as you say, those damned elections came along. They asked me for my vote. For an unknown man? Not at all. For a man whom I knew only too well. I refused. It was terribly imprudent. From that moment I had the Liberals on my hands as well, and my position became intolerable. I believe that if the vicar had got it into his head to accuse me of assassinating my servant, there would be 20 witnesses of the two parties who would swear that they had seen me committing the crime. You mean to say you want to live in the country without pandering to the passions of your neighbours, without even listening to their gossip? What a mistake! It is rectified at last. Montfleury is for sale. I will lose 50,000 francs if necessary, but I am overjoyed. I am leaving that hell of hypocrisy and annoyance. I am going to look for solitude and rustic peace in the only place where those things are to be found in France, on a 4th story looking on to the Champs-Élysées. And moreover, I am actually deliberating if I shall not commence my political career by giving consecrated bread to the parish in the rural quarter. All this would not have happened under Bonaparte, said Falcoz, with eyes shining with rage and sorrow. Very good, but why didn't your Bonaparte manage to keep his position? Everything which I suffer today is his work. At this point, Julien's attention was redoubled. He had realized from the first word that the Bonapartist Falcoz was the old boyhood friend of M. de Rênal, who had been repudiated by him in 1816, and that the philosopher Saint Giraud must be the brother of that chief of the prefecture of who managed to get the house of the municipality knocked down to him at a cheap price. And all this is the work of your Bonaparte, an honest man, aged 40, and possessed of 500,000 francs, however inoffensive he is, cannot settle in the provinces and find peace there. Those priests and nobles of his will turn him out. Oh, don't talk evil of him, exclaimed Falcoz. France was never so high in the esteem of the nations as during the 13 years of his reign. Then every single act was great. Your emperor, devil take him, replied the man of 44, was only great on his battlefields and when he reorganized the finances about 1802. What is the meaning of all his conduct since then? What with his chamberlains, his pomp, and his receptions in the Tuileries, he has simply provided a new edition of all the monarchical tomfoolery. It was a revised edition and might possibly have lasted for a century or two. The nobles and the priests wished to go back to the old one, but they did not have the iron hand necessary to impose it on the public. Yes, that is just how an old printer would talk. Who has turned me out of my estate? Continued the printer angrily. The priests, whom Napoleon called back by his Concordat instead of treating them like the state treats doctors, barristers and astronomers, simply seeing them ordinary citizens and not bothering about the particular calling by which they are trying to earn their livelihood. Should we be saddled with these insolent gentlemen today if your Bonaparte had not created barons and counts? No, they were out of fashion. Next to the priests, it's the little country nobility who have annoyed me the most and compelled me to become a liberal. The conversation was endless. The theme will occupy France for another half-century. As Saint-Giraud kept always repeating that it was impossible to live in the provinces, Julien timidly suggested the case of M. de Rênal. "Zounds, young man, you're a nice one," exclaimed Falcoz. He turned spider so as not to be fly, and a terrible spider into the bargain. But I see that he is beaten by that man Valenod. Do you know that scoundrel? He's the villain of the piece. What will your Monsieur de Rênal say if he sees himself turned out one of these fine days, and Valenod put in his place?" "He will be left to brood over his crime," said Saint Giraud. "Do you know Verrières, young man? Well, Bonaparte, heaven confound him, Bonaparte and his monarchical tomfoolery rendered possible the reign of the Rênals and the Chalins, which brought about the reign of the Valenods and the Maslons." This conversation, with its gloomy politics, astonished Julien and distracted him from his delicious reveries. He appreciated but little the first sight of Paris as perceived in the distance. The castles in the air he had built about his future had to struggle with the still present memory of the 24 hours that he had just passed in Verrières. He vowed that he would never abandon his mistress's children, and that he would leave everything in order to protect them if the impertinence of the priests brought about a republic and the persecution of the nobles. What would have happened on the night of his arrival in Verrières if, at the moment when he had leant his ladder against the casement of Madame de Rênal's bedroom, he had found that room occupied by a stranger, or by Monsieur de Rênal? But how delicious, too, had been those first 2 hours when his sweetheart had been sincerely anxious to send him away, and he had pleaded his cause, sitting down by her in the darkness. A soul like Julien's is haunted by such memories for a lifetime. The rest of the interview was already becoming merged in the first period of their love, 14 months previous. Julien was awakened from his deep meditation by the stopping of the coach. They had just entered the courtyard of the post in the Rue Rousseau. "I want to go to La Malmaison," he said to a cabriolet which approached. "At this time, monsieur? What for?" "What's that got to do with you? Get on." Every real passion only thinks about itself. That is why, in my view, passions are ridiculous at Paris, where one's neighbour always insists on one's considering him a great deal. I shall refrain from recounting Julien's ecstasy at La Malmaison. He wept. What? In spite of those wretched white walls, built this very year, which cut the path up into bits? Yes, monsieur, for Julien, as for posterity, there was nothing to choose between Arcole, Saint Helena, and La Malmaison. In the evening Julien hesitated a great deal before going to the theatre. He had strange ideas about that place of perdition. A deep distrust prevented him from admiring actual Paris. He was only affected by the monuments left behind by his hero. So here I am in the centre of intrigue and hypocrisy. Here reign the protectors of the Abbé de Frié. On the evening of the third day, his curiosity got the better of his plan of seeing everything before presenting himself to the Abbé Pirard. The Abbé explained to him coldly the kind of life which he was to expect at Monsieur de la Mole's. If you do not prove useful to him at the end of some months, you will go back to the seminary, but not in disgrace. You will live in the house of the Marquis, who is one of the greatest seigneurs of France. You will wear black, but like a man who is in mourning, and not like an ecclesiastic. I insist on your following your theological studies 3 days a week in a seminary where I will introduce you. Every day at 12 o'clock you will establish yourself in the Marquis's library. He counts on making use of you in drafting letters concerning his lawsuits and other matters. The Marquis will scribble on the margin of each letter he gets the kind of answer which is required. I have assured him that at the end of 3 months you will be so competent to draft the answers that out of every dozen you hand to the Marquis for signature, he will be able to sign 8 or 9. In the evening, at 8 o'clock, you will tidy up his bureau, and at 10 you will be free. It may be, continued the Abbé Pirard, that some old lady or some smooth-voiced man will hint at immense advantages, or will crudely offer you gold to show him the letters which the Marquis has received. "Ah, monsieur!" exclaimed Julien, blushing. "It is singular," said the Abbé with a bitter smile, "that poor as you are, and after a year at a seminary, you still have any of this virtuous indignation left. You must have been very blind." "Can it be that blood will tell?" muttered the Abbé in a whisper, as though speaking to himself. "The singular thing is," he added, looking at Julien, "that the Marquis knows you. I don't know how. He will give you a salary of 100 louis to commence with. He is a man who only acts by his whim. That is his weakness. He will quarrel with you about the most childish matters. If he is satisfied, your wages may rise in consequence up to 8,000 francs. But you realize, went on the abbe sourly, that he is not giving you all this money simply on account of your personal charm. The thing is to prove yourself useful. If I were in your place, I would talk very little, and I would never talk about what I know nothing about." "Oh, yes," said the abbe. "I have made some inquiries for you. I was forgetting Monsieur de la Mole's family. He has 2 children, a daughter and a son of 19, eminently elegant, the kind of madman who never knows today what he will do tomorrow. He has spirit and valour. He has been through the Spanish War. The Marquis hopes, I don't know why, that you will become a friend of the young Count Norbert. I told him that you were a great classic, and possibly he reckons on your teaching his son some ready-made phrases about Cicero and Virgil. If I were you, I should never allow that handsome young man to make fun of me, and before I accepted his advances, which you will find perfectly polite but a little ironical, I would make him repeat them more than once. I will not hide from you the fact that the young Count de la Mole is bound to despise you at first, because you are nothing more than a little bourgeois. His grandfather belonged to the court, and had the honour of having his head cut off in the Place de Grève on the 26th of April, 1574, on account of a political intrigue. As for you, you are the son of a carpenter of Verrières, and what is more, in receipt of his father's wages. Ponder well over these differences, and look up the family history in Marie-Henri. All the flatterers who dine at their house make from time to time what they call delicate allusions to it. Be careful of how you answer the pleasantries of Monsieur the Comte de la Mole, chief of the squadron of hussars and a future peer of France, and don't come and complain to me later on." "It seems to me," said Julien, blushing violently, "that I ought not even to answer a man who despises me." "You have no idea of his contempt. It will only manifest itself by inflated compliments. If you were a fool, you might be taken in by it. If you want to make your fortune, you ought to let yourself be taken in by it." "Shall I be looked upon as ungrateful," said Julien, "if I return to my little cell, number 108, when I find that all this no longer suits me?" "All the toadies of the house will no doubt calumniate you," said the abbe, "but I myself will come to the rescue. I will say that I am responsible for that resolution." Julien was overwhelmed by the bitter and almost vindictive tone which he noticed in Monsieur Pirard. That tone completely infected his last answer. The fact is that the abbe had a conscientious scruple about loving Julien, and it was with a kind of religious fear that he took so direct a part in another's life. "You will also see," he added with the same bad grace, as though accomplishing a painful duty, "you will also see Madame the Marquise de la Mole. She is a big blonde woman, about 40, devout, perfectly polite, and even more insignificant. She is the daughter of the old Duc de Chaulnes, so well known for his aristocratic prejudices. This great lady is a kind of synopsis in high relief of all the fundamental characteristics of women of her rank. She does not conceal for her own part that the possession of ancestors who went through the Crusades is the sole advantage which she respects. Money only comes a long way afterwards. Does that astonish you? We are no longer in the provinces, my friend. You will see many great lords in her salon talk about our princes in a tone of singular flippancy. As for Madame de la Mole, she lowers her voice out of respect every time she mentions the name of a prince, and above all the name of a princess. I would not advise you to say in her hearing that Philip II or Henry VII were monsters. They were kings, a fact which gives them indisputable rights to the respect of creatures without birth like you and me. Nevertheless, added Monsieur Pirard, we are priests, for she would take you for one. That being our capacity, she considers us as spiritual valets, necessary for her salvation. Monsieur, said Julien, I do not think I shall be long at Paris. Good, but remember that no man of our class can make his fortune except through the great lords. With that indefinable element in your character, at any rate I think it is, you will be persecuted if you do not make your fortune. There is no middle course for you, make no mistake about it. People see that they do not give you pleasure when they speak to you. In a social country like this, you are condemned to unhappiness if you do not succeed in winning respect. What would have become of you at Besançon without this whim of the Marquis de la Mole? One day you will realize the extraordinary extent of what he has done for you, and if you are not a monster, you will be eternally grateful to him and his family. How many poor abbés more learned than you have lived for years at Paris on the 15 sous they got for their mass and their 10 sous they got for their dissertations in the Sorbonne? Remember what I told you last winter about the first years of that bad man, Cardinal Dubois. Are you proud enough, by chance, to think yourself more talented than he was? Take, for instance, a quiet and average man like myself. I reckoned on dying in my seminary. I was childish enough to get attached to it. Well, I was on the point of being turned out when I handed in my resignation. You know what my fortune consisted of? I had 520 francs capital, neither more nor less, not a friend, scarcely 2 or 3 acquaintances. Monsieur de la Mole, whom I have never seen, extricated me from that quandary. He had only to say the word, and I was given a living where the parishioners are well-to-do people above all crude vices, and where the income puts me to shame, it is so disproportionate to my work. I refrained from talking to you all this time simply to enable you to find your level a bit. One word more. I have the misfortune to be irritable. It is possible that you and I will cease to be on speaking terms. If the airs of the marquise or the spiteful pleasantries of her son make the house absolutely intolerable for you, I advise you to finish your studies in some seminary 30 leagues from Paris, and rather north than south. There is more civilization in the north. And, he added, lowering his voice, I must admit that the nearness of the Paris papers puts fear into our petty tyrants. If we continue to find pleasure in each other's society, and if the Marquis's house does not suit you, I will offer you the post of my curate, and will go equal shares with you in what I get from the living. I owe you that, and even more, he added, interrupting Julien's thanks, for the extraordinary offer which you made me at Besançon. If instead of having 520 francs I had had nothing, you would have saved me. The abbé's voice had lost its tone of cruelty. Julien was ashamed to feel tears in his eyes. He was desperately anxious to throw himself into his friend's arms. He could not help saying to him in the most manly manner he could assume, I was hated by my father from the cradle. It was one of my great misfortunes, but I shall no longer complain of my luck. I have found another father in you, monsieur. That is good, said the embarrassed abbé. Then, suddenly remembering, quite appropriately, a seminary platitude, you must never say luck, my child. Always say Providence. The fiacre stopped. The coachman lifted up the bronze knocker of an immense door. It was the Hôtel de la Mole, and to prevent the passers-by having any doubt on the subject, these words could be read in black marble over the door. This affectation displeased Julien. They are so frightened of the Jacobins. They see a Robespierre and his tumbril behind every head. Their panic is often gloriously grotesque, and they advertise their house like this, so that in the event of a rising, the rabble can recognize it and loot it. He communicated his thought to the Abbé Pirard. Yes, poor child, you will soon be my curate. What a dreadful idea you have got into your head. Nothing could be simpler, said Julien. The gravity of the porter, and above all the cleanness of the court, struck him with admiration. It was fine sunshine. What magnificent architecture, he said to his friend. The hotel in question was one of those buildings of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, with a flat facade built about the time of Voltaire's death. At no other period had fashion and beauty been so far from one another. End of section 31. Section 32 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Chapter 32. Entry into Society. Ludicrous and pathetic memory. The first drawing-room where one appeared alone and without support at the age of 18. The look of a woman sufficed to intimidate me. The more I wished to please, the more clumsy I became. I evolved the most unfounded ideas about everything. I would either abandon myself without any reason, or I would regard a man as an enemy simply because he had looked at me with a serious air. But all the same, in the middle of the unhappiness of my timidity, how beautiful did I find a beautiful day. Kant. Julien stopped in amazement in the middle of the courtyard. "Pull yourself together," said the Abbé Pirard. "You get horrible ideas into your head. Besides, you're only a child. What has happened to the nil mirari of Horace? No enthusiasm. Remember that when they see you established here, this crowd of lackeys will make fun of you. They will see in you an equal who has been unjustly placed above them, and under a masquerade of good advice and a desire to help you, they will try to make you fall into some gross blunder." "Let them do their worst," said Julien, biting his lip, and he became as distrustful as ever. The salons on the first story which our gentleman went through before reaching the Marquis's study would have seemed to you, my reader, as gloomy as they were magnificent. If they had been given to you just as they were, you would have refused to live in them. This was the domain of yawning and melancholy reasoning. They redoubled Julien's rapture. How can anyone be unhappy, he thought, who lives in so splendid an abode? Finally, our gentleman arrived at the ugliest rooms in this superb suite. There was scarcely any light. They found there a little keen man with a lively eye and a blonde wig. The Abbé turned round to Julien and presented him. It was the Marquis. Julien had much difficulty in recognizing him. He found his manner was so polite. It was no longer the grand seigneur with that haughty manner of the Abbé of Beyle. Julien thought that his wig had much too many hairs. As a result of this opinion, he was not at all intimidated. The descendant of the friend of Henry III seemed to him at first of a rather insignificant appearance. He was extremely thin and very restless, but he soon noticed that the Marquis had a politeness which was even more pleasant to his listener than that of the Bishop of Besançon himself. The audience only lasted 3 minutes. As they went out, the Abbé said to Julien, "You looked at the Marquis just as you would have looked at a picture. I am not a great expert in what these people here call politeness. You will soon know more about it than I do, but really the boldness of your looks seems scarcely polite." They had got back into the fiacre. The driver stopped near the boulevard. The Abbé ushered Julien into a suite of large rooms. Julien noticed that there was no furniture. He was looking at the magnificent gilded clock, representing a subject which he thought very indecent, when a very elegant gentleman approached him with a smiling air. Julien bowed slightly. The gentleman smiled and put his hand on his shoulder. Julien shuddered and leapt back. He reddened with rage. The Abbé Pirard, in spite of his gravity, laughed till the tears came into his eyes. The gentleman was a tailor. "I give you your liberty for 2 days," said the Abbé as they went out. "You cannot be introduced before then to Madame de la Mole. Anyone else would watch over you as if you were a young girl during these first few moments of your life in this new Babylon. Get ruined at once if you have got to be ruined, and I will be rid of my own weakness of being fond of you. The day after tomorrow, this tailor will bring you 2 suits. You will give the man who tries them on 5 francs. Apart from that, don't let these Parisians hear the sound of your voice. If you say a word, they will manage somehow to make fun of you. You have a talent for it. Come and see me the day after tomorrow at noon. Go and ruin yourself. I was forgetting. Go and order boots and a hat at these addresses." Julien scrutinized the handwriting of the addresses. "It is the Marquis's hand," said the Abbé. "He is an energetic man who foresees everything and prefers doing to ordering. He is taking you into his house so that you may spare him that kind of trouble. Will you have enough brains to execute efficiently all the instructions which he will give you with scarcely a word of explanation? The future will show. Look after yourself." Julien entered the shops indicated by the addresses without saying a single word. He observed that he was received with respect, and that the bootmaker, as he wrote his name down in the ledger, put Monsieur de Sorel. When he was in the cemetery of Père-Lachaise, a very obliging gentleman, and what is more, one who was liberal in his views, suggested that he should show Julien the tomb of Marshal Ney, which a sagacious statecraft had deprived of the honour of an epitaph. But when he left this liberal, who with tears in his eyes almost clasped him in his arms, Julien was without his watch. Enriched by this experience, 2 days afterwards, he presented himself to the Abbé Pirard, who looked at him for a long time. "Perhaps you are going to become a fop," said the Abbé to him severely. Julien looked like a very young man in full mourning. As a matter of fact, he looked very well, but the good abbé was too provincial himself to see that Julien still carried his shoulders in that particular way which signifies in the provinces both elegance and importance. When the Marquis saw Julien, his opinion of his graces differed so radically from that of the good abbé as he said, "Would you have any objection to Monsieur le Sorel taking some dancing lessons?" The abbé was thunderstruck. "No," he answered at last. "Julien is not a priest." The Marquis went up the steps of the little secret staircase 2 at a time, and installed our hero in a pretty attic which looked out on the big garden of the hotel. He asked him how many shirts he had got at the linen-draper's. "2," answered Julien, intimidated at seeing so great a lord condescend to such details. "Very good," replied the Marquis quite seriously, and with a certain curt imperiousness which gave Julien food for thought. "Very good. Get 22 more shirts. Here are your first quarter's wages." As he went down from the attic, the Marquis called an old man. "Arsène," he said to him, "you will serve Monsieur Sorel." A few minutes afterwards Julien found himself alone in a magnificent library. It was a delicious moment. To prevent his emotion being discovered, he went and hid in a little dark corner. From there he contemplated with rapture the brilliant backs of the books. "I shall be able to read all these," he said to himself. "How can I fail to like it here? Monsieur de Rênal would have thought himself dishonoured forever by doing 1/100th part of what the Marquis de la Mole has just done for me. But let me have a look at the copies I have to make." Having finished this work, Julien ventured to approach the books. He almost went mad with joy as he opened an edition of Voltaire. He ran and opened the door of the library to avoid being surprised. He then indulged in the luxury of opening each of the 80 volumes. They were magnificently bound, and with a masterpiece of the best binder in London. It was even more than was required to raise Julien's admiration to the maximum. An hour afterwards the Marquis came in, and was surprised to note that Julien spelled celle with 2 L's. Celle. "Is all that the abbé told me of his knowledge simply a fairy tale?" The Marquis was greatly discouraged, and gently said to him, "You are not sure of your spelling?" "That is true," said Julien, without thinking in the least of the injustice that he was doing to himself. He was overcome by the kindness of the Marquis, which recalled to him through sheer force of contrast the superciliousness of Monsieur de Rênal. "This trial of the little Franc-Comtois abbé is waste of time," thought the Marquis, "but I had such great need of a reliable man." "You spell celle with 1 L," said the Marquis to him, "and when you have finished your copies, look the words whose spelling you are not sure of up in the dictionary." The Marquis sent for him at 6 o'clock. He looked at Julien's boots with manifest pain. "I am sorry for a mistake I made. I did not tell you that you must dress every day at 5:30. Julien looked at him, but did not understand. "I mean to say, put on stockings. Arsène will remind you. Today I will make your apologies." As he finished the sentence, Monsieur de la Mole escorted Julien into a salon resplendent with gilding. On similar occasions, Monsieur de Rênal always made a point of doubling his pace so as to have the privilege of being the first to pass the threshold. His former employer's petty vanity caused Julien to tread on the Marquis's feet, and hurt him a great deal because of his gout. "So he is clumsy to the bargain," he said to himself. He presented him to a woman of high stature and of imposing appearance. It was the Marquise. Julien thought that her manner was impertinent, and that she was a little like Madame de Maugiron, the wife of the sub-prefect of the arrondissement of Verrières, when she was present at the St. Charles dinner. Rendered somewhat nervous by the extreme magnificence of the salon, Julien did not hear what Monsieur de la Mole was saying. The Marquise scarcely deigned to look at him. There were several men there, among whom Julien recognized with an inexpressible pleasure the young Bishop of Agde, who had deigned to speak to him some months before at the ceremony of Bray-le-Haut. This young prelate was doubtless frightened by the tender look which the timidity of Julien fixed on him, and did not bother to recognize the provincial. The men assembled in their salon seemed to Julien to have a certain element of gloom and constraint. Conversation takes place in a low voice in Paris, and little details are not exaggerated. A handsome young man with moustaches came in about 6:30. He was very pale and had a very small head. "You always keep us waiting," said the Marquise, as he kissed her hand. Julien realized that it was the Count de la Mole. From the very first he thought he was charming. Is it possible, he said to himself, that this is the man whose offensive jests are going to drive me out of the house? As the result of scrutinizing Count Norbert, Julien noticed that he was in boots and spurs. And I've got to be in shoes, just like an inferior, apparently. They sat down at table. Julien heard the Marquise raising her voice a little and saying something severe. Almost simultaneously he noticed an extremely blonde and very well-developed young person who had just sat down opposite him. Nevertheless, she made no appeal to him. Looking at her attentively, he thought that he had never seen such beautiful eyes, although they betokened a great coldness of soul. Subsequently, Julien thought that, though they looked bored and sceptical, they were conscious of the duty of being impressive. Madame de Rênal, of course, had very fine eyes, he said to himself. She used to be universally complimented on them, but they had nothing in common with these. Julien did not know enough of society to appreciate that it was the fire of repartee which from time to time gave their brilliancy to the eyes of Mademoiselle Mathilde, for that was the name he heard her called by. When Madame de Rênal's eyes became animated, it was with the fire of passion, or as the result of a generous indignation on hearing of some evil deed. Towards the end of the meal, Julien found a word to express Mademoiselle de la Mole's type of beauty. Her eyes are scintillating, he said to himself. Apart from her eyes, she was cruelly like her mother, whom he liked less and less, and he ceased looking at her. By way of compensation, he thought Count Norbert admirable in every respect. Julien was so fascinated that the idea never occurred to him of being jealous and hating him because he was richer and of nobler birth than he was himself. Julien thought that the Marquis looked bored. About the second course he said to his son, "Norbert, I ask all your good offices for Monsieur Julien Sorel, whom I have just taken into my staff, and of whom I hope to make a man, si cela se peut." "He is my secretary," said the Marquis to his neighbour, "and he spells cela with 2 L's. Everybody looked at Julien, who bowed to Norbert in a manner that was slightly too marked, but, speaking generally, they were satisfied with his expression. The Marquis must have spoken about the kind of education which Julien had received, for one of the guests tackled him on Horace. "It was just by talking about Horace that I succeeded with the Bishop of Besançon," said Julien to himself. Apparently that is the only author they know. From that instant he was master of himself. This translation was rendered easy because he had just decided that he would never look upon Mademoiselle de la Mole as a woman after his own taste. Since the seminary he had the lowest opinion of men and was not to be easily intimidated by them. He would have enjoyed all his self-possession if the dining-room had been furnished with less magnificence. It was, as a matter of fact, 2 mirrors, each 8 feet high, in which he would look from time to time at the man who was speaking to him about Horace, which continued to impress him. His phrases were not too long for a provincial. He had fine eyes whose brilliancy was doubled by his quavering timidity, or by his happy bashfulness when he had given a good answer. They found him pleasant. This kind of examination gave a little interest to a solemn dinner. The Marquis signalled to Julien's questioner to press him sharply. "Can he possibly know something?" he thought. Julien answered and thought out new ideas. He lost sufficient of his nervousness, not indeed to exhibit any wit, for that is impossible for anyone ignorant of the special language which is used in Paris, but to show himself possessed of ideas which, though presented out of place and ungracefully, were yet original. They saw that he knew Latin perfectly. Julien's adversary was a member of the Academy Inscriptions, who chanced to know Latin. He found Julien a very good humanist, and was not frightened of making him feel uncomfortable, and really tried to embarrass him. In the heat of the controversy, Julien eventually forgot the magnificent furniture of the dining-room. He managed to expound theories concerning the Latin poets which his questioner had never read of anywhere. Like an honest man, he gave the young secretary all due credit for them. As luck would have it, they started a discussion on the question of whether Horace was poor or rich, a good-humoured and careless voluptuary who made verses to amuse himself, like Chapelle, the friend of Molière and de La Fontaine, or a poor devil of a poet laureate who wrote odes for the king's birthday, like Southey, the accuser of Lord Byron. They talked about the state of society under Augustus and under George IV. At both periods the aristocracy was all-powerful, but while at Rome it was despoiled of its power by Maecenas, who was only a simple knight, It had, in England, reduced George IV practically to the position of a Venetian doge. This discussion seemed to lift the Marquis out of that state of bored torpor in which he had been plunged at the beginning of the dinner. Julien found meaningless such modern names as Southey, Lord Byron, and George IV, which he now heard pronounced for the first time. But everyone noticed that whenever the conversation dealt with events that had taken place in Rome, and about which knowledge could be obtained by a perusal of the works of Horace, Martial, or Tacitus, etc., he showed an indisputable superiority. Julien coolly appropriated several ideas which he had learnt from the Bishop of Besançon in the historic conversation which he had had with that prelate. These ideas were not the least appreciated. When everyone was tired of talking about poets, the Marquise, who always made it a rule to admire whatever amused her husband, deigned to look at Julien. "Perhaps an educated man lies hid beneath the clumsy manners of this young abbé," said the academician, who happened to be near the Marquise. Julien caught a few words of what he said. Ready-made phrases suited the intellect of the mistress of the house quite well. She adopted this one about Julien, and was very pleased with herself for having invited the academician to dinner. "He has amused Monsieur de la Mole," she thought. End of section 32. Section 33 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Chapter 33. The First Steps. This immense valley, filled with brilliant lights and so many thousand of men, dazzles my sight. No one knows me. All are superior to me. I lose my head. Poème de l'Ave, Raina. Julien was copying letters in the library very early the next day when Mademoiselle Mathilde came in by a little dummy door very well masked by the backs of the books. While Julien was admiring the device, Mademoiselle Mathilde seemed astonished and somewhat annoyed at finding him there. Julien saw that she was in curl papers and had a hard, haughty, and masculine expression. Mademoiselle de la Mole had the habit of surreptitiously stealing books from her father's library. Julien's presence rendered this morning's journey abortive, a fact which annoyed her all the more as she had come to fetch the second volume of Voltaire's Princess of Babylon, a worthy climax to one of the most eminently monarchical and religious educations which the convent of the Sacred Heart had ever provided. This poor girl of 19 already required some element of spiciness in order to get up an interest in a novel. Count Norbert put in an appearance in the library about 3 o'clock. He had come to study a paper so as to be able to talk politics in the evening, and was very glad to meet Julien, whose existence he had forgotten. He was charming, and offered him a ride on horseback. "My father will excuse us until dinner." Julien appreciated the us, and thought it charming. "Great heavens, Monsieur le Comte," said Julien, "if it were a question of felling an 80-foot tree or hewing it out and making it into planks, I would acquit myself all right, I dare say. But as for riding a horse, I haven't done such a thing 6 times in my life." "Well, this will be the 7th, said Norbert. As a matter of fact, Julien remembered the King of Blank's entry into Verrières, and thought he rode extremely well. But as they were returning from the Bois de Boulogne, he fell right in the middle of the Rue du Bac, as he suddenly tried to get out of the way of a cabriolet, and was spattered all over with mud. It was lucky that he had 2 suits. The Marquis, wishing to favour him with a few words at dinner, asked him for news of his excursion. Norbert began immediately to answer him in general terms. "Monsieur le Comte is extremely kind to me," answered Julien. "I thank him for it, and I fully appreciate it. He was good enough to have the quietest and prettiest horse given to me, but after all he could not tie me on to it, and owing to the lack of that precaution, I had a fall right in the middle of that long street near the bridge." Madame Mathilde made a futile effort to hide a burst of laughter, and subsequently was indiscreet enough to ask for details. Julien acquitted himself with much simplicity. He had grace without knowing it. "I prophesy favourably about that little priest," said the Marquis to the academician. "Think of a provincial being simple over a matter like that. Such a thing has never been witnessed before, and will never be witnessed again, and what is more, he describes his misfortune before ladies." Julien put his listeners so thoroughly at their ease over his misfortune that at the end of the dinner, when the general conversation had gone off onto another subject, Mademoiselle Mathilde asked her brother some questions over the details of the unfortunate occurrence. As she put numerous questions, and as Julien met her eyes several times, he ventured to answer himself, although the questions had not been addressed to him, and all three of them finished up by laughing, just as though they had all been inhabitants of some village in the depths of a forest. On the following day, Julien attended 2 theology lectures, and then came back to copy out about 20 letters. He found a young man, who, though very carefully dressed, had a mean appearance and an envious expression, established near him in the library. The Marquis entered. "What are you doing here, Monsieur Timbaud?" he asked severely to the newcomer. "I thought," answered the young man with a base smile. "No, monsieur, you thought nothing of the kind. This is a try-on, but it is an unfortunate one." Young Timbaud got up in a rage and disappeared. He was a nephew of the academician who was a friend of Madame de la Mole, and intended to take up the profession of letters. The academician had induced the Marquis to take him as a secretary. Timbaud used to work in a separate room, but having heard of the favour that was vouchsafed to Julien, he wished to share it, and had gone this morning and established his desk in the library. At 4 o'clock Julien ventured, after a little hesitation, to present himself to Count Norbert. The latter was on the point of going riding, and being a man of perfect politeness, felt embarrassed. "I think," he said to Julien, "that you had better go to the riding school, and after a few weeks I should be charmed to ride with you." "I should like to have the honour of thanking you for the kindness which you have shown me. Believe me, monsieur," added Julien very seriously, "that I appreciate all I owe you. But if your horse has not been hurt by the reason of my clumsiness of yesterday, and if it is free, I should like to ride it this afternoon." "Well, upon my word, my dear Sorel, you do so at your own risk and peril. Kindly assume that I have put forth all the objections required by prudence. As a matter of fact, it is 4 o'clock. We have no time to lose." As soon as Julien was on horseback, he said to the young count, "What one must do not to fall off." "Lots of things," answered Norbert, bursting into laughter. "Keep your body back, for instance." Julien put his horse to the trot. They were at the Place Louis XVI. "Oh, you foolhardy youngster," said Norbert. "There are too many carriages here, and they are driven by careless drivers into the bargain. Once you are on the ground, the tilburys will run over your body. They will not risk spoiling their horses' mouths by pulling up short." Norbert saw Julien 20 times on the point of tumbling, but in the end the excursion finished without misadventure. As they came back, the young count said to his sister, "Allow me to introduce a dashing daredevil." When he talked to his father over the dinner from one end of the table to the other, he did justice to Julien's courage. It was the only thing one could possibly praise about his style of riding. The young count had heard in the morning the men who groomed the horses in the courtyard making Julien's fall an opportunity for the most outrageous jokes at his expense. In spite of so much kindness, Julien soon felt himself completely isolated in this family. All their customs seemed strange to him, and he was cognizant of none of them. His blunders were the delight of the valets. The Abbé Pirard had left for his living. If Julien is a weak reed, let him perish. If he is a man of spirit, let him get out of his difficulties all alone, he thought. End of section 33. Section 34 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Chapter 34. The Hotel de la Mole. What is he doing here? Will he like it there? Will he try to please? Ronsard. If everything in the aristocratic salon of the Hotel de la Mole seemed strange to Julien, that pale young man in his black suit seemed, in his turn, very strange to those persons who deigned to notice him. Madame de la Mole suggested to her husband that he should send him off on some business on those days when they had certain persons to dinner. "I wish to carry the experiment to its logical conclusion," answered the Marquis. "The Abbé Pirard contends that we are wrong in crushing the self-respect of the people whom we allow around us. One can only lean on what resists. The only thing against this man is his unknown face, apart from that he is a deaf mute." "If I am to know my way about," said Julien to himself, "I must write down the names of the persons whom I see come to the salon together, with a few words on their character." He put at the head of the list 5 or 6 friends of the house who took every opportunity of paying court to him, believing that he was protected by a whim of the Marquis. They were poor dull devils. But it must be said, in praise of this class of men, such as they are found today in the salons of the aristocracy, that everyone did not find them equally tame. One of them was now allowing himself to be bullied by the Marquis, who was venting his irritation at a harsh remark which had been addressed to him by the Marquise. The masters of the house were too proud or too prone to boredom. They were too much used to finding their only distraction in the addressing of insults to enable them to expect true friends. But except on rainy days and in rare moments of savage boredom, they always showed themselves perfectly polite. If the 5 or 6 toadies who manifested so paternal an affection towards Julien had deserted the Hôtel de la Mole, the Marquise would have been exposed to long spells of solitude, and in the eyes of women of that class, solitude is awful. It is the symbol of disgrace. The Marquis was charming to his wife. He saw that her salon was sufficiently furnished, though not with peers, for he did not think his new colleagues were sufficiently noble to come to his house as friends, or sufficiently amusing to be admitted as inferiors. It was only later that Julien fathomed these secrets. The governing policy of a household, though it forms the staple of conversation in bourgeois families, is only alluded to in families of the class of that of the Marquis in moments of distress. So paramount, even in this bored century, is the necessity of amusing one's self, that even on the days of dinner parties the Marquis had scarcely left the salon before all the guests ran away. Provided that one did not make any jests about either God, or the priests, or the king, or the persons in office, or the artists who enjoyed the favour of the court, or of anything that was established, provided that one did not praise either Béranger or the opposition papers, or Voltaire or Rousseau, or anything which involved any element of free speech, provided that, above all, one never talked politics, one could discuss everything with freedom. There is no income of 100,000 crowns a year and no blue ribbon which could sustain a contest against such a code of salon etiquette. The slightest live idea appeared a crudity. In spite of the prevailing good form, perfect politeness, and desire to please, ennui was visible in every face. The young people who came to pay their calls were frightened of speaking of anything which might make them suspected of thinking or of betraying that they had read something prohibited, and relapsed into silence after a few elegant phrases about Rossini and the weather. Julien noticed that the conversation was usually kept alive by 2 viscounts and 5 barons, whom M. de la Mole had known at the time of the emigration. These gentlemen enjoyed an income of from 600,000 to 800,000 francs. 4 swore by the Quotidienne and 3 by the Gazette de France. One of them had every day some anecdote to tell about the chateau, in which he made lavish use of the word admirable. Julien noticed that he had 5 crosses. The others, as a rule, only had 3. By way of compensation, 6 footmen in livery were to be seen in the ante-room, and during the whole evening ices or tea were served every quarter of an hour, while about midnight there was a kind of supper with champagne. This was the reason that sometimes induced Julien to stay till the end. Apart from this, he could scarcely understand why anyone could bring himself to take seriously the ordinary conversation in this magnificently gilded salon. Sometimes he would look at the talkers to see if they themselves were not making fun of what they were saying. My Monsieur de Maistre, whom I know by heart, he thought, has put it 100 times better, and all the same he is pretty boring. Julien was not the only one to appreciate this stifling moral atmosphere. Some consoled themselves by taking a great quantity of ices, others by the pleasure of saying all the rest of the evening, "I have just come from the Hôtel de la Mole, where I learnt that Russia," etc. Julien learnt from one of the toadies that scarcely 6 months ago Madame de la Mole had rewarded more than 20 years of assiduous attention by promoting the poor Baron Le Bourguignon, who had been a sub-prefect since the Restoration, to the rank of prefect. This great event had whetted the zeal of all these gentlemen. Previously there were few things to which they would have objected. Now they objected to nothing. There was rarely any overt lack of consideration, but Julien had already caught at meals 2 or 3 little short dialogues between the Marquis and his wife, which were cruel to those who were seated near them. These noble personages did not conceal their sincere contempt for everyone who was not sprung from people who were entitled to ride in the carriages of the king. Julien noticed that the word crusade was the only word which gave their face an expression of deep seriousness, akin to respect. Their ordinary respect had always a touch of condescension. In the middle of this magnificence and this boredom, Julien was interested in nothing except M. de la Mole. He was delighted to hear him protest one day that he had nothing to do with the promotion of that poor Le Bourguignon. It was an attention to the Marquise. Julien knew the truth from the Abbé Pirard. The Abbé was working in the Marquis's library with Julien one morning at the Eternal de Friere lawsuit. "Monsieur," said Julien suddenly, "is dining every day with Madame la Marquise one of my duties, or a special favour that they show to me?" "It's a special honour," replied the scandalized Abbé. "Monsieur the academician, who has been cultivating the family for 15 years, has never been able to obtain so much for his Monsieur Tambo." "I find it, sir, the most painful part of my employment. I was less bored at the Seminary. Sometimes I see even Mademoiselle de la Mole yawn, and yet she ought to be accustomed to the social charms of the friends of the house. I am frightened of falling asleep. As a favour, obtain permission for me to go and get a 40-sou dinner in some obscure inn." The Abbé, who was a true snob, was very appreciative of the honour of dining with a great lord. While he was endeavouring to get Julien to understand this point of view, a slight noise made them turn round. Julien saw Mademoiselle de la Mole listening. He reddened. She had come to fetch a book and had heard everything. She began to entertain some respect for Julien. He has not been born servile, she thought, like that old Abbé. Heavens, how ugly he is. At dinner, Julien did not venture to look at Mademoiselle de la Mole, but she was kind enough to speak to him. They were expecting a lot of visitors that day, and she asked him to stay. The young girls of Paris are not at all fond of persons of a certain age, especially when they are slovenly. Julien did not need much penetration to realize that the colleagues of M. Le Bourguignon who remained in the salon had the privilege of being the ordinary butt of Mademoiselle de la Mole's jokes. On this particular day, whether or not by reason of some affectation on her part, she proved cruel to bores. Mademoiselle de la Mole was the centre of a little knot which used to form nearly every evening behind the Marquise's immense armchair. There were to be found there the Marquis de Coignot, the Comte de Caylus, the Vicomte de Luce, and 2 or 3 other young officers, the friends of Norbert or his sister. These gentlemen used to sit down on a large blue sofa. At the end of the sofa, opposite the part where the brilliant Mathilde was sitting, Julien sat in silence on a little rather low straw chair. This modest position was envied by all the toadies. Norbert kept his father's young secretary in countenance by speaking to him, or mentioning him by name once or twice in the evening. On this particular occasion, Mademoiselle de la Mole asked him what was the height of the mountain on which the citadel of Besançon is planted. Julien had never any idea if this mountain was higher or lower than Montmartre. He often laughed heartily at what was said in this little knot, but he felt himself incapable of inventing anything analogous. It was like a strange language which he understood but could not speak. On this particular day, Mathilde's friends manifested a continuous hostility to the visitors who came into the vast salon. The friends of the house were the favoured victims at first, inasmuch as they were better known. You can form your opinion as to whether Julien paid attention. Everything interested him, both the substance of things and the manner of making fun of them. "And there is Monsieur Descoules," says Mathilde. "He doesn't wear a wig any more. Does he want to get a prefectship through sheer force of genius? He is displaying that bold forehead which he says is filled with lofty thoughts." "He is a man who knows the whole world," said the Marquis de Croisenois. "He also goes to my uncle the Cardinal's. He is capable of cultivating a falsehood with each of his friends for years on end, and he has 200 or 300 friends. He knows how to nurse friendship. That is his talent. He will go out just as you see him in the worst winter weather, and be at the door of one of his friends by 7 o'clock in the morning." He quarrels from time to time, and he writes 7 or 8 letters for each quarrel. Then he has a reconciliation, and he writes 7 or 8 letters to express his bursts of friendship. But he shines most brilliantly in the frank and sincere expansiveness of the honest man who keeps nothing up his sleeve. This manoeuvre is brought into play when he has some favour to ask. One of my uncle's grand vicars is very good at telling the life of Monsieur de Courles since the Restoration. I will bring him to you. "Ah, I don't believe all that. It's professional jealousy among the lower classes," said the Comte de Caylus. "Monsieur de Courles will live in history," replied the Marquis. "He brought about the Restoration together with the Abbé de Prat and Messieurs de Talleyrand and Pozzo di Borgo." "That man has handed millions," said Norbert, "and I can't conceive why he should come here to swallow my father's epigrams, which are frequently atrocious. How many times have you betrayed your friends, my dear de Courles?" he shouted at him one day from one end of the table to the other. "But is it true that he has played the traitor?" asked Mademoiselle de la Mole. "Who has not played the traitor?" "Why," said the Comte de Caylus to Norbert, "do you have that celebrated liberal, Monsieur St. Clair, in your house? What the devil's he come here for? I must go up to him and speak, and make him speak. He is said to be so clever." "But how will your mother receive him?" said Monsieur de Croisenois. "He has such extravagant, generous, and independent ideas." "Look," said Madame de la Mole, "look at the independent man who bows down to the ground to Monsieur de Courles while he grabs hold of his hand. I almost thought he was going to put it to his lips." "De Courles must stand better with the powers that be than we thought," answered Monsieur de Croisenois. "St. Clair comes here in order to get into the academy," said Norbert. "See how he bows to the Baronel, Croisenois." "It would be less base to kneel down," replied Monsieur de Luz. "My dear Sorel," said Norbert, "you are extremely smart, but you come from the mountains. Mind you never bow like that great poet is doing, even to God the Father." "Ah, there's a really witty man. Monsieur the Baron Baton," said Mademoiselle de la Mole, imitating a little the voice of the flunkey who had just announced him. "I think that even your servants make fun of him." "What a name! Baron Baton," said Monsieur de Caylus. "What's in a name?" he said to us the other day, went on Matilda. "Imagine the Duke of Bouillon announced for the first time. So far as I am concerned, the public only need to get used to me." Julien left the vicinity of the sofa. Still insufficiently appreciative of the charming subtleties of a delicate raillery to laugh at a joke, he considered that a jest ought to have some logical foundation. He saw nothing in these young people's conversation except a vein of universal scandal-mongering, and was shocked by it. His provincial or English prudery went so far as to detect envy in it, though in this he was certainly mistaken. Count Norbert, he said to himself, who has had to make 3 drafts for a 20-line letter to his colonel, would be only too glad to have written once in his life 1 page as good as Monsieur St. Clair. Julien approached successively the several groups, and attracted no attention by reason of his lack of importance. He followed the Baron Baton from a distance, and tried to hear him. This witty man appeared nervous, and Julien did not see him recover his equanimity before he had hit upon 3 or 4 stinging phrases. Julien thought that this kind of wit had great need of space. The Baron could not make epigrams. He needed at least 4 sentences of 6 lines each in order to be brilliant. "That man argues, he does not talk," said someone behind Julien. He turned round and reddened with pleasure when he heard the name of the Comte Chalvet. He was the subtlest man of the century. Julien had often found his name in the memorial of St. Helena and in the portions of history dictated by Napoleon. The diction of Comte Chalvet was laconic. His phrases were flashes of lightning, just, vivid, deep. If he talked about any matter, the conversation immediately made a step forward. He imported facts into it. It was a pleasure to hear him. In politics, however, he was a brazen cynic. "I am independent, I am," he was saying to a gentleman with 3 stars, of whom apparently he was making fun. "Why insist on my having today the same opinions I had 6 weeks ago? In that case my opinion would be my master." 4 grave young men who were standing round scowled. These gentlemen did not like flippancy. The Comte saw that he had gone too far. Luckily he perceived the honest Monsieur Ballon, a veritable hypocrite of honesty. The Count began to talk to him. People closed up, for they realized that poor Ballon was going to be the next victim. Monsieur Ballon, although he was horribly ugly and his first steps in the world were almost unmentionable, had, by dint of his morals and his morality, married a very rich wife who had died. He subsequently married a second very rich one who was never seen in society. He enjoyed, in all humility, an income of 60,000 francs, and had his own flatterers. Comte Chalvet talked to him pitilessly about all this. There was soon a circle of 30 persons around them. Everybody was smiling, including the solemn young men who were the hope of the century. Why does he come to Monsieur de la Mole, where he is obviously only a laughing-stock, thought Julien. He approached the Abbé Pirard to ask him. Monsieur Ballon made his escape. "Good," said Norbert. "There is one of the spies of my father gone. There is only the little limping Napier left." Can that be the key of the riddle, thought Julien. But if so, why does the Marquis receive Monsieur Ballon? The stern Abbé Pirard was scowling in a corner of the salon, listening to the lackeys announcing the names. "This is nothing more than a den," he was saying like another Basil. "I see none but shady people come in." As a matter of fact, the severe abbé did not know what constitutes high society. But his friends, the Jansenites, had given him some very precise notions about those men who only get into society by reason of their extreme subtlety in the service of all parties, or of their monstrous wealth. For some minutes that evening he answered Julien's eager questions fully and freely, and then suddenly stopped short, grieved at having always to say ill of everyone, and thinking he was guilty of a sin. Bilious Jansenist as he was, and believing as he did in the duty of Christian charity, his life was a perpetual conflict. "How strange that Abbé Pirard looks," said Mademoiselle de la Mole as Julien came near the sofa. Julien felt irritated, but she was right all the same. Monsieur Pirard was unquestionably the most honest man in the salon, but his pimply face, which was suffering from the stings of conscience, made him look hideous at this particular moment. Trust physiognomy after this, thought Julien. It is only when the delicate conscience of the Abbé Pirard is reproaching him for some trifling lapse that he looks so awful, while the expression on that notorious spy Napier shows a pure and tranquil happiness. The Abbé Pirard, however, had made great concessions to his party. He had taken a servant, and was very well dressed. Julien noticed something strange in the salon. It was that all eyes were being turned towards the door, and there was a semi-silence. The flunkey was announcing the famous Baron Tolly, who had just become publicly conspicuous by reasons of the elections. Julien came forward and had a very good view of him. The Baron had been the president of an electoral college. He had the brilliant idea of spiriting away the little squares of paper which contained the votes of one of the parties. But, to make up for it, he replaced them with an equal number of other little pieces of paper containing a name agreeable to himself. This drastic manoeuvre had been noticed by some of the voters, who had made an immediate point of congratulating the Baron de Tolly. The good fellow was still pale from this great business. Malicious persons had pronounced the word galleys. Monsieur de la Mole received him coldly. The poor Baron made his escape. "If he leaves us so quickly, it's to go to Monsieur Comte's," said Comte Chalvet, and everyone laughed. Little Tanber was trying to win his spurs by talking to some silent noblemen and some intriguers who, though shady, were all men of wit, and were on this particular night in great force in Monsieur de la Mole's salon, for he was mentioned for a place in the ministry. If he had not as yet any subtlety of perception, he made up for it, as one will see, by the energy of his words. "Why not sentence that man to 10 years' imprisonment?" he was saying at the moment when Julien approached his knot. "Those reptiles should be confined in the bottom of a dungeon. They ought to languish to death in jail, otherwise their venom will grow and become more dangerous. What is the good of sentencing him to a fine of 1,000 crowns? He is poor, so be it, all the better, but his party will pay for him." What the case required was a 500 francs fine and 10 years in a dungeon. "Well, to be sure, who is the monster they are speaking about?" thought Julien, who was viewing with amazement the vehement tone and hysterical gestures of his colleagues. At this moment the thin, drawn little face of the academician's nephew was hideous. Julien soon learnt that they were talking of the greatest poet of the century. "You monster!" Julien exclaimed half aloud, while tears of generosity moistened his eyes. "You little rascal," he thought. "I will pay you out for this." Yet, he thought, those are the unborn hopes of the party of which the Marquis is one of the chiefs. How many crosses and how many sinecures would that celebrated man whom he is now defaming have accumulated if he had sold himself, I won't say to the mediocre ministry of M. de Nerval, but to one of those reasonably honest ministries which we have seen follow each other in succession? The Abbé Pirard motioned to Julien from some distance off. M. de la Mole had just said something to him. But when Julien, who was listening at the moment with downcast eyes to the lamentations of the bishops, had at length got free and was able to get near his friend, he found him monopolized by the abominable little Turnbull. The little beast hated him as the cause of Julien's favour with the Marquis, and was now making up to him. "When will death deliver us from that aged rottenness?" It was in these words of a biblical energy that the little man of letters was now talking of the venerable Lord Holland. His merit consisted in an excellent knowledge of the biography of living men, and he had just made a rapid review of all the men who could aspire to some influence under the reign of the new King of England. The Abbé Pirard passed into an adjacent salon. Julien followed him. "I warn you, the Marquis does not like scribblers. It is his only prejudice. No Latin and Greek if you can manage it, the history of the Egyptians, Persians, etc. He will honour and protect you as a learned man, but don't write a paragraph of French, especially on serious matters which are above your position in society, or he will call you a scribbler and take you for a scoundrel. How is it that, living as you do in the hotel of a great lord, you don't know the Duc de Castri's epigram on Alembert and Rousseau? The fellow wants to reason about everything, and hasn't got an income of 1,000 crowns. Everything leaks out here, thought Julien, just like the Seminary. He had written 8 or 6 fairly drastic pages. It was a kind of historical eulogy of the old Surgeon Major who had, he said, made a man of him. The little notebook, said Julien to himself, has always been locked. He went up to his room, burnt his manuscript, and returned to the salon. The brilliant scoundrels had left it. Only the men with the stars were left. 7 or 8 very aristocratic ladies, very devout, very affected, and from 30 to 35 years of age, were grouped round the table that the servants had just brought in, ready served. The brilliant Maréchal de Fervaques came in, apologizing for the lateness of the hour. It was more than midnight. She went and sat down near the Marquise. Julien was deeply touched. She had the eyes and the expression of Madame de Rênal. Mademoiselle de la Mole's circle was still full of people. She was engaged with her friends in making fun of the unfortunate Comte de Taille. He was the only son of that celebrated Jew who was famous for the riches that he had won by lending money to kings to make war on the peoples. The Jew had just died, leaving his son an income of 100,000 crowns a month, and a name that was only too well known. This strange position required either a simple character or force of willpower. Unfortunately, the Comte was simply a fellow who was inflated by all kinds of pretensions which had been suggested to him by all his toadies. M. de Caylus asserted that they had induced him to make up his mind to ask for the hand of Mademoiselle de la Mole, to whom the Marquis de Croisenois, who would be a duke with 100,000 francs a year, was paying his attentions. "Oh, do not accuse him of having a mind," said Norbert pitifully. Willpower was what the poor Comte de Taille lacked most of all. So far as this side of his character went, he was worthy of being a king. He would take counsel from everybody, but he never had the courage to follow any advice to the bitter end. His physiognomy would be sufficient in itself, Mademoiselle de la Mole was fond of saying, to have inspired her with a holy joy. It was a singular mixture of anxiety and disappointment, but from time to time one could distinguish gusts of self-importance, and above all that trenchant tone suited to the richest man in France, especially when he had nothing to be ashamed of in his personal appearance, and was not yet 36. "He is timidly insolent," M. de Croisenois would say. The Comte de Caylus, Norbert, and 2 or 3 mustachioed young people made fun of him to their heart's content without him suspecting it, and finally packed him off as 1 o'clock struck. "Are those your famous Arab horses waiting for you at the door in this awful weather?" said Norbert to him. "No, it is a new pair, which are much cheaper," said M. de Taille. The horse on the left cost me 5,000 francs, while the one on the right is only worth 100 louis, but I would ask you to believe me when I say that I only have him out at night. His trot, you see, is exactly like the other ones." Norbert's remark made the Comte think it was good form for a man like him to make a hobby of his horses, and that he must not let them get wet. He went away, and the other gentlemen left a minute afterwards, making fun of him all the time. So thought Julien as he heard them laugh on the staircase. I have the privilege of seeing the exact opposite of my own situation. I have not got 20 louis a year, and I found myself side by side with a man who has 20 louis an hour, and they made fun of him. Seeing a sight like that cures one of envy.
End of section 34. Section 35 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Chapter 35. Sensibility and a Great Pious Lady. An idea which has any life in it seems like a crudity, so accustomed are they to colourless expression. Woe to him who introduces new ideas into his conversation. Faublas. This was the stage Julien had reached when, after several months of probation, the steward of the household handed him the 3rd quarter of his wages. Monsieur de la Mole had entrusted him with the administration of his estates in Brittany and Normandy. Julien made frequent journeys there. He had chief control of the correspondence relating to the famous lawsuit with the Abbé de Frier. Monsieur Pirard had instructed him. On the data of the short notes which the Marquis would scribble on the margin of all the various papers which were addressed to him, Julien would compose answers which were nearly all signed. At the theology school, his professors complained of his lack of industry, but they did not fail to regard him as one of their most distinguished pupils. This varied work, tackled as it was with all the ardour of suffering ambition, soon robbed Julien of that fresh complexion which he had brought from the provinces. His pallor constituted one of his merits in the eyes of his comrades, the young seminarists. He found them much less malicious, much less ready to bow down to a silver crown than those of Besançon. They thought he was consumptive. The Marquis had given him a horse. Julien, fearing that he might meet people during his rides on horseback, had given out that this exercise had been prescribed by the doctors. The Abbé Pirard had taken him into several Jansenist societies. Julien was astonished. The idea of religion was indissolubly connected in his mind with the ideas of hypocrisy and covetousness. He admired these austere, pious men who never gave a thought to their income. Several Jansenists became friendly with him and would give him advice. A new world opened before him. At the Jansenists he got to know a Comte Altamira, who was nearly 6 feet high, was a liberal, a believer, and had been condemned to death in his own country. He was struck by the strange contrast of devoutness and love of liberty. Julien's relations with the young Comte had become cool. Norbert had thought that he answered the jokes of his friends with too much sharpness. Julien had committed 1 or 2 breaches of social etiquette, and vowed to himself that he would never speak to Mademoiselle Mathilde. They were always perfectly polite to him in the Hôtel de la Mole, but he felt himself quite lost. His provincial common sense explained this result by the vulgar proverb, tout beau, tout nouveau. He gradually came to have a little more penetration than during his first days. Or it may have been that the first glamour of Parisian urbanity had passed off. As soon as he left off working, he fell a prey to a mortal boredom. He was experiencing the withering effects of that admirable politeness so typical of good society, which is so perfectly modulated to every degree of the social hierarchy. No doubt the provinces can be reproached with a commonness and lack of polish in their tone, but they show a certain amount of passion when they answer you. Julien's self-respect was never wounded at the Hôtel de la Mole, but he often felt at the end of the day as though he would like to cry. A cafe waiter in the provinces will take an interest in you if you happen to have some accident as you enter his cafe, but if this accident has everything about it which is disagreeable to your vanity, he will repeat 10 times in succession the very word which tortures you, as he tells you how sorry he is. At Paris they make a point of laughing in secret, but you always remain a stranger. We pass in silence over a number of little episodes which would have made Julien ridiculous if he had not been to some extent above ridicule. A foolish sensibility resulted in his committing innumerable acts of bad taste. All his pleasures were precautions. He practised pistol shooting every day. He was one of the promising pupils of the most famous maître d'armes. As soon as he had an instant to himself, instead of employing it in reading as he did before, he would rush off to the riding school and ask for the most vicious horses. When he went out with the master of the riding school, he was almost invariably thrown. The Marquis found him convenient by reason of his persistent industry, his silence, and his intelligence, and gradually took him into confidence with regard to all his affairs which were in any way difficult to unravel. The Marquis was a sagacious business man on all those occasions when his lofty ambition gave him some respite. Having special information within his reach, he would speculate successfully on the exchange. He would buy mansions and forests, but he would easily lose his temper. He would give away hundreds of louis, and would go to law for a few hundred francs. Rich men with a lofty spirit have recourse to business not so much for results as for distraction. The Marquis needed a chief of staff who would put all his money affairs into clear and lucid order. Madame de la Mole, although of so even a character, sometimes made fun of Julien. Great ladies have a horror of those unexpected incidents which are produced by a sensitive character. They constitute the opposite pole of etiquette. On 2 or 3 occasions the Marquis took his part. If he is ridiculous in your salon, he triumphs in his office. Julien, on his side, thought he had caught the Marquise's secret. She deigned to manifest an interest in everything the minute the Baron de la Jeunette was announced. He was a cold individual with an expressionless physiognomy. He was tall, thin, ugly, very well dressed, passed his life in his chateau, and generally speaking said nothing about anything. Such was his outlook on life. Madame de la Mole would have been happy for the first time in her life if she could have made him her daughter's husband. End of section 35. Section 36 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Chapter 36. Pronunciation. If fatuity is pardonable, it is in one's first youth, for it is then the exaggeration of an amiable thing. It needs an air of love, gaiety, nonchalance. But fatuity coupled with self-importance, fatuity with a solemn and self-sufficient manner, this extravagance of stupidity was reserved for the 19th century. Such are the persons who want to unchain the hydra of revolutions. Le Johannesburg pamphlet. Considering that he was a new arrival who was too disdainful to put any questions, Julien did not fall into unduly great mistakes. One day, when he was forced into a café in the Rue Saint-Honoré by a sudden shower, a big man in a beaver coat, surprised by his gloomy look, looked at him in return just as Mademoiselle Amanda's lover had done before at Besançon. Julien had reproached himself too often for having endured the other insult to put up with this stare. He asked for an explanation. The man in the tailcoat immediately addressed him in the lowest and most insulting language. All the people in the café surrounded them. The passers-by stopped before the door. Julien always carried some little pistols as a matter of precaution. His hand was grasping them nervously in his pocket. Nevertheless, he behaved wisely, and confined himself to repeating to his man, "Monsieur, your address. I despise you." The persistency in which he kept repeating these 6 words eventually impressed the crowd. "By Jove, the other who's talking all to himself ought to give him his address," they exclaimed. The man in the tailcoat, hearing this repeated several times, flung 5 or 6 cards in Julien's face. Fortunately, none of them hit him in the face. He had mentally resolved not to use his pistols except in the event of his being hit. The man went away, though not without turning round from time to shake his fist and hurl insults at him. Julien was bathed in sweat.
"So," he said angrily to himself, "the meanest of mankind has it in his power to affect me as much as this. How am I to kill so humiliating a sensitiveness?" Where was he to find a second? He did not have a single friend. He had several acquaintances, but they regularly left him after 6 weeks of social intercourse. "I am unsociable," he thought, "and I am now cruelly punished for it." Finally, it occurred to him to rout out an old lieutenant of the 96th named Liévin, a poor devil with whom he often used to fence. Julien was frank with him. "I am quite willing to be your second," said Liévin, "but on one condition. If you fail to wound your man, you will fight with me straight away." "Agreed," said Julien, quite delighted, and they went to find M. de Beauvoisis at the address indicated on his card at the end of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. It was only when he was being ushered in that Julien thought that it might quite well be the young relation of Madame de Rênal, who had once been employed at the Rome or Naples embassy, and who had given the singer Geronimo a letter of introduction. Julien gave one of his cards, which had been flung at him the previous evening, together with one of his own, to a tall valet. He and his second were kept waiting for a good 3/4 of an hour. Eventually they were ushered into an elegantly furnished apartment. They found there a tall young man who was dressed like a doll. His features presented the perfection and the lack of expression of Greek beauty. His head, which was remarkably straight, had the finest blonde hair. It was dressed with great care, and not a single hair was out of place. "It was to have his hair done like this. That is why this damned fop has kept us waiting," thought the lieutenant of the 96th. The variegated dressing-gown, the morning trousers, everything down to the embroidered slippers, was correct. He was marvellously well groomed. His blank and aristocratic physiognomy betokened rare and orthodox ideas, the ideal of a Meternician diplomatist. Napoleon as well did not like to have in his entourage officers who thought. Julien, to whom his lieutenant of the 96th had explained that keeping him waiting was an additional insult after having thrown his card so rudely in his face, entered brusquely M. de Beauvoisis's room. He intended to be insolent, but at the same time to exhibit good form. Julien was so astonished by the niceness of M. de Beauvoisis's manners, and by the combination of formality, self-importance, and self-satisfaction in his demeanour, by the admirable elegance of everything that surrounded him, that he abandoned immediately all idea of being insolent. It was not his man of the day before. His astonishment was so great at meeting so distinguished a person instead of the rude creature whom he was looking for, that he could not find a single word to say. He presented one of his cards, which had been thrown at him. "That's my name," said the young diplomatist, not at all impressed by Julien's black suit at 7 o'clock in the morning. "But I do not understand the honour." His manner of pronouncing these last words revived a little of Julien's bad temper. "I have come to fight you, monsieur," and he explained in a few words the whole matter. Monsieur Charles de Beauvoisis, after mature reflection, was fairly satisfied with the cut of Julien's black suit. "It comes from Staub, that's clear," he said to himself as he heard him speak. "That waistcoat is in good taste. Those boots are all right, but on the other hand, just think of wearing a black suit in the early morning. It must be to have a better chance of not being hit," said the Chevalier de Beauvoisis to himself. After he had given himself this explanation, he became again perfectly polite to Julien, and almost treated him as an equal. The conversation was fairly lengthy, for the matter was a delicate one, but eventually Julien could not refuse to acknowledge the actual facts. The perfectly mannered young man before him did not bear any resemblance to the vulgar fellow who had insulted him the previous day. Julien felt an invincible repugnance towards him. He noted the self-sufficiency of the Chevalier de Beauvoisis, for that was the name by which he had referred to himself, shocked as he was when Julien called him simply Monsieur. He admired his gravity, which, though tinged with a certain modest fatuity, he never abandoned for a single moment. He was astonished at his singular manner of moving his tongue as he pronounced his words, but after all this did not present the slightest excuse for picking a quarrel. The young diplomatist very graciously offered to fight, but the ex-lieutenant of the 96th, who had been sitting down for an hour with his legs wide apart, his hands on his thigh and his elbows stuck out,
decided that his friend, Monsieur de Sorel, was not the kind to go and pick a quarrel with a man because someone else had stolen that man's visiting cards. Julien went out in a very bad temper. The Chevalier de Beauvoisy's carriage was waiting for him in the courtyard before the steps. By chance, Julien raised his eyes and recognized in the coachman his man of the day before. Seeing him, catching hold of him by his big jacket, tumbling him down from his seat, and horsewhipping him thoroughly, took scarcely a moment. Two lackeys tried to defend their comrade. Julien received some blows from their fists. At the same moment he cocked one of his little pistols and fired on them. They took to flight. All this took about a minute. The Chevalier de Beauvoisy descended the staircase with the most pleasing gravity, repeating with his lordly pronunciation, "What is this? What is this?" He was manifestly very curious, but his diplomatic importance would not allow him to evince any greater interest. When he knew what it was all about, a certain haughtiness tried to assert itself in that expression of slightly playful nonchalance which should never leave a diplomatist's face. The lieutenant of the 96th began to realize that Monsieur de Beauvoisy was anxious to fight. He was also diplomatic enough to wish to reserve for his friend the advantage of taking the initiative. "This time," he exclaimed, "there is ground for duel." "I think there's enough," answered the diplomat. "Turn that rascal out," he said to his lackeys. "Let someone else get up." The door of the carriage was open. The Chevalier insisted on doing the honours to Julien and his friend. They sent for a friend of Monsieur de Beauvoisy, who chose them a quiet place. The conversation on their way went, as a matter of fact, very well indeed. The only extraordinary feature was the diplomatist in a dressing gown. These gentlemen, although very noble, are by no means as boring, thought Julien, as the people who come and dine at Monsieur de la Mole's, and I can see why, he added a moment afterwards. They allow themselves to be indecent. They talked about the dances that the public had distinguished with its favour at the ballet presented the night before. The two gentlemen alluded to some spicy anecdotes of which Julien and his second, the lieutenant of the 96th, were absolutely ignorant. Julien was not stupid enough to pretend to know them. He confessed his ignorance with a good grace. This frankness pleased the Chevalier's friend. He told him these stories with the greatest detail, and extremely well. One thing astonished Julien inordinately. The carriage was pulled up for a moment by an altar which was being built in the middle of the street for the procession of Corpus Christi Day. The two gentlemen indulged in the luxury of several jests. According to them, the curé was the son of an archbishop. Such a joke would never have been heard in the house of Monsieur de la Mole, who was trying to be made a duke. The duel was over in a minute. Julien got a ball in his arm. They bandaged it with handkerchiefs which they wetted with brandy, and the Chevalier de Beauvoisy requested Julien with great politeness to allow him to take him home in the same carriage that had brought him. When Julien gave the name of Monsieur de la Mole's hotel, the young diplomat and his friend exchanged looks. Julien's fiacre was here, but they found these gentlemen's conversation more entertaining than that of the good lieutenant of the 96th. "By Jove, so a duel is only that," thought Julien. "What luck! I found that coachman again. How unhappy I should have been if I had had to put up with that insult as well." The amusing conversation had scarcely been interrupted. Julien realized that the affectation of diplomatists is good for something. So ennui, he said to himself, is not a necessary incident of conversation among well-born people. These gentlemen make fun of the Corpus Christi procession and dare to tell extremely obscene anecdotes, and what is more, with picturesque details. The only thing they really lack is the ability to discuss politics logically, and that lack is more than compensated by their graceful tone and the perfect aptness of their expressions. Julien experienced a lively inclination for them. How happy I should be to see them often! They had scarcely taken leave of each other before the Chevalier de Beauvoisy had inquiries made. They were not brilliant. He was very curious to know his man. Could he decently pay a call on him? The little information he had succeeded in obtaining from him was not of an encouraging character. "Oh, this is awful," he said to his second. "I can't possibly own up to having fought a duel with a mere secretary of Monsieur de la Mole simply because my coachman stole my visiting cards. There is no doubt that all this may make you look ridiculous."
That very evening the Chevalier de Beauvoisis and his friends said everywhere that this Monsieur Sorel, who was, moreover, quite a charming young man, was a natural son of an intimate friend of the Marquis de la Mole. This statement was readily accepted. Once it was established, the young diplomatist and friend deigned to call several times on Julien during the fortnight. Julien owned to them that he had only been to the opera once in his life. "That is awful," said one. "That is the only place one does go to. Your first visit must be when they are playing the Comte d'Ory." The Chevalier de Beauvoisis introduced him at the opera to the famous singer Geronimo, who was then enjoying an immense success. Julien almost paid court to the Chevalier. His mixture of self-respect, mysterious self-importance, and fatuous youthfulness fascinated him. The Chevalier, for example, would stammer a little, simply because he had the honour of seeing frequently a very noble lord who had this defect. Julien had never before found combined in one and the same person the drollery which amuses and those perfect manners which should be the object of a poor provincial's imitation. He was seen at the opera with the Chevalier de Beauvoisis. This association got him talked about. "Well," said Monsieur de la Mole to him one day, "so here you are, the natural son of a rich gentleman of Franche-Comté, an intimate friend of mine." The Marquis cut Julien short as he started to protest that he had not in any way contributed to obtaining any credence for this rumour. Monsieur de Beauvoisis did not fancy having fought a duel with the son of a carpenter. I know it," said Monsieur de la Mole. "It is my business now to give some consistency to this story, which rather suits me. But I have one favour to ask you, which will only cost you a bare half-hour of your time. Go and watch every opera day at 11:30 all the people in society coming out in the vestibule. I still see you have certain provincial mannerisms. You must rid yourself of them. Besides, it would do no harm to know, at any rate by sight, some of the great personages to whom I may one day send you on a commission. Call in at the box office to get identified. Admission has been secured for you." End of section 36. Section 37 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Chapter 37. An Attack of Gout. "And I got advancement not on my merit, but because my master had the gout." Bertolotti. The reader is perhaps surprised by this free and almost friendly tone. We had forgotten to say that the Marquis had been confined to his house for 6 weeks by the gout. Mademoiselle de la Mole and her mother were at Hyères, near the Marquise's mother. The Comte Norbert only saw his father at stray moments. They got on very well, but had nothing to say to each other. Monsieur de la Mole, reduced to Julien's society, was astonished to find that he possessed ideas. He made him read the papers to him. Soon the young secretary was competent to pick out the interesting passages. There was a new paper which the Marquis abhorred. He had sworn never to read it, and spoke about it every day. Julien laughed. In his irritation against the present time, the Marquis made him read Livy aloud. The improvised translation of the Latin text amused him. The Marquis said one day, in that tone of excessive politeness which frequently tried Julien's patience, "Allow me to present you with a blue suit, my dear Sorel. When you find it convenient to wear it and to come and see me, I shall look upon you as the younger brother of the Comte de Chaulnes, that is to say, the son of my friend, the old Duke." Julien did not quite gather what it was all about, but he tried a visit in the blue suit that very evening. The Marquis treated him like an equal. Julien had a spirit capable of appreciating true politeness, but he had no idea of nuances. Before this freak of the Marquise's, he would have sworn that it was impossible for him to have been treated with more consideration. "What an admirable talent," said Julien to himself. When he got up to go, the Marquis apologized for not being able to accompany him, by reason of his gout. Julien was preoccupied by this strange idea. "Perhaps he is making fun of me," he thought. He went to ask advice of the Abbé Pirard, who, being less polite than the Marquis, made no other answer except to whistle, and change the subject. Julien presented himself to the Marquis the next morning in his black suit, with his letter case and his letters for signature. He was received in the old way, but when he wore the blue suit that evening, the Marquis's tone was quite different, and absolutely as polite as on the previous day. "As you are not exactly bored," said the Marquis to him, "by these visits which you are kind enough to pay to a poor old man, you must tell him about all the little incidents of your life. But you must be frank, and think of nothing except narrating them clearly and in an amusing way. For one must amuse oneself," continued the Marquis. "That's the only reality in life. I can't have my life saved in a battle every day, or get a present of 1,000,000 francs every day. But if I had Rivarol here by my sofa, he would rid me every day of an hour of suffering and boredom. I saw a lot of him at Hamburg during the emigration." And the Marquis told Julien the stories of Rivarol and the inhabitants of Hamburg, who needed the combined efforts of 4 individuals to understand an epigram. M. de la Mole, being reduced to the society of this little abbe, tried to teach him. He put Julien's pride on its mettle. As he was asked to speak the truth, Julien resolved to tell everything, but to suppress 2 things: his fanatical admiration for the name which irritated the Marquis, and that complete scepticism which was not particularly appropriate to a prospective curé. His little affair with the Chevalier de Beauvoisis came in very handy. The Marquis laughed till the tears came into his eyes at the scene in the café in the Rue Saint-Honoré with the coachman who had loaded him with sordid insults. The occasion was marked by a complete frankness between the Marquis and the protégé. M. de la Mole became interested in this singular character. At the beginning he had encouraged Julien's droll blunders in order to enjoy laughing at them. Soon he found it more interesting to correct very gently this young man's false outlook on life. "All other provincials who come to Paris admire everything," thought the Marquis. "This one hates everything. They have too much affectation. He has not affectation enough, and fools take him for a fool." The attack of gout was protracted by the great winter cold, and lasted some months. "One gets quite attached to a fine spaniel," thought the Marquis. "Why should I be so ashamed of being attached to this little abbe? He is original. I treat him as a son. Well, where's the bother? The whim, if it lasts, will cost me a diamond and 500 louis in my will." Once the Marquis had realized his protégé's strength of character, he entrusted him with some new business every day. Julien noticed with alarm that this great lord would often give him inconsistent orders with regard to the same matter. That might compromise him seriously. Julien now made a point, whenever he worked with him, of bringing a register with him in which he wrote his instructions, which the Marquis initialed. Julien had now a clerk who would transcribe the instructions relating to each matter in a separate book. This book also contained a copy of all the letters. This idea seemed at first absolutely boring and ridiculous, but in 2 months the Marquis appreciated its advantages. Julien suggested to him that he should take a clerk out of a banker's who was to keep proper bookkeeping accounts of all the receipts and of all the expenses of the estates which Julien had been charged to administer. These measures so enlightened the Marquis as to his own affairs that he could indulge the pleasure of undertaking 2 or 3 speculations without the help of his nominee, who always robbed him. "Take 3,000 francs for yourself," he said one day to his young steward. "Monsieur, I should lay myself open to calumny." "What do you want, then?" retorted the Marquis irritably. "Perhaps you will be kind enough to make out a statement of account and enter it in your own hand in the book. That order will give me a sum of 3,000 francs. Besides, it's Monsieur the Abbé Pirard who had the idea of all this exactness in accounts." The Marquis wrote out his instructions in the register, with the bored air of the Marquis de Montcard listening to the accounts of his steward, Monsieur Poisson. Business was never talked when Julien appeared in the evening in his blue suit. The kindness of the Marquis was so flattering to the self-respect of our hero, which was always morbidly sensitive, that in spite of himself he soon came to feel a kind of attachment to this nice old man. It is not that Julien was a man of sensibility, as the phrase is understood at Paris, but he was not a monster, and no one since the death of the old Major had talked to him with so much kindness. He observed that the Marquis showed a politeness and consideration for his own personal feelings which he had never found in the old surgeon. He now realized that the surgeon was much prouder of his cross than was the Marquis of his blue ribbon. The Marquis's father had been a great lord. One day, at the end of a morning audience for the transaction of business, when the black suit was worn, Julien happened to amuse the Marquis, who kept him for a couple of hours, and insisted on giving him some banknotes which his nominee had just brought from the house. "I hope, Monsieur le Marquis, that I am not deviating from the profound respect which I owe you, if I beg you to allow me to say a word." "Speak, my friend." "Monsieur le Marquis will deign to allow me to refuse this gift. It is not meant for the man in the black suit, and it would completely spoil those manners which you have kindly put up with in the man in the blue suit." He saluted with much respect and went out without looking at his employer. This incident amused the Marquis. He told it in the evening to the Abbé Pirard. "I must confess one thing to you, my dear Abbé. I know Julien's birth, and I authorize you not to regard this confidence as a secret." "His conduct this morning is noble," thought the Marquis, "so I will ennoble him myself." Sometimes afterwards the Marquis was able to go out. "Go and pass a couple of months in London," he said to Julien. "Ordinary and special couriers will bring you the letters I have received, together with my notes. You will write out the answers and send them back to me, putting each letter inside an answer. I have ascertained that the delay will be no more than 5 days." As he took the post down the Calais route, Julien was astonished at the triviality of the alleged business on which he had been sent. We will say nothing about the feeling of hate and almost horror with which he touched English soil. His mad passion for Bonaparte is already known. He saw in every officer a Sir Hudson Lowe, in every great noble a Lord Bathurst, ordering the infamies of St. Helena and being recompensed by 6 years of office. At London he really got to know the meaning of sublime fatuity. He had struck up a friendship with some young Russian nobles who initiated him. "Your future is assured, my dear Sorel," they said to him. "You naturally have that cold demeanour, 1,000 leagues away from the sensation one has at the moment, that we have been making such efforts to acquire." "You have not understood your century," said the Prince Korasoff to him. "Always do the opposite of what is expected of you. On my honour, there you have the sole religion of the period. Don't be foolish or affected, for then follies and affectations will be expected of you, and the maxim will not longer prove true." Julien covered himself with glory one day in the salon of the Duke of Fitzfolk, who had invited him to dinner together with the Prince Korasoff. They waited for an hour. The way in which Julien conducted himself in the middle of 20 people who were waiting is still quoted as a precedent among the young secretaries of the London embassy. His demeanour was unimpeachable. In spite of his friends, the dandies, he made a point of seeing the celebrated Philip Vane, the one philosopher that England has had since Locke. He found him finishing his 7th year in prison. The aristocracy doesn't joke in this country, thought Julien. Moreover, Vane is disgraced, calumniated, etc. Julien found him in cheery spirits. The rage of the aristocracy prevented him from being bored. "There's only one merry man I've seen in England," thought Julien to himself as he left the prison. "The idea which tyrants find most useful is the idea of God," Vane had said to him. "We suppress the rest of the system as being cynical." "What amusing notions do you bring me from England?" asked M. de la Mole to him on his return. He was silent. "What notion do you bring me, amusing or otherwise?" repeated the Marquis sharply. "In the first place," said Julien, "the sanest Englishman is mad 1 hour every day. He is visited by the demon of suicide, who is the local god. In the second place, intellect and genius lose 25% of their value when they disembark in England. In the third place, nothing in the world is so beautiful, so admirable, so touching as the English landscapes." "Now it is my turn," said the Marquis. "In the first place, why do you go and say at the ball at the Russian ambassador's that there were 300,000 young men of 20 in France who passionately desired war? Do you think that is nice for the kings?" "One doesn't know what to do when talking to great diplomats," said Julien. "They have a mania for starting serious discussions. If one confines oneself to the commonplaces of the papers, one is taken for a fool. If one indulges in some original truth, they are astonished and at a loss for an answer, and you get informed by the first secretary of the embassy at 7 o'clock next day that your conduct has been unbecoming." "Not bad," said the Marquis, laughing. "Anyway, I will wager, Monsieur Deep One, that you have not guessed what you went to do in England." "Pardon me," answered Julien. "I went there to dine once a week with the King's ambassador, who is the most polite of men." "You went to fetch this cross you see here," said the Marquis to him. "I do not want to make you leave off your black suit, and I have got accustomed to the more amusing tone I have assumed with the man who wears the blue suit. So understand this until further orders. When I see this cross, you will be my friend, the Duke of Shorn's younger son, who has been employed in the diplomatic service the last 6 months without having any idea of it. Observe," added the Marquis very seriously, cutting short all manifestations of thanks, "that I do not want you to forget your place. That is always a mistake and a misfortune both for patron and for dependent. When my lawsuits bore you, or when you no longer suit me, I will ask a good living like that of our good friend the Abbé Pirard's for you, and nothing more," added the Marquis dryly. This put Julien's pride at its ease. He talked much more. He did not so frequently think himself insulted and aimed at by those phrases which are susceptible of some interpretation which is scarcely polite, and which anybody may give utterance to in the course of an animated conversation. This cross earned him a singular visit. It was that of the Baron de Valenod, who came to Paris to thank the minister for his barony and arrive at an understanding with him. He was going to be nominated Mayor of Verrières and to supersede M. de Rênal. Julien did not fail to smile to himself when Mr. Valenod gave him to understand that they had just found out that M. de Rênal was a Jacobin. The fact was that the new baron was the ministerial candidate at the election for which they were all getting ready, and that it was M. de Rênal who was the Liberal candidate at the great electoral college of the department, which was, in fact, very ultra. It was in vain that Julien tried to learn something about Madame de Rênal. The baron seemed to remember their former rivalry and was impenetrable. He concluded by canvassing Julien for his father's vote at the election which was going to take place. Julien promised to write. "You ought, Monsieur le Chevalier, to present me to Monsieur the Marquis de la Mole." "I ought, as a matter of fact," thought Julien, "but a rascal like that—" "As a matter of fact," he answered, "I am too small a personage in the Hôtel de la Mole to take it upon myself to introduce anyone." Julien told the Marquis everything. In the evening he described Valenod's pretensions, as well as his deeds and feats since 1814. "Not only will you present the new baron to me," replied M. de la Mole very seriously, "but I will invite him to dinner for the day after tomorrow. He will be one of our new prefects." "If that is the case, I ask for my father the post of director of the workhouse," answered Julien coldly. "With pleasure," answered the Marquis gaily. "It shall be granted. I was expecting a lecture. You are getting on." M. de Valenod informed Julien that the manager of the lottery office at Verrières had just died. Julien thought it humorous to give that place to M. de Chalin, the old dotard whose position he had once picked up in de la Mole's room. The Marquis laughed heartily at the petition, which Julien recited as he made him sign the letter which requested that appointment of the Minister of Finance. M. de Chalin had scarcely been nominated when Julien learnt that the post had been asked by the department for the celebrated geometrician, M. Gros. That generous man had an income of only 1,400 francs, and every year had lent 600 to the late manager who had just died, to help him bring up his family. Julien was astonished at what he had done. "That's nothing," he said to himself. "It will be necessary to commit several other injustices if I mean to get on, and also to conceal them beneath pretty sentimental speeches. Poor Monsieur Gros! It is he who deserves the cross. It is I who have it, and I ought to conform to the spirit of the government which gives it to me." End of section 37. Section 38 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Chapter 38. What is the decoration which confers distinction? "Thy water refreshes me not," said the transformed genie. "'Tis nevertheless the freshest well in all Diarbekir." Pellico. One day Julien had just returned from the charming estate of Villequier on the banks of the Seine, which was the especial subject of M. de la Mole's interest, because it was the only one of all his properties which had belonged to the celebrated Boniface de la Mole. He found the marquise and her daughter, who had just come back from Hyères, in the hotel. Julien was a dandy now, and understood the art of Paris life. He manifested a perfect coldness towards Mademoiselle de la Mole. He seemed to have retained no recollection of the day when she had asked him so gaily for details of his fall from his horse. Mademoiselle de la Mole thought that he had grown taller and paler. There was no longer anything in the provincial in his figure or his appearance. It was not so with his conversation. Too much of the serious and too much of the positive element was still noticeable. In spite of these sober qualities, his conversation, thanks to his pride, was destitute of any trace of the subordinate. One simply felt that there were still too many things which he took seriously, but one saw that he was the kind of man to stick to his guns. "He lacks lightness of touch, but not brains," said Mademoiselle de la Mole to her father, as she rallied him on the cross that he had given Julien. "My brother has been asking you for it for 16 months, and he is a la Mole." "Yes, but Julien has surprises, and that's what the de la Mole whom you were referring to has never been guilty of." Monsieur the Duc de Retz was announced. Mathilde felt herself seized by an irresistible attack of yawning. She knew so well the old gildings and the old habitués of her father's salon. She conjured up an absolutely boring picture of the life which she was going to take up at Paris, and yet, when at Hyères, she had regretted Paris. "And yet I am 19, she thought. "That's the age of happiness, say all those gilt-edged ninnies." She looked at 8 or 10 new volumes of poetry which had accumulated on the table in the salon during her journey to Provence. She had the misfortune to have more brains than Mademoiselles de Cranaud, de Caylus, de Luz, and her other friends. She anticipated all that they were going to tell her about the fine sky of Provence, poetry, the South, etc., etc. These fine eyes, which were the homes of the deepest ennui, and worst still, of the despair of ever finding pleasure, lingered on Julien. At any rate, he was not exactly like the others. "Monsieur Sorel," she said in that short, sharp voice, destitute of all femininity, which is so frequent among young women of the upper class. "Monsieur Sorel, are you coming tonight to Monsieur de Retz's ball?" "Mademoiselle, I have not had the honour of being presented to Monsieur the Duke." One would have said that these words and that title seared the mouth of the proud provincial. "He asked my brother to take you there, and if you go, you could tell me some details about the Villequier estate. We are thinking of going there in the spring, and I would like to know if the chateau is habitable, and if the neighbouring places are as pretty as they say. There are so many unmerited reputations." Julien did not answer. "Come to the ball with my brother," she added very dryly. Julien bowed respectfully. "So I owe my duty to the members of the family, even in the middle of a ball. Am I not paid to be their business man?" His bad temper added, "God knows, moreover, if what I tell the daughter will not put out the plans of the father, brother, and mother. It is just like the court of a sovereign prince. You have to be absolutely negative, and yet give no one any right to complain." "How that big girl displeases me," he thought, as he watched the walk of Mademoiselle de la Mole, whom her mother had called to present to several women friends of hers. She exaggerates all the fashions. Her dress almost falls down to her shoulders. She is even paler than before she went away. How nondescript her hair has grown as a result of being blonde. You would say that the light passed through it. What a haughty way of bowing and of looking at you. What queenly gestures. Mademoiselle de la Mole had just called her brother at the moment when he was leaving the salon. The Comte de Norbert approached Julien. "My dear Sorel," he said to him, "where would you like me to pick you up tonight for Monsieur's ball? He expressly asked me to bring you."
"I know well whom I have to thank for so much kindness," answered Julien, bowing to the ground. His bad temper, being unable to find anything to lay hold of in the polite and almost sympathetic tone in which Norbert had spoken to him, set itself to work on the answer he had made to that courteous invitation. He detected in it a trace of subservience. When he arrived at the ball in the evening, he was struck with the magnificence of the Hôtel de Retz. The courtyard at the entrance was covered with an immense tent of crimson with golden stars. Nothing could have been more elegant. Beyond the tent, the court had been transformed into a wood of orange trees and of pink laurels in full flower. As they had been careful to bury the vases sufficiently deep, the laurel trees and the orange trees appeared to come straight out of the ground. The road which the carriages traversed was sanded. All this seemed extraordinary to our provincial. He had never had any idea of such magnificence. In a single instant this thrilled imagination had left his bad temper 1,000 leagues behind. In the carriage, on their way to the ball, Norbert had been happy, while he saw everything in black colours. They had scarcely entered the courtyard before the roles changed. Norbert was only struck by a few details which, in the midst of all that magnificence, had not been able to be attended to. He calculated the expense of each item, and Julien remarked that the nearer he got to a sum total, the more jealous and bad-tempered he appeared. As for himself, he was fascinated and full of admiration when he reached the first of the salons where they were dancing. His emotion was so great that it almost made him nervous. There was a crush at the door of the second salon, and the crowd was so great that he found it impossible to advance. The decorations of the second salon presented the Alhambra of Granada. "That's the queen of the ball, one must admit," said a young man with a moustache, whose shoulders stuck into Julien's chest. "Mademoiselle Formand, who has been the prettiest all the winter, realizes that she will have to go down to the second place. See how strange she looks." In truth, she is straining every nerve to please. Just look at that gracious smile, now that she is doing the figure in that quadrille, all alone. On my honour, it is unique. Mademoiselle de la Mole looks as if she controlled the pleasure which she derives from her triumph, of which she is perfectly conscious. One might say that she fears to please anyone who talks to her. Very good. That is the art of alluring. Julien vainly endeavoured to catch sight of the alluring woman. 7 or 8 men who were taller than he prevented him from seeing her. "There is quite a lot of coquetry in that noble reserve," said the young man with a moustache. "And in those big blue eyes, which are lowered so slowly when one would think they were on the point of betraying themselves," answered his neighbour. "On my faith, nothing could be cleverer." "See the pretty Formand looking quite common next to her," said the first. "That air of reserve means how much sweetness would I spend on you if you were the man who was worthy of me." "And who could be worthy of the sublime Matilda?" said the first man. "Some sovereign prince, handsome, witty, well-made, a hero in war, and 20 years old at the most." "The natural son of the Emperor of Russia, who would be made a sovereign in honour of his marriage, or quite simply the Comte de Taille, who looks like a dressed-up peasant." The door was free, and Julien could go in. "Since these puppets consider her so remarkable, it is worth while for me to study her," he thought. "I shall then understand what these people regard as perfection." As his eyes were trying to find her, Matilda looked at him. "My duty calls me," said Julien to himself, but it was only his expression which was bad-humoured. His curiosity made him advance with a pleasure which the extremely low-cut dress on Matilda's shoulder very quickly accentuated in a manner which was scarcely flattering for his own self-respect. "Her beauty has youth," he thought. 5 or 6 people, whom Julien recognized as those who had been speaking at the door, were between her and him. "Now, monsieur, you have been here all the winter," she said to him. "Is it not true that this is the finest ball of the season?" He did not answer. "This quadrille of Coulon strikes me as admirable, and those ladies dance it perfectly." The young men turned round to see who was the happy man, an answer from whom was positively insisted on. The answer was not encouraging. "I shall not be able to be a good judge, mademoiselle. I pass my life in writing. This is the first ball of this magnificence which I have ever seen." The young men with moustaches were scandalized. "You are a wise man, Monsieur Sorel," came the answer with a more marked interest. You look upon all these balls, all these festivities, like a philosopher, like J. Rousseau. All these follies astonish without alluring you." Julien's imagination had just hit upon an epigram which banished all illusions from his mind. His mouth assumed the expression of a perhaps slightly exaggerated disdain. "J. Rousseau," he answered, "is in my view only a fool when he takes it upon himself to criticize society. He did not understand it, and he went into it with the spirit of a lackey who has risen above his station." "He wrote the Contrat Social," answered Matilda reverently. "While he preaches the Republic and the overthrow of monarchical dignities, the parvenu was intoxicated with happiness if a duke would go out of his way after dinner to one of his friends." "Oh yes, the Duke of Luxembourg at Montmorency used to accompany a Coindet from the neighbourhood of Paris," went on Mademoiselle de la Mole, with all the pleasure and enthusiasm of her first flush of pedantry. She was intoxicated with her knowledge, almost like the academician who discovered the existence of King Feretrius. Julien's look was still penetrating and severe. Matilda had had a moment's enthusiasm. Her partner's coldness disconcerted her profoundly. She was all the more astonished as it was she who was accustomed to produce that particular effect on others. At this moment the Marquis de Croisenois was advancing eagerly towards Mademoiselle de la Mole. He was, for the moment, 3 yards away from her. He was unable to get closer because of the crowd. He smiled at the obstacle. The young Marquise de Rouvray was near her. She was a cousin of Matilda. She was giving her arm to her husband, who had only married her a fortnight ago. The Marquis de Rouvray, who was also very young, had all the love which seizes a man who, having contracted a marriage of convenience exclusively arranged by the notaries, finds a person who is ideally pretty. Monsieur de Rouvray would be a duke on the death of a very old uncle. While the Marquis de Croisenois was struggling to get through the crowd and smiling at Matilda, she fixed her big, divinely blue eyes on him and his neighbours. "Could anything be flatter?" she said to herself. "There is Croisenois who wants to marry me. He is gentle and polite. He has perfect manners like Monsieur de Rouvray. If they did not bore, those gentlemen would be quite charming. He, too, would accompany me to the ball with that smug, limited expression. 1 year after the marriage I shall have my carriage, my horses, my dresses, my chateau 20 leagues from Paris. All this would be as nice as possible, and enough to make a Countess de Raville, for example, die of envy, and afterwards—" Matilda bored herself in anticipation. The Marquis de Croisenois managed to approach her and spoke to her, but she was dreaming and did not listen to him. The noise of his words began to get mixed with the buzz of the ball. Her eye mechanically followed Julien, who had gone away, with an air which, though respectful, was yet proud and discontented. She noticed in a corner far from the moving crowd the Comte d'Altamira, who had been condemned to death in his own country, and whom the reader knows already. One of his relatives had married a Prince de Conti in the reign of Louis XIV. This historical fact was some protection against the police of the congregation. "I think being condemned to death is the only real distinction," said Matilda. "It is the only thing which cannot be bought." "Why, that's an epigram," I just said. "What a pity it did not come at a moment when I could have reaped all the credit for it." Matilda had too much taste to work into the conversation a prepared epigram, but at the same time she was too vain not to be extremely pleased with herself. A happy expression succeeded the palpable boredom of her face. The Marquis de Croisenois, who had never left off talking, saw a chance of success, and waxed twice as eloquent. "What objection could a caviller find with my epigram?" said Matilda to herself. "I would answer my critic in this way. The title of Baron or Vicomte is to be bought. A cross, why, it is a gift. My brother has just got one. What has he done? A promotion, why, that can be obtained by being 10 years in a garrison, or have the Minister of War for a relative, and you'll be a chief of a squadron like Norbert. A great fortune, that's rather more difficult, and consequently more meritorious. It is really quite funny. It's the opposite of what the books say. Well, to win a fortune, why, you marry Monsieur Rothschild's daughter. Really, my epigram is quite deep. Being condemned to death is still the one privilege which one has never thought of canvassing." "Do you know the Comte d'Altamira?" she said to Monsieur de Croisenois. Her thoughts seemed to have been so far away, and this question had so little connection with all that the poor Marquis had been saying for the last 5 minutes, that his good temper was ruffled. He was, nevertheless, a man of wit, and celebrated for being so. Matilda is eccentric, he thought. That's a nuisance, but she will give her husband such a fine social position. I don't know how the Marquis de la Mole manages. He is connected with all that is best in all parties. He is a man who is bound to come out on top. And besides, this eccentricity of Matilda's may pass for genius. Genius, when allied with good birth and a large fortune, so far from being ridiculous, is highly distinguished. She has wit, moreover, when she wants to. That mixture, in fact, of brains, character, and ready wit, which constitutes perfection. As it is difficult to do two things at the same time, the Marquis answered Matilda with a vacant expression, as though he were reciting a lesson. Who does not know that poor Altamira? And he told her the history of his conspiracy, abortive, ridiculous, and absurd. Very absurd, said Matilda, as if she were talking to herself. But he has done something. I want to see a man. Bring him to me, she said to the scandalized Marquis. Comte Altamira was one of the most avowed admirers of Mademoiselle de la Mole's haughty and impertinent manner. In his opinion, she was one of the most beautiful persons in Paris. How fine she should be on a throne, he said to M. de Croisenois, and made no demur at being taken up to Matilda. There are a good number of people in society who would like to establish the fact that nothing is in such bad form as a conspiracy in the 19th century. It smacks of Jacobinism. And what could be more sordid than unsuccessful Jacobinism? Matilda's expression made fun a little of Altamira and M. de Croisenois, but she listened to him with pleasure. A conspirator at a ball! What a pretty contrast, she thought. She thought that this man with his black moustache looked like a lion at rest, but she soon perceived that his mind had only one point of view, utility, admiration for utility. The young Comte thought nothing worthy his attention except what tended to give his country two-chamber government. He left Matilda, who was the prettiest person at the ball, with alacrity, because he saw a Peruvian general come in. Despairing of Europe, such as M. de Metternac had arranged it, poor Altamira had been reduced to thinking that when the states of South America had become strong and powerful, they could restore to Europe the liberty which Mirabeau had given it. A crowd of moustached young men had approached Matilda. She realized that Altamira had not felt allured, and was piqued by his departure. She saw his black eye gleam as he talked to the Peruvian general. Mademoiselle de la Mole looked at the young Frenchman with that profound seriousness which none of her rivals could imitate. Which of them, she thought, could get himself condemned to death, even supposing he had a favourable opportunity? This singular look flattered those who were not very intelligent, but disconcerted the others. They feared the discharge of some stinging epigram that would be difficult to answer. Good birth vouchsafes 100 qualities whose absence would offend me. I see as much in the case of Julien, thought Matilda, but it withers up those qualities of soul which make a man get condemned to death. At that moment someone was saying near her, Comte Altamira is the second son of the Prince of San Nazaro Pimentel. It was Pimentel who tried to save Conradin, who was beheaded in 1268. It is one of the noblest families in Naples. So, said Matilda to herself, what a pretty proof this is of my maxim, that good birth deprives man of that force of character in default of which a man does not get condemned to death. I seem doomed to reason falsely tonight. Since I am only a woman like any other, well, I must dance. She yielded to the solicitations of M. de Croisenois, who had been asking for a gallop for the last hour. To distract herself from her failure in philosophy, Matilda made a point of being perfectly fascinating. M. de Croisenois was enchanted, but neither the dance, nor her wish to please one of the handsomest men at court, nor anything at all, succeeded in distracting Matilda. She could not possibly have been more of a success. She was the queen of the ball. She coldly appreciated the fact. What a blank life I shall pass with a person like Croisenois, she said to herself as he took her back to her place an hour afterwards. What pleasure do I get," she added sadly, "if, after an absence of 6 months, I find myself at a ball which all the women of Paris were mad with jealousy to go to? And what is more, I am surrounded by the homage of an ideally constituted circle of society. The only bourgeois are some peers and perhaps 1 or 2 Juliens. And yet," she added with increasing sadness, "what advantage has not fate bestowed upon me? Distinction, fortune, youth, everything except happiness. My most dubious advantages are the very ones they have been speaking to me about all the evening. Wit, I believe I have it, because I obviously frighten everyone. If they venture to tackle a serious subject, they will arrive after 5 minutes at conversation, and as though they had made a great discovery, at a conclusion which we have been repeating to them for the last hour. I am beautiful. I have that advantage, for which Madame de Staël would have sacrificed everything, and yet I am dying of boredom. Shall I have reason to be less bored when I have changed my name for that of the Marquis de Croisenois? My God, though," she added, while she almost felt as if she would like to cry, "isn't he really quite perfect? He's a paragon of the education of the age. You can't look at him without his finding something charming and even witty to say to you. He is brave. But that Sorel is strange," she said to herself, and the expression of her eyes changed from melancholy to anger. "I told him that I had something to say to him, and he hasn't deigned to reappear." End of section 38. Section 39 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Chapter 39. The Ball. The luxurious dresses, the glitter of the candles, all those pretty arms and fine shoulders, the bouquet, the intoxicating strains of Rossini, the paintings of Ciceri. I am beside myself. Journeys of Usseri. "You are in a bad temper," said the Marquise de la Mole to her. "Let me caution you. It is ungracious at a ball." "I only have a headache," answered Matilda disdainfully. "It is too hot here." At this moment the old Baron Tolly became ill and fell down, as though to justify Mademoiselle de la Mole's remark. They were obliged to carry him away. They talked about apoplexy. It was a disagreeable incident. Matilda did not bother much about it. She made a point of never looking at old men, or at anyone who had the reputation of being bad company. She danced in order to escape the conversation about the apoplexy, which was not apoplexy, inasmuch as the Baron put in an appearance the following day. "But Sorel does not come," she said to herself after she had danced. She was almost looking round for him when she found him in another salon. Astonishing, but he seemed to have lost that impassive coldness that was so natural to him. He no longer looked English. "He is talking to Comte d'Altamira, who was sentenced to death," said Matilda to herself. "His eyes full of a sombre fire. He looks like a prince in disguise. His haughtiness has become twice as pronounced." Julien came back to where she was, still talking to Altamira. She looked at Altamira fixedly, studying his features in order to trace those lofty qualities which can earn a man the honour of being condemned to death. "Yes," he was saying to Comte Altamira as he passed by her, "Danton was a real man." "Heavens, can he be a Danton?" said Matilda to herself. "But he has so noble a face, and that Danton was so horribly ugly, a butcher, I believe." Julien was still fairly near her. She did not hesitate to call him. She had the consciousness and the pride of putting a question that was unusual for a young girl. "Was not Danton a butcher?" she said to him. "Yes, in the eyes of certain persons." Julien answered her with a most thinly disguised expression of contempt. His eyes were still ardent from his conversation with Altamira. "But unfortunately for the people of good birth, he was an advocate at Mairie-sur-Seine. That is to say, mademoiselle," he added maliciously, "he began like many peers whom I see here. It is true that Danton laboured under a great disadvantage in the eyes of beauty. He was ugly." These last few words were spoken rapidly, in an extraordinary and indeed very discourteous manner. Julien waited for a moment, leaning slightly forward and with an air of proud humility. He seemed to be saying, "I am paid to answer you, and I live on my pay."
He did not deign to look up at Matilda. She looked like his slave, with her fine eyes open abnormally wide and fixed on him. Finally, as the silence continued, he looked at her, like a valet looking at his master to receive orders. Although his eyes met the full gaze of Matilda, which were fixed on him all the time with a strange expression, he went away with a marked eagerness. "To think of a man who is as handsome as he is," said Matilda to herself as she emerged from her reverie, "praising ugliness in such a way, is not like Caylus or Quasino. This Sorel has something like my father's look when he goes to a fancy dress ball as Napoleon." She had completely forgotten Danton. "Yes, I am decidedly bored tonight." She took her brother's arm, and to his great disgust made him take her round the ballroom. The idea occurred to her of following the conversation between Julien and the man who had been condemned to death. The crowd was enormous. She managed to find them, however, at the moment when 2 yards in front of her Altamira was going near a dumb waiter to take an ice. He was talking to Julien with his body half turned round. He saw an arm in an embroidered coat which was taking an ice closer by. The embroidery seemed to attract his attention. He turned round to look at the person to whom the arm belonged. His noble and yet simple eyes immediately assumed a slightly disdainful expression. "You see that man," he said to Julien in a low voice. "That is the Prince of Araceli, ambassador of blank. He asked M. de Nerval, your Minister for Foreign Affairs, for my extradition this morning. See, there he is, over there, playing whist. M. de Nerval is willing enough to give me up, for we gave up 2 or 3 conspirators to you in 1816. If I am given up to my king, I shall be hanged in 24 hours. It will be one of those handsome, mustachioed gentlemen who will arrest me." "The wretches!" exclaimed Julien half aloud. Matilda did not lose a syllable of their conversation. Her ennui had vanished. "They are not scoundrels," replied Count Altamira. "I talk to you about myself in order to give you a vivid impression. Look at the Prince of Araceli. He casts his eyes on his golden fleece every 5 minutes. He cannot get over the pleasure of seeing that decoration on his breast. In reality, the poor man is really an anachronism. The fleece was a signal honour 100 years ago, but he would have been nowhere near it in those days. But nowadays, so far as people of birth are concerned, you have to be an Araceli to be delighted with it. He had a whole town hanged in order to get it." "Is that the price he had to pay?" said Julien anxiously. "Not exactly," answered Altamira coldly. "He probably had about 30 rich landed proprietors in his district who had the reputation of being liberals thrown into the river." "What a monster!" pursued Julien. Mademoiselle de la Mole, who was leaning her head forward with keenest interest, was so near him that her beautiful hair almost touched his shoulder. "You are very young," answered Altamira. "I was telling you that I had a married sister in Provence. She is still pretty, good, and gentle. She is an excellent mother, performs all her duties faithfully, is pious, but not a bigot." "What is he driving at?" thought Mademoiselle de la Mole. "She is happy," continued the Comte Altamira. "She was so in 1815. I was then in hiding at her house on her estate near the Antibes. Well, the moment she learnt of Marshal Ney's execution, she began to dance." "Is it possible?" said Julien, thunderstruck. "It's party spirit," replied Altamira. "There are no longer any real passions in the 19th century. That's why one is so bored in France. People commit acts of the greatest cruelty, but without any feeling of cruelty." "So much the worse," said Julien. "When one does commit a crime, one ought at least to take pleasure in committing it. That's the only good thing they have about them, and that's the only way in which they have the slightest justification." Mademoiselle de la Mole had entirely forgotten what she owed to herself, and placed herself completely between Altamira and Julien. Her brother, who was giving her his arm, and was accustomed to obey her, was looking at another part of the room, and in order to keep himself in countenance, was pretending to be stopped by the crowd. "You are right," Altamira went on. "One takes pleasure in nothing one does, and one does not remember it. This applies even to crimes. I can show you perhaps 10 men in this ballroom who have been convicted of murder. They have forgotten all about it, and everybody else as well. Many are moved to the point of tears if their dog breaks a paw.
When you throw flowers on their grave at Père Lachaise, as you say so humorously in Paris, we learn they united all the virtues of the knights of chivalry, and we speak about the noble feats of their great-grandfathers who lived in the reign of Henry IV. If in spite of the good offices of the Prince de Aricelli I escape hanging and I ever manage to enjoy the use of my money in Paris, I will get you to dine with 8 or 10 of these respected and callous murderers. At that dinner you and I will be the only ones whose blood is pure, but I shall be despised and almost hated as a monster, while you will be simply despised as a man of the people who has pushed his way into good society." "Nothing could be truer," said Mademoiselle de la Mole. Altamira looked at her in astonishment, but Julien did not deign to look at her. "Observe that the revolution at whose head I found myself," continued the Comte d'Altamira, "only failed for the one reason that I would not cut off 3 heads and distribute among our partisans 7 or 8 millions which happened to be in a box of which I happened to have the key. My king, who is burning to have me hanged today, and who called me by my Christian name before the rebellion, would have given me the great ribbon of his order if I had had those 3 heads cut off, and had had the money in those boxes distributed, for I should have had at least a semi-success, and my country would have had a charter like blank. So wags the world. It's a game of chess." "At that time," answered Julien with a fiery eye, "you did not know the game. Now—" "You mean I would have their heads cut off, and I would not be a Girondin, as you said I was the other day." "I will give you your answer," said Altamira sadly, "when you have killed a man in a duel, a far less ugly matter than having him put to death by an executioner." "Upon my word," said Julien, "the end justifies the means. If instead of being an insignificant man I had some power, I would have 3 men hanged in order to save 4 men's lives." His eyes expressed the fire of his own conscience. They met the eyes of Mademoiselle de la Mole, who was close by him, and their contempt, so far from changing into politeness, seemed to redouble. She was deeply shocked, but she found herself unable to forget Julien. She dragged her brother away, and went off in a temper. "I must take some punch and dance a lot," she said to herself. "I will pick out the best partner and cut some figure at any price. Good, there is that celebrated cynic, the Comte de Fervaques." She accepted his invitation. They danced. "The question is," she thought, "which of us 2 will be the more impertinent, but in order to make absolute fun of him I must get him to talk." Soon all the other members of the quadrille were dancing as a matter of formality. They did not want to lose any of Mathilde's cutting repartee. M. de Fervaques felt uneasy, and as he could only find elegant expressions instead of ideas, began to scowl. Mathilde, who was in a bad temper, was cruel, and made an enemy of him. She danced till daylight, and then went home terribly tired. But when she was in the carriage, the little vitality she had left was still employed in making her sad and unhappy. She had been despised by Julien, and could not despise him. Julien was at the zenith of his happiness. He was enchanted without his knowing it by the music, the flowers, the pretty women, the general elegance, and above all by his own imagination, which dreamt of distinctions for himself and of liberty for all. "What a fine ball," he said to the Comte. "Nothing is lacking." "Thought is lacking," answered Altamira, and his face betrayed that contempt which is only more deadly from the very fact that a manifest effort is being made to hide it as a matter of politeness. "You are right, Monsieur the Comte. There isn't any thought at all, let alone enough to make a conspiracy. I am here because of my name, but thought is hated in your salons. Thought must not soar above the level of the point of a vaudeville couplet. It is then rewarded. But as for your man who thinks, if he shows energy and originality, we call him a cynic. Was not the name given by one of your judges to Courier? You put him in prison as well as Béranger. The priestly congregation hands over to the police everyone who is worth anything amongst you individually, and good society applauds. The fact is, your effete society prizes conventionalism above everything else. You will never get beyond military bravery. You will have Murat, never Washingtons. I can see nothing in France except vanity. A man who goes on speaking on the spur of the moment may easily come to make an imprudent witticism, and the master of the house thinks himself insulted." As he was saying this, the carriage in which the Comte was seeing Julien home stopped before the Hôtel de la Mole. Julien was in love with his conspirator. Altamira had paid him this great compliment, which was evidently the expression of a sound conviction. "You have not got the French flippancy, and you understand the principle of utility." It happened that Julien had seen, the day before, Marino Faliero, a tragedy by Casimir della Vigne. "Has not Israel Bertuccio got more character than all those noble Venetians?" said our rebellious plebeian to himself. "And yet those are the people whose nobility goes back to the year 700, a century before Charlemagne, while the cream of the nobility at Monsieur de Ritz's ball tonight only goes back, and that rather lamely, to the 13th century. Well, in spite of all the noble Venetians whose birth makes so great, it is Israel Bertuccio whom one remembers. A conspiracy annihilates all titles conferred by social caprice. There a man takes for his crest the rank that is given him by the way in which he faces death. The intellect itself loses some of its power. What would Danton have been today in this age of the Valenods and the Renals? Not even a deputy for the public prosecutor. What am I saying? He would have sold himself to the priests. He would have been a minister, for after all the great Danton did steal. Mirabeau also sold himself. Napoleon stole millions in Italy, otherwise he would have been stopped short in his career by poverty like Pichegru. Only Lafayette refrained from stealing. Ought one to steal? Ought one to sell oneself? Thought Julien. This question pulled him up short. He passed the rest of the night in reading the history of the Revolution. When he wrote his letters in the library the following day, his mind was still concentrated on his conversation with Count Altamira. As a matter of fact, he said to himself after a long reverie, if the Spanish liberals had not injured their nation by crimes, they would not have been cleared out as easily as they were. They were haughty, talkative children, just like I am, he suddenly exclaimed, as though waking up with a start. What difficulty have I surmounted that entitles me to judge such devils who, once alive, dared to begin to act? I am like a man who exclaims at the close of a meal, "I won't dine tomorrow," but that won't prevent me from feeling as strong and merry like I do today. Who knows what one feels when one is halfway through a great action? These lofty thoughts were disturbed by the unexpected arrival in the library of Mademoiselle de la Mole. He was so animated by his admiration for the great qualities of such invincibles as Danton, Mirabeau, and Carnot, that, though he fixed his eyes on Mademoiselle de la Mole, he neither gave her a thought nor bowed to her, and scarcely even saw her. When, finally, his big, open eyes realized her presence, their expression vanished. Mademoiselle de la Mole noticed it with bitterness. It was in vain that she asked him for Bailly's History of France, which was on the highest shelf, and thus necessitated Julien going to fetch the longer of the two ladders. Julien had brought the ladder and had fetched the volume and given it to her, but had not yet been able to give her a single thought. As he was taking the ladder back, he hit, in his hurry, one of the glass panes in the library with his elbow. The noise of the glass falling on the floor finally brought him to himself. He hastened to apologize to Mademoiselle de la Mole. He tried to be polite, and was certainly nothing more. Matilda saw clearly that she had disturbed him, and that he would have preferred to have gone on thinking about what he had been engrossed in before her arrival to speaking to her. After looking at him for some time, she went slowly away. Julien watched her walk. He enjoyed the contrast of her present dress with the elegant magnificence of the previous night. The difference between the two expressions was equally striking. The young girl who had been so haughty at the Duc de Retz's ball had, at the present moment, an almost plaintive expression. As a matter of fact, said Julien to himself, that black dress makes the beauty of her figure all the more striking. She has a queenly carriage, but why is she in mourning? If I ask someone the reason for this mourning, they will think I am putting my foot in it again. Julien had now quite emerged from the depth of his enthusiasm. I must read over again all the letters I have written this morning. God knows how many missed-out words and blunders I shall find. As he was forcing himself to concentrate his mind on the first of these letters, he heard the rustle of a silk dress near him. He suddenly turned round. Mademoiselle de la Mole was 2 yards from his table. She was smiling. This second interruption put Julien into a bad temper. Matilda had just fully realized that she meant nothing to this young man. Her smile was intended to hide her embarrassment. She succeeded in doing so. "You are evidently thinking of something very interesting, Monsieur Sorel. Is it not some curious anecdote about that conspiracy which is responsible for Comte Altamira being in Paris? Tell me what it is about. I am burning to know. I will be discreet, I swear it." She was astonished at hearing herself utter these words. What? Was she asking a favour of an inferior? Her embarrassment increased, and she added with a little touch of flippancy, "What has managed to turn such an unusually cold person as yourself into an inspired being, a kind of Michelangelo prophet?" This sharp and indiscreet question wounded Julien deeply, and rendered him madder than ever. "Was Danton right in stealing?" he said to her brusquely, in a manner that grew more and more surly. "Ought the revolutionaries of Piedmont and of Spain to have injured the people by crimes? To have given all the places in the army and all the orders to undeserving persons? Would not the persons who wore these orders have feared the return of the king? Ought they to have allowed the treasure of Turin to be looted? In a word, mademoiselle," he said, coming near her with a terrifying expression, "ought the man who wishes to chase ignorance and crime from the world to pass like the whirlwind and do evil indiscriminately?" Matilda felt frightened, was unable to stand his look, and retreated a couple of paces. She looked at him a moment, and then, ashamed of her fear, left the library with a light step. End of section 39. Section 40 of The Red and the Black by Stendhal, translated by Horace Barnett Samuel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dan. Chapter 40. Queen Marguerite. Love, in what madness do you not manage to make us find pleasure? Letters of a Portuguese nun. Julien reread his letters. How ridiculous I must have appeared in the eyes of that Parisian doll, he said to himself when the dinner bell rang. How foolish to have really told her what I was thinking. Perhaps I was not so foolish. Telling the truth on that occasion was worthy of me. Why did she come to question me on personal matters? That question was indiscreet on her part. She broke the convention. My thoughts about Danton are not part of the sacrifice which her father pays me to make. When he came into the dining-room, Julien's thoughts were distracted from his bad temper by Mademoiselle de la Mole's mourning, which was all the more striking because none of the other members of the family were in black. After dinner, he felt completely rid of the feeling which had obsessed him all day. Fortunately, the academician who knew Latin was at dinner. "That's the man who will make the least fun of me," said Julien to himself, if, as I surmise, my question about Mademoiselle de la Mole's mourning is in bad taste. Matilda was looking at him with a singular expression. "So this is the coquetry of the women of this part of the country, just as Madame de Renal described it to me," said Julien to himself. "I was not nice to her this morning. I did not humour her caprice of talking to me. I got up in value in her eyes. The devil doubtless is no loser by it. Later on, her haughty disdain will manage to revenge itself. I defy her to do her worst. What a contrast with what I have lost! What charming naturalness! What naivety! I used to know her thoughts before she did herself. I used to see them come into existence. The only rival she had in her heart was the fear of her children's death. It was a reasonable, natural feeling to me, and even though I suffered from it, I found it charming. I have been a fool. The ideas I had in my head about Paris prevented me from appreciating that sublime woman. Great God, what a contrast! And what do I find here? And haughty vanity, all the fine shades of wounded egotism, and nothing more." And they got up from the table. "I must not let my academician get snapped up," said Julien to himself. He went up to him as they were passing into the garden, assumed an air of soft submissiveness, and shared in his fury against the success of Hernani. "If only we were still in the days of lettres de cachet," he said. "Then he would not have dared," exclaimed the academician with a gesture worthy of Talma. Julien quoted some fine words from Virgil's Georgics in reference to a flower, and expressed the opinion that nothing was equal to the Abbé Delille's verses. In a word, he flattered the academician in every possible way. He then said to him with the utmost indifference, "I suppose Mademoiselle de la Mole has inherited something from some uncle for whom she is in mourning." "What, you belong to the house," said the academician, stopping short, "and you do not know her folly? As a matter of fact, it is strange her mother should allow her to do such things, but between ourselves, they do not shine in this household exactly in their force of character. Mademoiselle's share has to do for all of them, and governs them. Today is the 30th of April, and the academician stopped and looked meaningly at Julien. Julien smiled with the most knowing expression he could master. "What connection can there be between ruling a household, wearing a black dress, and the 30th April?" he said to himself. "I must be even sillier than I thought." "I must confess," he said to the academician, while he continued to question him with his look. "Let us take a turn round the garden," said the academician, delighted at seeing an opportunity of telling a long and well-turned story. "What, is it really possible you do not know what happened on the 30th of April, 1574? "And where?" said Julien in astonishment. "At the Place de Grève." Julien was extremely astonished that these words did not supply him with the key. His curiosity and his expectation of a tragic interest which would be in such harmony with his own character gave his eyes that brilliance which the teller of a story likes to see so much in the person who is listening to him. The academician was delighted at finding a virgin ear, and narrated at length to Julien how Boniface de la Mole, the handsomest young man of this century, together with Annibal de Coconasso, his friend, a gentleman of Piedmont, had been beheaded on the 30th of April, 1574. La Mole was the adored lover of Queen Marguerite of Navarre, and "Observe," continued the academician, "that Mademoiselle de la Mole's full name is Mathilde Marguerite. La Mole was at the same time a favourite of the Duc d'Alençon, and the intimate friend of his mistress's husband, the King of Navarre, subsequently Henry IV. On Shrove Tuesday of that year, 1574, the court happened to be at Saint-Germain with the poor King Charles IX, who was dying. La Mole wished to rescue his friends the princes, whom Queen Catherine of Medici was keeping prisoner in her court. He advanced 200 cavalry under the walls of Saint-Germain. The Duc d'Alençon was frightened, and La Mole was thrown to the executioner. But the thing which affects Mademoiselle Mathilde, and what she has admitted to me herself 7 or 8 years ago, when she was 12, is a head, a head!" And the academician lifted up his eyes to the heavens. What struck her in this political catastrophe was the hiding of Queen Marguerite de Navarre in a house in the Place de Grève, and her then asking for her lover's head. At midnight on the following day she took that head in her carriage and went and buried it herself in a chapel at the foot of the hill at Montmartre. "Impossible!" cried Julien, really moved. "Mademoiselle Mathilde despises her brother because, as you see, he does not bother one whit about this ancient history, and never wears mourning on the 30th of April. It is since the time of this celebrated execution, and in order to recall the intimate friendship of La Mole for the said Coconasso, who, Italian that he was, bore the name of Annibal, that all the men of that family bear that name. And," added the academician, lowering his voice, "this Coconasso was, according to Charles IX, himself one of the cruelest assassins of the 24th August, 1572. But how is it possible, my dear Sorel, that you should be ignorant of these things, you who take your meals with the family?" "So that is why Mademoiselle de la Mole twice called her brother Annibal at dinner. I thought I had heard wrong." "It was a reproach. It is strange that the Marquise should allow such follies. The husband of that great girl will have a fine time of it." This remark was followed by 5 or 6 satiric phrases. Julien was shocked by the joy which shone in the academician's eyes. "We are just a couple of servants," he thought, "engaged in talking scandal about our masters. But I ought not to be astonished at anything this academy man does." Julien had surprised him on his knees one day before the Marquise de la Mole. He was asking her for a tobacco receivership for a nephew in the provinces. In the evening, a little chambermaid of Mademoiselle de la Mole, who was paying court to Julien, just as Elisa had used to do, gave him to understand that her mistress's mourning was very far from being worn simply to attract attention. This eccentricity was rooted in her character. She really loved that La Mole, the beloved lover of the most witty queen of the century, who had died through trying to set his friends at liberty. And what friends! The first prince of the blood, and Henry IV. Accustomed as he had been to the perfect naturalness which shone throughout Madame de Renal's whole demeanour, Julien could not help finding all the women of Paris affected, and, though by no means of a morose disposition, found nothing to say to them. Mademoiselle de la Mole was an exception. He now began to cease taking for coldness of heart that kind of beauty which attaches importance to a noble bearing. He had long conversations with Mademoiselle de la Mole, who would sometimes walk with him in the garden after dinner. She told him one day that she was reading the history of d'Aubigné and also Brantôme. Strange books to read, thought Julien, and the Marquis does not allow her to read Walter Scott's novels. She told him one day, with that pleased brilliancy in her eyes which is the real test of genuine admiration, about a characteristic act of a young woman in the reign of Henry III, which she had just read in the memoirs of L'Étoile. Finding her husband unfaithful, she stabbed him. Julien's vanity was flattered. A personage who was surrounded by so much homage, and who governed the whole house according to the academician, deigned to talk to him on a footing almost resembling friendship. I made a mistake, thought Julien soon afterwards. This is not familiarity. I am simply the confidant of a tragedy. She needs to speak to someone. I pass in this family for a man of learning. I will go and read Brantôme, d'Aubigné, L'Étoile. I shall then be able to challenge some of the anecdotes which Madame de la Mole speaks to me about. I want to leave off this rôle of the passive confidant. His conversations with this young girl, whose demeanour was so impressive and yet so easy, gradually became more interesting. He forgot his grim rôle of the rebel plebeian. He found her well informed, and even logical. Her opinions in the gardens were very different to those which she owned to in the salon. Sometimes she exhibited an enthusiasm and a frankness which were in absolute contrast to her usual cold haughtiness. "The wars of the League were the heroic days of France," she said to him one day, with eyes shining with enthusiasm. "Then everyone fought to gain something which he desired for the sake of his party's triumph, and not just in order to win a cross as in the days of your emperor. Admit that there was then less egotism and less pettiness. I love that century." "And Boniface de la Mole was the hero of it," he said to her. "At least he was loved in a way that it is perhaps sweet to be loved. What woman alive now would not be horrified at touching the head of her decapitated lover?" Madame de la Mole called her daughter. To be effective, hypocrisy ought to hide itself, yet Julien had half confided his admiration for Napoleon to Mademoiselle de la Mole. Julien remained alone in the garden. "That is the immense advantage they have over us," he said to himself. "Their ancestors lift them above vulgar sentiments, and they have not got always to be thinking about their subsistence. What misery," he added bitterly. "I am not worthy to discuss these great matters. My life is nothing more than a series of hypocrisies, because I have not got 1,000 francs a year with which to buy my bread and butter." Mathilde came running back. "What are you dreaming about, monsieur?" she said to him. Julien was tired of despising himself. Through sheer pride he frankly told her his thoughts. He blushed a great deal while talking to such a person about his own poverty. He tried to make it as plain as he could that he was not asking for anything. Mathilde never thought him so handsome. She detected in him an expression of frankness and sensitiveness which he often lacked. Within a month of this episode, Julien was pensively walking in the garden of the hotel, but his face had no longer the hardness and philosophic superciliousness which the chronic consciousness of his inferior position had used to write upon it. He had just escorted Mademoiselle de la Mole to the door of the salon. She said she had hurt her foot while running with her brother. "She leant on my arm in a very singular way," said Julien to himself. "Am I a coxcomb, or is it true that she has taken a fancy to me? She listens to me so gently, even when I confess to her all the sufferings of my pride. She, too, who is so haughty to everyone. They would be very astonished in the salon if they saw that expression of hers. It is quite certain that she does not show anyone else such sweetness and goodness." Julien endeavoured not to exaggerate this singular friendship. He himself compared it to an armed truce. When they met again each day, they almost seemed, before they took up the almost intimate tone of the previous day, to ask themselves, Are we going to be friends or enemies today?" Julien had realized that to allow himself to be insulted with impunity, even once, by this haughty girl, would mean the loss of everything. If I have got to quarrel, would it not be better that it should be straight away in defending the rights of my own pride than in parrying the expressions of contempt which would follow the slightest abandonment of my duty to my own self-respect? On many occasions, on days when she was in a bad temper, Matilda tried to play the great lady with him. These attempts were extremely subtle, but Julien rebuffed them roughly. One day he brusquely interrupted her. "Has Mademoiselle de la Mole any orders to give her father's secretary?" he said to her. "If so, he must listen to her orders and execute them, but apart from that he has not a single word to say to her. He is not paid to tell her his thoughts." This kind of life, together with the singular surmises which it occasioned, dissipated the boredom which he had been accustomed to experience in that magnificent salon, where everyone was afraid and where any kind of jest was in bad form. "It would be humorous if she loved me, but whether she loves me or not," went on Julien, "I have for my confidential friend a girl of spirit before whom I see the whole household quake, while the Marquis de Croisenois does so more than anyone else. Yes, to be sure, that same young man, who is so polite, so gentle, and so brave, and who has combined all those advantages of birth and fortune, a single one of which would put my heart at rest, he is madly in love with her. He ought to marry her. How many letters has Monsieur de la Mole made me write to the 2 notaries in order to arrange the contract? And I, though I am an absolute inferior when I have my pen in my hand, why, I triumph over that young man 2 hours afterwards in this very garden. For, after all, her preference is striking and direct. Perhaps she hates him because she sees in him a future husband. She is haughty enough for that. As for her kindness to me, I receive it in my capacity of confidential servant. But no, I am either mad or she is making advances to me. The colder and more respectful I show myself to her, the more she runs after me. It may be a deliberate piece of affectation, but I see her eyes become animated when I appear unexpectedly. Can the women of Paris manage to act to such an extent? What does it matter to me? I have appearances in my favour. Let us enjoy appearances. Heavens, how beautiful she is! How I like her great blue eyes when I see them at close quarters, and they look at me in the way they often do. What a difference between this spring and that of last year, when I lived an unhappy life among 300 dirty, malicious hypocrites, and only kept myself afloat through sheer force of character. I was almost as malicious as they were. That young girl is making fun of me, Julien would think in his suspicious days. She is acting in concert with her brother to make a fool of me. But she seems to have an absolute contempt for her brother's lack of energy. He is brave, and that is all. He has not a thought which dares to deviate from the conventional. It is always I who have to take up the cudgels in his defence. A young girl of 19. Can one at that age act up faithfully every second of the day to the part which one has determined to play? On the other hand, whenever Mademoiselle de la Mole fixes her eyes on me with a singular expression, Comte Norbert always goes away. I think that suspicious. Ought he not to be indignant at his sister singling out a servant of her household? For that is how I heard the Duc de Chaulnes speak about me. This recollection caused anger to supersede every other emotion. It is simply a fashion for old-fashioned phraseology on the part of the eccentric Duke. Well, she is pretty, continued Julien with a tigerish expression. I will have her. I will then go away, and woe to him that disturbs me in my flight. This idea became Julien's sole preoccupation. He could not think of anything else. His days passed like ours. Every moment when he tried to concentrate on some important matter, his mind became a blank, and he would wake up a quarter of an hour afterwards with a beating heart and an anxious mind, brooding over this idea. Does she love me? End of section 40.